The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statements, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the live Q&A in the chat there for you guys, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want to guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. And today's debate prompt, atheism is impossible. And for the affirmative, we have Eli Nix. He may be newer to streaming, but he's not new to debating. He's known for tackling hot topics and diving deep into intense theological discussions and taking on the atheists of TikTok head on. You can find his channel linked in the description. And for the negative, we have Circa R, known for diving headfirst into the hottest topics in culture, politics, and society. Circa doesn't shy away from the tension. He walks straight into it. And you can also find his link linked in the description below as well. And with that being said, we're going to move right into opening statements. So, Eli, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Awesome. Thanks again, Speakeasy, for hosting. So yes, I'm taking the affirmative. Atheism is impossible. This is because, atheist worldview, things like knowledge, truth, laws of logic, meaning, information, universal immaterial concepts, as I call them, would not be possible. We have these things, so we know that atheism is impossible and the theistic position is true. I can demonstrate this pretty simply through the transcendental argument for God. X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X being God, and Y being these transcendental categories. But a simpler way I like to put it is a universal immaterial mind is the necessary precondition for universal immaterial concepts. Concepts come from minds. Definitionally, the definition of a concept is an idea. So the type of concept would be dependent on the type of mind. Me as a particular person with a particular mind has particular concepts. Universal concepts in the world would come from a universal mind. And this is only one section of a paradigmatic argument. This is very important. None of these things exist in a vacuum, but this is a worldview comparison taking into account everything that the atheist presupposes and believes, their metaphysic, their epistemology, their ethics, and reducing it to absurdity. Because ultimately, in the atheist paradigm, they appeal to universal immaterial concepts like truth, logic. To deny so would be self-defeating, because if you deny logic or truth, you are making a knowledge, truth claim. You're using logic. However, in the atheist worldview, whether they are strict physicalists, materialists, naturalists, all the universe ultimately is material particulars. Material particulars don't give you universal invariant laws, concepts that are utilized by them every day. And what they will say is, it's all grounded in our minds. Well, wait a minute. Any type of knowledge has to come from the outside world in order to make sense of the outside world. Even the concept of the self is completely unjustified in just a deterministic meat bag type of situation that they think the human condition is. But things have to be true about the external world in order to predicate anything. For example, the law of identity, that an object is itself and not itself, that A equals A. This has to be true about the external world for it to be true propositionally. So, and this concept is not reducible to anything material. You're not going to dissect a rock or a plant and find this thing called the law of identity. Again, they'll try to say that this is a tool that humans construct linguistically. But again, all of this is predicating and presupposing that there is truth in the outside world, that truth is discovered. If we created truth, then it would be arbitrary and subjective. We would be able to change it. But in fact, we discovered truth, which presupposes a notion of truth that exists external to us. So that's, again, one level of, I think that's the most solid evidence for why atheism is impossible, because again, a strictly material universe, no one particular object can ground or make possible or produce universal invariant laws. But also we have the ethical angle, we have the epistemic angle, as I just mentioned, and trying to get better at freeballing opening statements. I think it's an impressive thing to do, but that's all I got right now. I'm itching to get into the open panel. So very curious to see how my opponent will attempt to justify and give reasoning for universal immaterial concepts, universal immaterial laws, And I appreciate him for doing this debate. There we go.
All right.
Thank
So,
you.
rebuttal.
Oh, hold up. Thank you for that opening statement, Eli. With that, we are going to hand it over to you, Circa, for your opening statement. Let me restart this timer for you. And whenever you're ready, Circa, for your opening statement, you can go ahead, jump right in, and I'll start that timer up for you.
Okay. Honestly, it was actually really interesting opening. I actually feel like there's a lot of depth to the philosophy behind this stuff. It reminds me of a lot of Jay Dyer's arguments. Now, I do want to point out that when we talk about the impossibility of the contrary and how Jay Dyer uses, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't matter. Point is, I think you'd still have to prove that the necessary condition for X is not actually proven yet. So, in my opinion, it doesn't really show necessity. Also, falsifying atheism does not mean that it is impossible or unreal. So the prompt is atheism is impossible. Are you trying to say that it is false, or are you trying to say that it is just not real? Because those are two different things. And then for the worldview holism claim, this is just a nice way to package everything up into a nice little entanglement. It's not very narrow, and it does not imply that atheism, again, is unreal. And you probably need to show how you can narrow this down instead of doing a totalization here. And then I want to point out that when it comes to philosophical systems, let's just say between atheism and like theism in particular, all of us kind of argue over the definitions, and at minimum a stance on God belief, and not like just metaphysical definitions in general, are not going to essentially make atheism untrue again, or sorry, unreal or impossible, like the prompt says. And I feel like I heard a lot of arguments and slogans hiding underneath one slogan, and none of them really are going to give you what this prompt says. So again, atheism can be false without being impossible. And if we slide into a disagreement over the metaphysical impossibility, from disagreement to that, I'd like to see how you can make that jump. And then even if logic or morality require grounding, like you mentioned before, that still doesn't show that atheism is unreal. I mean, it just means that whatever you believe in is certainly like presupposed is the only ground, but that still doesn't prove it's unreal. And I think that I'll just end my rebuttal there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that opening statement. Nice and short and sweet. So next we're going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttal so that the debaters can reply directly to their opponent's openings. And then after that, we're going to get into the full hour. So we're going to hand the mic back to you, Eli. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah.
I am ready. So again, talking about impossibility versus falsehood, I believe atheism is both false and impossible. This is demonstrated from pointing out that immaterial universal concepts cannot come from anything other than an immaterial universal mind. It logically follows, especially through the valid argument of a transcendental argument, this is what needs to be addressed in this debate in order to show that the proposition I'm making is false, especially if I can demonstrate exactly what I'm talking about and demonstrate the impossibility. Again, we can take anything for example, truth being universal, immaterial, and conceptual. That which is universal must be grounded in the universal. That which is immaterial must be grounded in the immaterial. And that which is conceptual must be grounded in a mind definitionally. So you could disagree with that, with the universality. That makes truth impossible. You could disagree with the immateriality, but I don't think you can pick up truth and hand it to me or step into a puddle of truth. And again, you could disagree that concepts come from minds, but again, you would be violating the definition of the concept of or you would be going with a different definition of the of concept being an idea. You would have to show me an idea that doesn't come from a mind. So this is where I'm actually showing metaphysically, you're correct, that would be the category of the metaphysical possibility of universal immaterial conceptual categories in an atheist paradigm. If that can be demonstrated to be possible without a universal immaterial mind, then I guess that would be that would be the job of the atheist to do. But through my demonstration, it clearly is not possible. You would have to deny the ontological status that I just proposed, and in doing so, I can demonstrate, and I do argue, that you've now made the things in question impossible. I've got 3 minutes left. I'm not saying that he committed this necessarily, but it was dancing around it. I've been a fan of Jay Dyer's for a long time. I read a lot of the things he recommends his audience to read, but we dance around a genetic fallacy there, talking about that the argument comes from one person. This is an argument that's also made by Dr. Greg Bahnsen, Van Til, even Aristotle, while not for, the same type of theism or even any type of, I guess the unmoved mover, right? But he made a transcendental argument in his works as well. So it is a historical valid argument. And I just would like, the premises addressed. I'm sure my opponent will do that.
All right. Thank you.
I'll concede the time.
All right. Thank you very much for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Circa. Circa, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start that timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so the name I forgot, actually, when you said it, it reminded me of Van Til is where Jay Dyer gets most of his work from, as well as Frame, Bahnsen, and Calvin, right? Now, transcendental arguments are kind of his thing for the most part, and I just want to make this clear right now that it is still going to have to prove for the necessary condition X, correct? Is going to have to be able to prove necessity, uniqueness, and public accessibility. So, in my opinion, standard accounts of transcendental arguments do not, just give you those for free just by presupposing them. And I know you're saying that you kind of already tried to address that, but the point is that I don't actually accept that presupposition, and it is a proof for you if you do. Now, I think what I probably want to ask is something like, are you making a public argument I could assess without first granting that theology? Or are you making an internal Christian claim? And then something else I think I kind of saw in there was that I feel like, again, this doesn't really mean much. I heard immaterial concepts can only equal or come out of an immaterial mind. And then I heard immediately after that this is obvious by logic. So I'd like to hear exactly what he means by that. Okay. And whether or not there's an induction requiring for robust grounding in there, or if you're just presupposing the grounding again. And then I think when it comes to a little bit of the errors I also heard. Sorry, I'm trying to remember this a little bit, but I heard a little bit of a modal error there in the beginning. And then I think this is still a little bit of a category error. But my main questions I just want to hear would probably be how you can just assume that there's an obvious logic happening in the fact that an immaterial concept is just only capable from an immaterial mind. And if that means that you are just presupposing a theoretical framework on it. And then if you say I can't justify logic, okay, are you grounding this in something, or is that the grounding argument itself? Is that a proof that atheism is still unreal, like the prompt says, or are we just trying to prove falsity? And I think I'll end my time there.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And that is going to wrap up the rebuttal round. So we're going to be moving into the open hour back and forth. Just let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and also subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reasons: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. we put it in the arena. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. Also, a reminder for the live chat after the closing statements, we're going to be doing the 30-minute Q&A. I'm working on dropping the Q&A in right now. So you get your questions in there. But remember, Super Chats, PayPal, Cash App questions and comments, they do get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of those priority options, and we'll make sure that it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start this open floor exchange, just jump in and I'll start that timer up with your voice.
Yeah, I'll start. So with my argument, the transcendental categories, do you disagree that they are immaterial universal concepts?
I don't think so. No, that would
Okay.
That would be
So what?
It would be immaterial. Yeah.
Okay. So what part of immaterial universal concepts must come from immaterial universal minds do you have a problem with?
Not so much that part. It's more about the statement that it obviously follows using logic. So, are you aware of what deduction is versus abduction, and then transcendental when it comes to arguments?
Maybe not as well as you do, but what I'm
Okay,
demonstrating
so what
through
is the core question when it comes to transcendental arguments?
What is the necessary precondition for something?
No. So, what is the core question? Yeah.
I would say that would be the core question.
So, yeah, I guess. So what must be true for this to be possible, right? So what is the logic there if we're doing immaterial concept to immaterial mind?
If we're immaterial concept to an immaterial mind, well,
what is the necessary condition and what is possible there, or what must be true there for it to be possible?
It must be true that if something is immaterial, what produces it must also be immaterial.
And you think
that which is
material? Why?
Yeah, again, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some kind of college-educated, philosophical, logical
okay.
expert.
I'm
making an argument. Yeah, I'm deductively concluding that, like, that which is material.
Deductive is logic, right? And that
we're both using logic. Well, no, we're both using logic. What the transcendental argument is doing is asking a metalogical question about the possibility of logic. Now,
so
again,
when you brought logic in, though, that's necessary 100%.
Well, I'm saying you can't take logic. Right? You can't take logic out of any statement that is presupposed. But what the atheist does is presupposes it arbitrarily and ad hoc. And where I'm really coming with the kill shot for this particular prompt is the metaphysical side of it. Is what is it about the metaphysic of your world that gets you to universal invariant laws in a world that is strictly material, strictly particular, chaotic flux?
I mean, there's a lot of arguments. Like I for one, am a big fan of Kant. Obviously, it's a little bit of a different transcendental argument here, but I don't think that's the prompt, right? I mean, falsity, by the way, again, let's just say for a second that you believe I'm wrong, and I assume that, let's just say for all intents and purposes, I'm wrong in this debate. Does that mean atheism is not possible?
Well, if you're wrong that atheism is possible, if you're wrong that atheism is possible, then it would be true that atheism is impossible.
No. I'm asking you, if I'm false, does that prove that atheism is unreal?
Well, what's the distinction between being a false and unreal?
Those are two different things.
I'm asking you the distinction.
Okay, so one is you trying to say that there is an objective modal argument there, right? That atheism in and of itself cannot be real. So maybe the better question would be, which style of argument are you going to use to say something other than prompt?
I mean, I'm just asking you, how in the atheist position do you get universal, invariant, immaterial laws from a universe that is supposedly strictly material?
Again, I can probably use a transcendental argument that doesn't actually presuppose a theological argument using Kant, right? Because Kant did that.
No, I mean, I'm asking you to answer the question, Circa.
I just answered it.
No, you just said I could probably do a thing. That's not an answer.
With Kant made a transcendental argument that did not inject.
So you have universal immaterial laws in nature because of Kant? How did Kant do that? Is he a wizard?
Have you read Kant?
He might be the. So wait, when Kant died, how come we still have immaterial universal laws? If he's where you're getting those from.
I'm not saying that he's claiming that there's immaterial universal laws.
I'm asking. Okay. You agree that there's immaterial universal laws. You agree that it's okay. Well, you agreed that truth, logic, all these transcendental categories are immaterial universal laws. Do you think that logic and truth exist?
I'm not really sure if they're immaterial universal laws, right? I mean, you're saying that's a universal claim.
Well, now you're going back on what I asked you in the beginning. So
that's a universal claim, correct?
Yeah.
So universal claims are meaningless when we talk about metaphysical concepts.
Maybe the chat can correct me, but did I not ask you, do you agree that the transcendental categories are immaterial universal concepts? And you said yes.
No, you asked me, is the immaterial concept something that's metaphysical or
no, that's not what I asked, man. That's totally untrue. Anybody can run it back. I asked, do you agree that the transcendental categories in question, truth, logic, meaning, information, are universal, immaterial, conceptual? So now I'll ask you again. You disagree that you don't believe they're immaterial.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. Again, if you know anything about universal claims, you'd know that you can't make them about things that aren't scientifically rigorously understood through experience.
Well, that's honest, at least from the atheist perspective. You're taking in Hume's critiques there. But okay, if truth is not universal, well, that's not one of David. That's not the problem of induction. You think?
No, not what I just brought up. I mean, no. It starts with Aristotle.
Well, yeah, but that was Hume's.
In 1840,
what's Hume's problem of induction?
I know what page it is.
Okay,
that's where we get universal claims from.
Well, okay, but what's Hume's problem of induction?
That's not what we're debating right now.
Well, it's one of the questions I'm going to be asking you. So anyway, what we're getting to here, let me steer this back. So you don't believe that truth is an immaterial universal concept. You disagree with the universality of truth?
A universal concept.
So truth is not universal?
Again, a universal claim about something metaphysical is impossible and meaningless.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, but
all gremlins are silent, right?
All gremlins it doesn't mean that gremlins exist, but I'm asking you a direct question about truth and your position, and I'd like an answer.
It has nothing to do with whether or not atheism is impossible, man.
It does, because my whole entire argument is we have truth. Truth is universal, immaterial, conceptual. That which is universal,
immaterial. That's if you presuppose this necessary condition.
Well, no. Well, again, I'm doing an internal critique of your worldview by asking you questions that you're afraid to answer. I'm doing an internal critique of my. I'm the one who chose the prompt atheism is impossible, and you don't think I'm doing an internal critique? Do
you think an internal critique would mean I am presupposing that
I think you presuppose that truth exists. Is that true? Do you presuppose that truth exists?
Maybe.
You don't know? Yeah. So you're a debater who comes on debate streams, and you're not even sure if truth exists.
I mean, you don't even know what universal claim is, so I don't know why you're trying to say.
I know what a universal claim is. It's a claim about the
total. You can't do that with metaphysical fucking concepts.
Wait, hold on. But to say, have you said
you have to be able to rigorously scientifically understand it through experience to be a universal claim, or else it's all gremlins are silent.
Well, no, hold on. So, would you agree that all dogs have 4 legs?
Sure.
Oh, you just made a universal claim. I thought you couldn't do that.
Well, you can scientifically study that.
Wait. So what scientist has access? Wait a minute. What scientist has access to all dogs universally?
It's not scientist. It's scientific. It's the way that we would.
Well, you just said
the material world. Okay. Stop interrupting me. It's the way you use the material world to then figure it out through experience. It's not about science, dude.
Okay, I'm asking you what science. Wait, you just said it's a scientific claim, and now you're saying it's not about science. Which one is it?
It doesn't mean it's not about scientists. It's about, again,
scientific claims don't involve scientists. Dude, this is sophistry, man.
No, it's not. You should probably read Aristotle. You want me to give you the page number?
No, I want you to tell me what scientist has access to all dogs universally.
That's not what it means when I say scientificity or science.
I told you I'd be asking you some of Hume's questions. So, okay, yeah. So even if you say all dogs have 4 legs, that's an unjustified claim from an empiricist view because you didn't empirically verify that all dogs have 4 legs. Just like regularity in nature.
One sec. Can you experience a metaphysical claim experience it.
Can you experience a metaphysical claim?
A
Is that what you
metaphysical
just
universal claim. Yeah.
You can make one.
experience
I don't
it?
know what it means to experience a claim. That sounds
You
incoherent
really
to me.
need to just look up the definition of universal claim, bro. I'm like losing my mind.
Okay, well maybe you could actually answer the questions and not run around like a kid playing tag on the schoolyard. I'm asking you back to the original question. So first of all, you're not even sure if truth exists in your worldview. So again, this is only feeding my argument that atheism
doesn't mean
is impossible.
I can't say the way you're trying to describe it is wrong.
I'm just asking you from your position. You came here to defend atheism. I came here to show you that atheism is impossible. I want to do an internal critique of your worldview. I'm asking you if you believe truth exists. It's a very simple, straightforward question, Circa.
Let's just say I do. For right now, let's just say I do.
No, I'm asking. So you're granting it for the sake of argument, but you're not
I'm
sure.
granting it right now. Yep. I'm granting
Okay,
it.
well, gotcha. Truth may or may not exist, but I do debates. Great. Okay, so we're granting that truth exists. Is it universal?
Yeah, got it.
It is universal.
I'm going to agree to this as well.
Okay, and you agree it's immaterial.
In this case, yeah, we'll just agree to that as well.
And you agree it's conceptual.
That would be a concept, yeah.
Okay, do we discover it or create it?
I mean, it would be presupposed, right? It's a precondition.
Sure, but still, we
So this would
even,
be,
well,
this
hold on.
could probably be something like transcendentally, like a synthetic judgment, maybe, right? Something.
Yeah,
a
but
priori?
but you can discover new truths, right?
Yeah, but not ones that
Okay,
are
so
supposedly
truth
a
is.
priori.
Well, hold on.
Not
I
ones that
don't grant a priori and self-evidence here. That's classical foundationalism.
It's
I'm
transcendental
not
means
granting
fact to
that.
condition, right? Fact to condition. It's a necessary precondition. There's no discovering.
Okay,
You experience it beforehand.
okay, but hold on. Experiencing it beforehand, if we're talking about truth in totality, you don't have access to all truth via experience. There's still truth to be discovered, correct?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be transcendental then, would it?
Right. So again, this is an equivocation on what we mean by truth. Truth in a proposition, the truth of experience. It's again, this is aiding to the fact that it's universal, immaterial, and conceptual. But where I was asking you about it being discovered is, when you learn something new, you're discover. You don't. If you created truth, that would make it something we could change. That would be arbitrary. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, say it one more time.
If we created truth, if truth was a created thing by humans, it would then be arbitrary and able to be changed, and then it would no longer be truth, right?
Sure. I mean, I agreed that truth exists, but yeah. We can say
Okay,
if it
I'm
was
just trying to
yeah.
figure, because there's plenty of people that actually say that, yeah, truth is subjective, and I think that that's a self-defeating premise. So if it's something to be discovered, which means exterior to ourselves, it's immaterial, universal, and conceptual. You have just necessitated a universal immaterial mind before human beings.
Okay. Now, what I want to ask you is, just for the fun of this, the person who disagreed with you, let's say hypothetically, because I agree with you there, but let's just say the person who disagreed with you, does it make their belief unreal if, let's say, your entire argument is true right now?
No. Again, this
Okay,
is a
so
common
how does
misconception. Hold on, this is a
atheism
common
become
misconception.
How does atheism become unreal now?
Well, it's impossible for atheism to be true. It's impossible for there to be no universal immaterial mind like
Is
what
the
I just
prompt
walked
atheism
you
is
through.
not real or false? Which one is it?
It's impossible.
Impossible is not the same as false.
I agree that it's a real belief system that people hold. Okay, but if they hold that atheism is true and it is false, then it's impossible for it to be true, Circa.
No, that's not true. Impossibility is not. Negation is a coherent stance. A negation is a coherent stance, dude. It doesn't mean impossibility. I don't know how you don't know this.
Okay, so look, if atheism is false, okay, then, and especially false in the argument that I'm presenting that God is the necessary precondition, then it would be impossible for atheism to be true.
Are you sure about that?
100%.
Can you
Can
just
you demonstrate
say
how
that the belief also? Are you aware of like the divine hiddenness argument?
No.
So the divine hiddenness argument, okay, goes something like Give me a second. I'm gonna look it up really fast. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, that's fine. I really would like if you, so you believe that atheism is possible, right?
I mean, yeah, because I'm an atheist. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So again, you said Kant last time, that Kant was the grounding source of universal invariant laws, but I think that that's kind of foolish because
No, I said I could use
and,
Kant. I could use Kant. I kind of
Again-
like Kant's arguments. Yeah.
Well, again, you didn't actually present one, so I'm actually asking for my opponent to make an argument here about the possibility of the atheist worldview. Okay, this isn't the possibility of being an atheist. Okay, this is atheism,
I'm
worldview
confused.
being
I'm
possible.
confused. What does that mean, man? What are you trying to ask me?
Okay, I'm asking you specifically in the atheist paradigm, and we'll even say metaphysically, how are universal invariant laws possible?
I mean, you can think of them without God.
You can think of something universal?
Without God, yes.
Well, hold on.
Obviously.
You can think of it, but can you produce a universal invariant law? I agree. We have access to universal invariant concepts, but I mean the
Doesn't that mean
actual
that the other side, now it's
account
true that they
and
could exist?
justification. No, so it's true that they do exist, not in an atheist worldview. But what I'm saying is, in the atheist worldview, giving an account for the possibility of something. Okay, this is very specific. An account for the possibility of universal
first cause,
invariant laws. Whatever you want to go with, but this is my whole argument about how atheism is impossible, and this is the one question you seem very eager to not.
Eli, maybe I can, if you answer me on this, maybe this will help Circa here. So, like, just to clarify a key term there, when you say atheism is impossible, you're talking about a logical impossibility, meaning it can't be true in any possible world, or an epistemic impossibility, meaning it cannot be justified or known. What is, like, just so we
as in like this.
okay,
True
okay, that
atheism
makes
is
it so.
impossible.
Did you
I think I
understand,
understand. I think I
Circa? He's
understand.
saying, wait, one
I think I
second.
understand.
Okay, just
Yeah.
he's saying both. He's saying it's epistemically impossible and logically impossible.
So my thing I was going to bring up, divine hiddenness, is kind of an answer to this. Okay, so like I think the claim is true atheism is impossible because all humans know God at some level in a way. Correct?
Are you asking if that's the argument I'm making?
I feel like that would be the epistemic argument here, right? The
No.
truth is that all
No.
atheists it's not possible because all humans technically know God at some level.
No, I'm
It makes
saying
universal claims or anything.
No, I'm saying that there is a specific metaphysic about reality that needs to be the case in order to make logic, knowledge, truth, meaning, information, any transcendental category possible.
Okay, so
A
that means
strictly
we all-
material,
we technically
naturalist,
cannot not know
physicalist
God at some
worldview.
level, right?
Huh?
That means we know God at some level, like essentially.
Well, yeah, I think that that's true, but that doesn't mean that's the argument that I'm making.
And you're inferring this from evidence, right?
Yes, but I'm again, you're not answering my direct question about atheism.
No,
All
I'm
you'd
just
have to
getting
do is
questions
give
to
an
understand
answer
it.
that's true, and you would defeat this prompt. I'm tossing you a softball into the air. Just tell me,
I'm
give
just
me an
asking you
account
questions
for
to
the
understand it.
possibility. Okay, I'll do it really slow. You agree that universal immaterial concepts exist, okay? You agree that universal immaterial concepts exist, right? And they exist in the atheist worldview.
I'm going to say yes again for.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to give a clear answer because you.
No, I'm about to give you one, but then you just made me like you were mean to me for no reason when I was trying to just ask you questions.
Well, you did. You do the Dean Parker condescending laugh. You did it in the Rob Moore debate.
I just wanted to know what your claim was.
Okay, so anyway,
So like
this is
divine
very
hiddenness,
specific.
okay? I'm gonna give you an answer to what you said. So the existence of a sincere, non-resistant non-belief would count as evidence against this, correct? Against the existence of God, who would want a relationship with humans. Correct?
I'm asking you how let's just say regularity in nature.
Did
You
you
believe
even
that
listen to what I said?
regularity, you're not answering my question whatsoever. Do you
Yes,
believe
I
that
am. I'm answering your epistemological question.
I'm asking you yes. Go.
Let Eli ask the question again and answer it directly.
Sure.
Okay. How does in an atheist worldview, how are universal, immaterial, invariant laws possible?
Why did you go backwards? I thought you were asking me the epistemical question or the epistemic
I've been
question.
asking the same question for like 10 minutes now. And this is kind of
And
what
I
I've
already
noticed you
showed
do.
that false
Let's
thought,
not
like
do the meta. Let's
faulty-
not do the meta. Just answer that
That's what this
question
conversation
directly,
is. He's
so
trying
we
to
can
fucking
keep
equate
going.
impossibility with falsity, and that's stupid.
Well, here's the thing. You're taking the position it's possible. I'm asking you how, and then you're just bitching and moaning.
And that still doesn't prove that atheism is impossible, though, bro.
Wait, no, you would disprove the prompt if you showed how it's possible.
I don't think
I've made a
understand
demonstration
these
of how it's impossible.
Is
You're not
something wrong?
you're not even attacking it. You're just trying
Just
to say,
because
well, there's
something is
some
wrong-
form
Okay,
of
hold
invalid.
up. I just want to clarify what's going on for the audience here, right? One side is arguing, right? Eli is arguing that atheism is impossible. And what it seems that Circa is saying that it could still be true even if it's impossible, right? If that's the case,
Wrong. It
what
could still be
does impossible
possible if it's
even
wrong.
exclude anymore?
He
Let's
has
go
5
there.
different arguments under it right now. He's doing like 5 different
Well,
claims underneath one.
Circa,
Well,
Circa,
again, I told you it's a
I don't wanna do the
paradigmatic
meta.
worldview level
You're not debating the
argument.
model.
So
Wait,
none of this
Eli,
is in a
Eli,
vacuum.
hold up,
doesn't answer the
guys,
prompt.
hold up. Let's Circa. He's asking you a
Yeah.
direct question, and we're
I
going.
answered it a long time ago.
into. I thought we're asking another question. Let's not do the meta thing. Let's just get to the case here, right? So he's asking you a direct question. Just answer that directly, or we can just go into what does impossible even exclude anymore. If you're saying it can be true even if it's impossible, because this has got to go forward, right? We're just going back and forth in the circle.
I know, because he's conflating words. He's collapsing the worldviewism thing from Jay Dyer into a single totality, and he can't narrow them down, unfortunately, because that would ruin the prompt. Falsity does not mean impossibility. I'm sorry.
Okay, I agree with that. However, if
That
if
means
we're
this
talking
prompt is
about
done.
no, hold on. If you said that it is false that cars do not fly, or you said cars fly, that's false. Is it possible
Is that a
for cars to one day?
metaphysical claim?
Hold on, dude. Let
Is that
me
a
speak.
metaphysical claim,
If you
or
say,
can you
hold on,
objectively measure
I'm
that?
trying to address what you're talking about, dude. So if I said
Poorly.
it is false that cars fly, it's not impossible for cars to fly. But in my argument and in my opening, I demonstrated the impossibility of universal immaterial concepts and laws in the atheist worldview.
You did?
It's not possible
you
in any
demonstrated
world,
that
in any
exact
possible world.
scientificity.
In it, I
demonstrated
demonstrate absolutely. And now,
By
so now, if
presupposing
you
a
disagree,
theological underpinning for your necessary condition, which you use logic, which makes
well,
means you don't
everybody
even know what that means.
presupposes.
Because
Everybody
logic here
has
would imply
presuppositions.
deduction and not transcendental, which you don't know either. So what are we doing?
Hold on. Every worldview has presuppositions. I'm saying yours are ad hoc and would be impossible under your worldview.
Your
And I'm
presuppositions do
demonstrating
not
that.
meet the necessary criteria for it to be a necessary X in a transcendental argument, dude. You realize
What?
that, right?
Wait, so you're saying a presupposition
You're
can't be X?
presupposing your proof in your presupposition for the necessary X is just what you want. Your proof is
No.
literally a
No,
presupposition.
it has to be able to. So you has to be able to do the grounding work, and then I demonstrate how it does the
What are you
grounding work,
grounding it in?
and then it
What are you
falls.
grounding this in?
God,
Wow, that sounds like you can really demonstrate that.
I
Can you?
did. Universal immaterial concepts come from universal
Those are
immaterial
all
minds.
presuppositions from the first one.
Yeah, but Circa, that's why he was asking you
What are we doing?
questions. So what? No. What are you doing? You're refusing to engage with the questions that he's trying to answer. What you're asking now.
And I'm
If
not
you let him,
presupposing.
you know the
Sorry.
Socratic method, right, Circa? That's what
I
he's
do,
trying to
and
do. You know
If you
this.
ground in
You're
God,
no,
how are
Circa.
we
You're
going to-
refusing to engage right now. You're a smart guy and you know what you're doing. Stop. Just engage with the. Go back to the question that you asked, Eli, please, and answer that question, Circa. I don't want to move anywhere from that. Answer that question, Circa. Go ahead,
Right.
Eli.
I did. I did.
Okay.
I
Oh,
did.
well, let me ask one more time. In the atheist worldview, how are universal, immaterial, invariant concepts or laws possible?
Again, probably we could use I mean, if we're going to go a moral realist route, there's plenty of different ideas that we can draw from. Is that what
Dude,
you're
I'm
asking
asking your position. You keep going like I could take this person's position. You've got this shelf of positions that aren't your own.
I do.
I'm
I know
asking
a lot
for
about
yours.
A lot of them. If you're asking me,
I know, but do you
specifically,
have your
I don't have a
own?
good answer. I honestly feel like sometimes I'm a moral realist and I draw from Kant to like think of my views. I mean, I can tell you, a whole fucking marathon of things I think about, but what does that have to do with whether or not atheism is fucking impossible?
Because you believe it's possible, so you must believe that there is an account for the possibility of these things. If you don't, then that lends to my argument that the person saying atheism is impossible can't even tell us the possibility of knowing that atheism is possible.
That doesn't make any sense. What you just said makes zero sense.
I'm sorry it doesn't make sense to you.
I guess to me it just sounded like nonsense. Because
okay, let me say it again let's say it again more clearly.
And again, we're getting away from the question. I still haven't heard a question or answer to this question, Circa. What is your position on his question? Not what Kant says. You're the one debating here tonight, Circa. What is your position?
My position, Speakeasy, is that falsity does not mean impossibility. Non-smokers still mean something. That's still a thing. Even if
I'm saying it's false and impossible. I'm saying it's both.
And you can't prove either of them, for one.
I could demonstrate it.
If you did prove falsity, the necessary condition, transcendental argument, doesn't prove that it's impossible.
Here's what's happening, and this is the ironic part, is they always call pre-suppers and people who use tag Phil bros. I'll be completely honest. I haven't studied logic, philosophy on the highest levels. I've read a couple books. I generally think I'm competent in making this. But no, here's the thing. I'm a dumb hillbilly HVAC technician who can competently make this argument. What you're doing is going into a semantic prattle about the word impossible and saying, well, technically speaking, an impossibility, and what modal scope are you using this? And you're now doing the Philbro semantic bullshit. If you think it is, and that's
semantics
fine.
Are stupid in philosophy.
I know. I think they're fine. I think they're fine. But I think if you hide behind them like a dude behind a rock in front of a dragon, then that's your prerogative.
Aren't you the one who said immaterial concepts must be immaterial mind? Obviously, logic.
Okay, can you give me an example of a concept that doesn't? Hold on. Again, I could demonstrate this if you would actually engage with the argument. Can you give me an example of a concept that does not come from a mind?
You mean mind independent?
Yeah, mind independent concept.
I could, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's God.
I could, but I won't. Give it.
I answered you.
I don't think there is. I don't know. I don't believe there is. I don't think there is, Circa. I don't think there is mind independent concept. That's not, dude. That's not answering my question. You want me to answer your questions when you want to answer mine? Are you kidding?
How do you prove that it's God?
Dude, answer my question. Give me an example of a concept that isn't grounded in a mind, please. Or you could say, I don't think there is, and then we can move on to the next part of the demonstration. You're refusing to engage with the argument. This is pointless. Okay, you're wasting everybody's time.
You're gonna shut up, dude. Space and time, Kant, critique of pure reason. There's a concept that's not based in God. Now, how do you prove God?
Dude, I asked you for a concept not based in a mind.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
Yeah, like Circa, you keep wanting to jump right to God, but like this is why you're not engaging with
Have you read the critique of pure reason?
We're having a conversation.
I've read nothing. I'm still seeing that you're not answering the question.
Okay, so Kant makes a transcendental argument. Okay, that is not rooted in God, even though he's a Christian. Actually,
okay, if that's your argument, then say it. What is it?
No, but that has nothing to do with the question I asked.
Just stop. Mind independent.
Just wait, Circa. If that's your argument, if Kant's mind independent concept is your argument, then why don't you just use that instead of saying, have I read Kant? Has he read Kant? You can't come to a debate expecting your opponent to read the things you've read. That's so bad faith. Just give your argument, Circa. Stop. Circa, stop. Just give your argument, please. Tell us what a concept that's not in the mind, please.
Space and time.
Okay, I heard the answer there.
That's mind independent.
Okay, so what's the definition of a concept?
What's the definition of a concept?
Yeah. You could use
You want a philosophical one or something? Like, which one do you want?
Any, because
Transcendental one?
Well, I'm a Merriam-Webster kind of guy. A concept is an idea, okay? So space and time, okay, being ideas, you believe that they're ideas not grounded in minds.
They're mind independent. What does mind independent mean, dude?
That's fair. Okay, I'm taking that. So how do you
What does that mean?
mind independent means not dependent on a mind.
Yes, I mean, what does it actually? Give me like your own definition in more words than using a circular one without dependent being in the fucking definition. Yeah.
Okay, it would be objective, existential. Okay, this is fine, but what I want to ask you is, how do you know that space and time are mind independent?
Because it exists
concepts?
whether we have an opinion on it existing or not. That's what it means. It means no matter what, it will exist whether we care or give an opinion.
Okay, that's a claim, but how do you know that?
That's literally the definition of mind independent.
I know, but I'm asking how you came to know such a thing.
Kant makes famously a transcendental argument on this using extremely semantic language, your favorite word, okay? With cognition as well as intuition being described completely differently, to essentially say that there's a synthetic judgment. I could be mixing them up. It's either analytic or synthetic. They just inversely do different things. But that's what he does. He makes a synthetic judgment about something that's a priori. We have an experience of it, a precondition, before we ever experience space and time. We just know it, is what his argument is.
Right.
Famously, that's one of the most famous, mind-independent concepts, immaterial, that has no God involved.
Okay, but I'm still asking you, so you know that space and time are mind-independent concepts because of Kant's argumentation.
I can presuppose Kant's argumentation here, yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Wait,
yeah.
I don't think
there's obviously problems. Yeah, it's a priori. I mean, there's obviously problems with it.
How do you a priori have somebody else's argument? Wouldn't you need to read their argument, which would make it no longer a priori?
What? No, his argument. The book is about a priori versus a posteriori.
Posteriori.
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
Well, I don't think that you know what you're talking about. I think that if you just say names and say you can go look this up, this other person's done my argument.
Show you my annotations.
Well, I know. Well, here's the thing. You're trying to make other people do your argumentations for you. I'm asking for your argumentation. So again, I'm asking you to show me. Can you show me in the form of premises how you come to know that space and time are concepts independent of minds?
I can tell you how I think it's strong, but you know what I can't do is what you're doing with the God thing, where I can't go, Kant is literally correct and nothing else is possible because of that. And here's my necessary condition.
You can't demonstrate it. You're saying you can't demonstrate the... Oh, correct.
I cannot demonstrate that, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Glad for the concession. I understand that most atheists can't demonstrate this stuff. They just claim it. So, moving on again... I can't
demonstrate a transcendental argument, the one that's the same thing you're doing.
Well, I just asked you if you could demonstrate it, and you said no, and that's kind of, what I've been trying to point out. So you did me a huge favor there. So back to... Are you
arguing yourself right now? Are you arguing yourself right now?
It feels like it a little bit.
You just fucked your own argument.
I did? By getting you to
I'm not using an atheist argument
yours.
here. Kant is a fucking Christian who, again, uses a transcendental argument, the same one you're relying on, dude.
Kant
to prove a necessary condition.
Huh? Yeah, but he comes to far different conclusions. Kant believes that everything is grounded in the mind, by the way. I haven't read Kant extensively, but I have a general summary of what he believes.
But the transcendental argument is the same.
Well, the form is, do you understand the form of an argument is going to be the same, but what you plug... Yeah, the transcendental argument definitionally is X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. That's the form. You can plug in whatever you want and make it the transcendental argument for whatever you want. So
correct.
The transcendental argument for God that we're making is not the same type of transcendental argument. It's the same form, but not the... Well, we also would provide, again, if we just made claims and didn't demonstrate our position and didn't make arguments for our position, then that would be that's what we get accused of. But I actually provide demonstrations. The thing that you said you can't do, you just say something, Kant, there you go. Huh?
No, how did you prove the necessary condition for X? You have the burden here, dude.
Yeah, I know. I did. So
How'd
here,
you
I'll do it
that?
again. Okay.
Yeah.
Universal immaterial concepts exist. Concepts definitionally come from minds. You still didn't show me how a concept doesn't come from a mind. You just made a claim. I asked you how you know it. You ran away.
Can you, without the stupid shit?
Well,
Let's go.
Well, I'm trying to
Continue.
show the audience what's happening here. Okay, so concepts definitionally, being ideas, come from minds. They're immaterial.
Okay.
You can't pick them up and hand them to me. And they're universal. Always the case. Always presupposed.
You can't make
Particular
universal
concepts
claims
come from.
about metaphysical ideas. Once again, I don't know how to tell you this any easier. Google it right now so you can see you don't know what universal claim means. That'd be great.
You can't. Wait, hold on. I can't say that the laws of logic are universal. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's meaningless. It's arbitrary to make a universal claim. Okay, a universal claim like you're
So
doing.
what can we make universal claims about, Circa?
Stuff that you can experience.
Is that metaphysical?
No, that's the whole fucking point. All gremlins
Wait,
are silent.
wait a minute.
Why I keep
Is
saying
stuff
that.
you can experience a metaphysical claim, Circa?
No, that's why you can't make them. That's why you can't make a universal claim.
Stuff that you can experience. I'm assuming the stuff is physical. Saying you can experience it is something about its physicality, but it's not metaphysical. Yeah, you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about, dude. You just made a whole host of metaphysical claims, telling me I can't make universal statements about.
What
In fact, you
metaphysical
just
claims
made
did I say?
a universal statement about a metaphysical claim. You said
What metaphysical
stuff
claims
is
did I
something
make?
you can experience. That's a universal metaphysical
What
claim.
metaphysical claims did I make? Which ones?
That stuff is something you can experience. Oh, Google it.
You mean material stuff?
You're the one who said stuff. What did you mean by it, Circa?
It has to be something you can experience. That means, within
Okay.
your reality, dude. That's what it means.
So material stuff you can experience. That's a metaphysical claim and a universal one, by the way. You can
No, I'm not Googling this
experience
for me. I'm
material
Googling
stuff.
this so I can give it to Speakeasy so we can at least move past this stupid fucking.
Well, no,
conversation
you're
so far.
literally just saying like baloney. You're just like spurging out like Chat GPT stuff and not actually engaging with the substance of what I'm putting in front of you. That's what's happening.
I did, and your substance sucks. That's what I'm telling you. Your substance fucking sucks.
That's not an argument, Circa.
It is an argument because you're the one with the burden using shitty fucking.
Okay, I'll go back to my demonstration. So concepts definitionally come from minds. Immaterial. Okay, a concept's not identical to a brain or to anything like that. Minds also, from my worldview, immaterial. Universal, always the case. Okay, we have to presuppose the universality of the laws of logic or truth or meaning and information as it relates. So universal immaterial concepts must be grounded in a universal immaterial mind based on concepts being necessarily grounded in minds.
Okay,
Because
so
an
a lot of these
idea,
words-
any colloquial definition of an idea is a thought. Okay, ideas don't grow out of the soil. Okay, they don't grow on
Great,
trees.
That's great. Just keep talking. But
If
like,
you can
once
describe
again,
to me where ideas do grow in the soil and on trees, then that would be great for this debate.
what would be great is if you could somehow just prove. I'm doing a little bit of devil's advocate here when I say that I agreed to some of your things. You remember that, right?
Well,
When
you're
I
right.
said that,
Yeah.
I'll
You
just
granted
appreciate
it for the sake of
Please
debate,
stop
but didn't
talking.
go from your own position.
Please stop talking for fuck's sake.
No,
And
you're
what
being
I need to know
a
is how you
sophist.
can and how you can. No, I'm not. And how you can presuppose that somehow all these are even grounded in the mind. That would also be something you have to do right now.
I asked you to give me an example of a concept not grounded in a mind. You said space and time. I asked you how you knew that, and you freaked out and ran away. So we could go back to that if you want.
Transcendental argument, you fucking idiot.
Okay, so what's the X is a necessary precondition for Y, therefore X? Give it to me in the form. Give me the
Kant
transcendental
argues
argument in
this.
the form, Circa.
Kant argues this with cognition and intuition.
I don't give a shit what Kant does. What does Circa do
Yeah, I
right
wanna-
now in this debate?
Yeah, I got to pause here
want
for
me to say
clarity.
God?
You've appealed. Wait,
You want me to say
Circa,
God?
Circa, 1 second,
I don't
please.
get it.
1 second, Circa. You've appealed to Kant's transcendental argument as grounding truth without God, but you've
No,
also
he
said
said,
you
give
can't
me a
demonstrate
claim.
that
Give
argument.
me a way to do it.
No, wait,
I actually don't.
wait. Circa, please. You
Well,
said
that's
earlier
debatable.
that you were appealing to Kant's transcendental argument
that it can
Mhm.
ground truth without God, but you also said you can't demonstrate that argument. So I just want you to help me understand and help the audience
I
understand.
never said
Are
truth.
you
I never said
asking
truth.
us all to accept a framework that you can't currently defend?
Why? Okay, speak easy. What is the prompt again? I'm just going to point this out. one more
Atheism
time.
is impossible.
So I don't have to do any of that, but I did give him an example of how an atheist could make a transcendental argument without God. Like
No,
he
you
asked.
didn't.
Well, no, you
You
appealed to a transcendental argument from Kant, but that's what I'm trying to say. Are you asking us to accept a framework that you can't currently defend? That's all I'm asking, because
I could defend it if I
lost.
presupposed that it was true the same way this man is doing. I guess. If I just presupposed that it is true, that's the whole
Do you
problem.
presuppose
with what we're
that
doing.
anything is true, Circa?
That's a stupid question, dude.
It's really not. I'm trying to
No,
get to
it's
the root
very
of it.
stupid because
Do you
you're just
not-
like randomly bringing these things out of your ass. I need to know how you can even ground, okay, a universal claim inside of your head, as in a universe. Sorry, in your mind. In your mind.
If that's a more
Well,
specific
where do you
question.
ground it?
Well, because we're made in the image of God, so God
you
having a
presuppose
universal
God.
mind, we have.
So you presuppose
Yes,
God.
again, of course.
Oh my!
What's that's not a problem. Everybody presupposes something.
No, it is a problem.
What's the
You
problem
can't
with that?
demonstrate that. You cannot.
I did
that.
demonstrate. I absolutely did. Would you like
You
me to do
only
it
were able
again?
to demonstrate it if we just assume it's true because of God.
Wait,
Are you
hold
not
on.
understanding this?
No. You take the y in the equation, universal immaterial concepts. Universal immaterial concepts, by definition, have to come from universal immaterial minds. If you disagree with that,
And you presuppose
refute
God?
it.
No,
Huh?
you need to prove how that's even something that
I'm
needs
say-
to be like. How do you ground that?
Again, universal has to be grounded in something universal. Something
And how do you
immaterial
demonstrate
has
this?
to be. I'm doing it right now. That's
By
what you're not
saying it?
understanding. Again, if you have a refutation, present it.
Yeah, like that's what
did.
he's doing. He's demonstrating it right now. If you just let him walk through it, yeah.
So,
Speak easy. No,
what
he's
is
not. I'm
universal?
sorry, he's not.
Okay, then show me how I'm not.
I've told you, you're making a universal claim, and you can't do that with a metaphysical one for sure.
You made a universal claim about metaphysics earlier when you said you can experience stuff. Do you believe that all people experience the material reality?
Am I trying to debate right now that I think Kant's view of the transcendental argument is 100% fact, and that means your view is
Okay,
impossible?
make Kant's
Answer the
view of
fucking
the
question.
transcendental. Make
Answer
Kant's
that fucking
view.
question. Answer that fucking question.
What's the question one more time? Then you better start
Am I
answering some fucking
debating right
questions.
now that I am defending Kant's view that your view is impossible because I am presupposing it to be true? Is that what's happening?
Are you using Kant's argument to show that my view is impossible? I'm confused about what you're asking here. Ask it
don't
one
know
more
how.
time, slowly. I'm a dumb redneck. You got to ask it slow.
I don't know why you keep saying that. It doesn't.
It's just
weird.
true.
Stop.
I mean,
So,
you're
right now, am I debating? Am I defending? Or sorry, not defending. I'm actually putting forth, which is what you're doing, right? That Kant's view, I'm presupposing it to be true, and that therefore makes your argument impossible. Is that what's happening?
You have
right
not demonstrated that. You've claimed it, but you
now?
haven't
I'm not
demonstrated
making
it.
the argument, though. I just brought up an example of a way to bring up an immaterial concept, like you said, using a transcendental.
here's what
argument.
you're doing. Hold on, I wanna-
Sorry, 1 second, Circa. Let me. Are you arguing that Eli's position is internally consistent, or that universal claims are impossible for any worldview to justify? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, those both are true at the same time. Yeah, you can't make a universal claim again about concepts that you cannot do scientificity on. Okay. You need to
Okay,
be
so
able to
you're
experience
saying
them.
universal claims are impossible for any worldview to justify, is what you're saying.
I don't know about justify.
He
That's
doesn't know
not-
about
again,
justification.
The phrase.
Let
I'm going
me-
to make this really simple again.
No,
okay?
really
The phrase,
quick, Circa.
all
This is
gremlins
what
are
you're doing.
Circa, I'm not asking a gotcha. I'm asking a clarifying. It's like you're thinking I'm trying to set you up for something. Can you
No, I
just
don't- I
answer
don't
what I'm
think that.
asking you, please?
I don't think that. I don't think that. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm not trying to. I'm really trying to get clarification for like the audience sake here. Are you saying that
Got it.
just yes or no? Are you saying any worldview it's impossible to justify universal claims?
It's impossible to claim beyond. If you make a universal claim, it would be impossible. Not justify. You can justify them with any presupposition, like this guy's doing. But to say it is true, that is different.
Oh, there's problem number one. You think justification works by just asserting any presupposition? Did I hear that correctly?
That's what you're doing. You said God. That's
No. No, I'm asking you a question about your understanding of justification. Justification is giving good, coherent reasons, like when we talk about knowledge being justified true belief. So do you think that a reason is good just because you assert it?
Again, your argument is not actually meeting
then
the
any claim would be justified if what you just said is true.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
It is.
Like, you're the one here trying to prove this, right? And you haven't done that. You think you have, but you have not.
Okay, well, you haven't refuted me. You've just complained and said Kant. And here's what the problem is. This is actually what's happening here. Okay, so this is what's happening. Imagine if I said, the philosopher Phil Philendorf, he refuted everything Circa is saying, and he showed through his type of argumentation that atheism is impossible. So go read Phil Philendorf. Wait, you haven't read Phil Philendorf? No, explain what Phil Philendorf actually says. Can you make his argument? I'm using his argument by saying Phil Philendorf's argument. No, I want you to show me what Kant is saying that gets you the justification that I'm asking if you can provide, not just asserting that Kant's argumentation can do it.
If I said God, would that be good enough for you?
Well, then you would concede the debate. So yes.
So you would concede the debate then?
No, if you said your justification was God, then I would take that as a concession.
Isn't
Welcome aboard. Go get catechized. Go to liturgy.
Isn't that what you're grounding this in?
Yes, there's different. Okay, here's what you're not
Why
understanding.
Is it different?
Okay, because I'm making a demonstration. I'm making arguments.
Kant
I'm making arguments.
And a lot more fucking arguments, dude.
Then give the argument. Here's what I really want to know. You said
no. Yeah, Circa, this is so bad faith. You keep doing this. And I just asked you earlier if you're doing this, and you said no. You keep going, well, Kant made these arguments. Who gives a fuck? If you can't demonstrate it, nobody in the audience, me, Eli, nobody, Circa, is going to say, oh, well, whatever Kant said, yeah, that works. We don't know what Kant said. Please argue it for us. We're all dumb little kids that don't know what Kant even is. Please give us the argument, Circa. This is very frustrating.
It's frustrating for me because I'm debating two people now. Speakeasy, stop.
No, you're not debating two people. I'm trying to get
I'm not being bad faith here.
You're not debating.
I am debating. I'm pointing out that his structure for the necessary condition, Speakeasy, is incorrect.
Then that's not
okay. Sure,
that's fine. Now demonstrate why it's incorrect. Don't just say Kant said it's incorrect. Tell us why it is. Wait,
he's making universal claims, which he can't.
Why?
In this regard, because you have to be able to experience it to make a universal claim.
Is that a universal claim?
Oh my god, this is.
Is that a universal claim, Circa?
This is
what you just said.
A universal claim about a universal claim? Why are you
no, it's just back to the dogs thing. If you say that all dogs have four legs, you didn't experience that. Just engage with the debate, man. Please. Stop saying Kant and just use Kant's arguments as if they're yours. This is bad faith to just keep saying appeal to this person when he's demonstrating why it goes to God. You can't just say, well,
I don't even know what I'm debating now. Speakeasy, am I debating him or you? I don't get this. It's hard to actually debate.
You're not debating. That's why I'm stepping in so much. Usually I don't have to moderate this much. Circa, this is. I'm only having to step in because you're not engaging.
I need you to Google universal claim philosophy. No, pull it up on your screen.
No,
why not?
I'm not debating. I'm trying to get you to debate. This is your debate. Please.
And again, I think that would probably show that he's wrong, and now his theory is incompatible.
Okay. Then you demonstrate that. Why are we doing this, Circa? Let me get in here. Is this your idea of a debate?
I am demonstrating that. He's using it incorrectly. Bro.
Show me. Show me how I'm using it incorrectly.
Exactly. Google universal claim philosophy.
Okay, if somebody asks you to demonstrate someone and you have to say Google it, you need to quit debating.
I already told you how. You can't experience.
You said that
you
you can't make universal claims about what you haven't experienced, yet you universally claim that all dogs have 4 legs without experiencing that. Dumbass.
That's in our world, though. We can scientifically.
Now,
do
here's
things
what I
like
agree
that.
with you. Here's what I agree with you. In the
Is that a
atheist position.
metaphysical one?
No, hold on.
Is that a
I'll agree with you.
metaphysical one?
What metaphysical? All dogs have 4 legs?
Is that a metaphysical claim?
Yeah.
There you go, Circa. It's Googled.
Yeah. So
Answer it now.
we're asserting something here. Okay. Now put in metaphysics.
No, I'm
dude.
not doing a Google party here. I'm not doing a Google party here. You told me to Google universal claim. Now demonstrate why what he's doing is wrong.
Because can we assert something is true for everyone?
Hold on.
Metaphysically, that we can't
This is the
experience?
argument I make against you guys. Look, I agree with you that in the atheist position, this is in fact David Hume's critique, is that you cannot say.
Induction, yeah.
Yeah, you literally said earlier to debate that that's not David Hume, and you did your little gay laugh. Now you're agreeing with me.
I don't think I heard you say
what
that,
I'm
but
saying is that when you make a universal claim, without God, it's unjustified. Okay? So you're arguing from this empiricist position from David Hume, where David Hume said, you know, guys, because David Hume was an atheist, and he said, guys, this problem of induction is a problem for us. We can't justify it. What Tag is saying is that God is the justification. Now, this is epistemic. The metaphysical argument that I was making about the ontological status of universal immaterial concepts is what you're not. And by the way, just want the audience to know, this is exactly what every atheist does when they run into this type of argumentation, is they want to attack the structure.
Audience when you don't know anything? Is that what's happening?
You're not making arguments, so I guess I got to talk to somebody.
I just told you, Tag presupposes a grounding within, God is grounded.
Everybody presupposes everybody presupposes a grounding. I don't. It's the actual implication.
Objectively true.
No, you have to demonstrate it, which is why we have debates. Which is what I'm doing.
If I just said that it doesn't stop at God, actually, I mean, the famous Euthyphro dialogue, and then you tried to combat me with Tag because talking points, surface level fucking knowledge here. You'd realize that we could just keep going for forever, right?
No, there's no infinite regress
because
if God is the
grounded in God.
Well, no, I can demonstrate this to you. I'm making more than just claims. I'm presenting argumentation. I'm giving demonstrations. I asked for one from your worldview, and you've spurged out and ran around the arena the whole night.
I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. You didn't actually prove your claims. You didn't prove the necessity for the condition.
So first of all, I'm showing evidence, okay? And I'm demonstrating the philosophical and logical evidence for why atheism is impossible.
Here. Sorry, if you
logic isn't transcendental.
No, logic is used with the deduction.
It's not logic is used anytime you think.
It's supposed to be a precondition. It's not supposed to be logical. It's supposed to be a precondition. It fucking transcends logic.
That would be God. Not logic itself.
I mean, that's my point. Is you are presupposing a theoretical framework, a theological one, and that's your answer.
Oh, right. And you do the same thing, but in an unjustified way that would be impossible if your worldview is true, which is what I'm presenting to you.
Wait, with what? What do I do it with?
You presuppose logic. You presuppose truth. You presuppose any atheist has
what
to
if
do.
I was an anti-realist?
Okay, so if you use the anti-realist position and you say truth doesn't exist, that would be a truth claim. It's self-defeating.
Is it impossible to be an atheist then?
I'm not making the argument that it's impossible to be an atheist. I'm saying the worldview that atheist presents is impossible if it were true. It can't be the truth.
Because you're presupposing yours.
Not just it. Everybody has presuppositions, but I'm arguing it with demonstrations, which you are failing to do, which is aiding to my argument.
I already told you divine hiddenness perfectly fucking ruins this argument. The epistemology of this is trash.
Okay, then show me how divine hiddenness ruins this. Don't just claim it.
Again,
demonstrate it.
I already did earlier. Again, it's the fucking.
No, you haven't demonstrated anything once tonight at all.
Maybe if you stop talking, you might actually learn something.
All right,
so if you had a very sincere non-believer, the very existence of that person is evidence against God's existence. A sincere non-believer.
How?
By definition. In logic.
How?
Because God is supposed to be someone who loves them, is supposed to be with them. right? That's kind of what Christianity teaches.
Are you serious? Is this real life? So
Do you
you're
not
saying
know
if
what divine
someone
hidden
doesn't
is?
believe in God, that proves that God doesn't
Sincerely.
exist, and that's your logical
That's
argument that
evidence
destroys
against it.
tag?
I never said that it proves God doesn't exist. You need to
Or
actually
it's
listen
evidence.
to the words that come out
You
of my
think
mouth.
that you think that sincere non-believers
It's
is
easier to
evidence
fight
that
an
God
argument that
doesn't.
no one says. I know.
Okay, how
but
does
maybe
it
listen to what I'm
follow?
saying.
How does that follow?
So the existence of a sincere, non-resistant non-belief is evidence against God's existence.
Again, how does that follow? I know it's hard to back up the shit you say, Circa. It's hard, but I believe in you. I believe you can really do it for us.
Yeah.
You said because he's supposed to be there.
I mean, you said
helping you with your own argument
I think you're using sensus divinitatis, right?
No, you just made a claim. You just made a claim that a sincere, non-resistant non-believer is evidence against the existence of God. I said how, and then you sighed and groaned. So show me how.
Because
Demonstrate.
God wants a relationship with human beings, correct?
Okay. But human beings have free
So
will
a
and can
sincere,
reject
non-resistant
God.
non-belief would count as evidence against that. Evidence against God.
Wait, so because humans have free will and God gave them free will and they can use that free will to be this thing in question, that somehow is evidence against God?
Sincere, non-resistant non-belief is
So
evidence
what?
against the existence of God who would want a relationship with human beings.
Wait, hold on.
You've never heard of this?
I've heard it maybe in the bowels of the most Reddit tier takes possible, but that's not a demonstration of the non-existence of God at all. So you're basically saying if God were the God that I want, he would just force us all to believe in him if he were really God. That's the best you've got. Seriously.
No, just to like maybe bridge this gap here. He's just doing the divine hiddenness argument that like God loves all humans. Since there's non-believers, a loving God would ensure they believe. That's
right.
just,
Well, okay.
It's suppressed knowledge.
The problem with this is that we have secondary causes. We have free will. Anybody can make any decision that they want. And
does every Christian believe in free will?
No, but again, I would say that the people that don't believe in free will aren't really.
There's a lot of them who don't.
Okay, but that doesn't matter. Just because people disagree with things doesn't make the argument I'm making true or false. So that's a fallacy.
So is their worldview wrong?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And
okay, so but I'm getting to your shitty argument.
You know, free will does
non-resistant.
No.
Yes.
How?
Divine revelation.
God? That's your argument. You're grounding in God.
Well, it's grounded in God, but do you know what divine revelation is? And again, you're now. I wanted to actually engage with this shitty argument that you presented.
I'm not trying to be bad faith against religion in general.
No, but can I actually address the shitty argument you made? Like, why are you trying to steer the conversation like a Asian woman on the freeway, dude? This is crazy. Like, let's get back to business.
Sure.
You have a non-resistant, sincere non-believer. God gave them the free will to be this. If he loved them, then he would ensure that they believe. Right. So do you understand that that love entails free choice and free will and free expression? So any type of imposition of love that would change the will?
Given the opportunity, what does that mean?
Oh, if they like never heard the gospel?
That's what non-resistant means, dude.
Oh, okay. Oh, so okay. Sorry, I thought that it was like I'm not actively against. I was confused on those terms. So they've never even heard the message of. They've never even heard the message of. Okay.
Sincere, non-resistant, non-belief.
Okay.
So why is there suppressed knowledge?
Wait. So is the contention that? Okay, I see what you're saying. God in His providence would allow these people to, if based on his judgment, ultimately,
the whether they're of genuine non-belief is a real philosophical question, man.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to engage with it here, like the thing that you haven't been doing. So, first of all, the Great Commission is still in effect. There's still time for those things to happen for all cultures to hear the gospel. So this is assuming that there will always be. Wait, so hold on, you're going to let me finish what I was saying?
Sure.
Okay, so the Great Commission is still in effect. We don't know that all cultures and all societies won't inevitably receive the message and then be no longer non-resistant, as you said. Also,
Sure.
there are
All that
ways
can be
where
true.
people may experience the love of God and not immediately know that that's what they're experiencing also. So there's plenty of angles to say that this doesn't, but I don't see where this is
Are those
evidence that God
demonstratable
doesn't
truths?
exist. The
Or are
biggest
those
problem
just your
with this argument
presuppositions?
is you're taking in
So
your
wrong.
own personal view on what
Holy
God's
fuck.
love means and what God
I have
would
not done
do
that.
based on
I've not done
that
that. Not
argument.
even
I'm
close.
saying that yes, I'm saying that argument is doing that because you're saying I think if God was really all loving, he would do this. But as particular people that are subject to God, we don't get to make decisions about what we think is the best possible way
Do you
to
not
love,
believe in
because
the
love
perfect-
itself,
the
back to the
perfectly loving God?
presuppositional. No, back to the presupposition. I don't believe that love exists in your worldview. I don't think that you can justify love at all.
That's
so
great, dude. Why don't we talk about what we're debating?
I am. That's part of the
don't know
ethical
what the
argument.
stupid
Yeah,
why
maybe
it's-
comments
the
are
maybe to
about
help Eli understand Circa, you could give us like the God necessarily means that he would reveal himself.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly loving God, if he exists, one would expect that sincere and non-resistant unbelief would be less common. That's pretty much the question,
Wait,
or less deep than it appears to be.
Yeah, so
Okay.
like why though? Like
yeah.
It doesn't prove that atheism's true, by the way. That's not what I'm doing. It's just evidence against the epistemological argument.
It's just such
that,
a ridiculous argument.
atheism-
That's just an opinion on love and your subjective definition of love and what you think love would entail if this were the case. But the what's so funny about this is that presupposing that love exists more than just some type of chemical effect of physics actually is presupposing God, because there has
Just
to be
to be clear,
a highest standard of love.
I can't presuppose anything about God and ground
No,
things.
I'm
that I
saying
think.
you
Well, let me
presuppose stuff
finish-
about
let me
God all
fucking
the
finish.
time.
I can't even get a fucking single word in. So let me just finish. So I can't presuppose anything about God, but you're perfectly fine to do that.
No,
Yeah?
what I'm first
How
of
is
all,
that not what's happening?
that's not what's happening at all. I'm
okay,
demonstrating that the things that you presuppose necessitate a God, and then when you make these arguments about God, you're then smuggling in your own
You
subjective
think
opinions
divine
about how God
hiddenness
should act.
necessitates a God?
No, divine. I think that any time you presuppose love, meaning, truth, logic, you're presupposing God. That's been my argument the whole time, and I demonstrate this, and I can
So
demonstrate.
you can
this.
presuppose it how you want, but I can't, I guess, do it for this.
Oh, dude, I can't take away your presuppositions. I don't choose what they are. I call them out and I address how actually God's a necessity for that presupposition. That's all I'm doing.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, perfectly loving God existing, I mean, it's kind of a biblical argument, I think, right? We can probably agree that
Yeah,
God
this is just
has
so
a-
Reddit tier. This is like the worst argument I've ever had against the existence of God, but we can go for it. It's just really, really low tier.
Yeah, I bet.
yeah, no,
I mean, again-
let's Circa get it off. I've heard this
Go ahead.
argument. I'm actually happy that we're getting into an argument.
Okay,
here, so go ahead.
So again, what's the how factor?
Again, if God existed, his existence would be more obvious than it is. That's pretty much what
According to who?
I mean, it would probably come from something like Reformed epistemology, like again, sensus dividentatus. So this is an answer, essentially. I can't remember the scholar's name. It's
Wait, no. Who sets the
Schellenberg,
who
I think,
sets
is
the
who comes up.
standard? Who sets the standard for how obvious God ought to be if he were real?
I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that.
Oh, okay, so it's a completely arbitrary argument and it fails. Got it. That's
Again,
that was
you're
quick.
defeating yourself here
No,
because
I'm not.
you are doing that with your argument. You realize that, right?
Demonstrate that.
How do I demonstrate that? Because when I asked you how you grounded, immaterial concepts in the immaterial mind, you said God. That's how you do that. What does that sound like, dude?
No, dude, did you not hear my
I did.
demonstration
I
of it?
did.
Okay, so can you steel man my demonstration?
In your demonstration, if I steelmanned it, it actually makes very good sense, okay? If we presuppose God. So yeah, it's steelmanning yours.
no.
All of the
That's
I'm
not
saying
it
you're
at all.
correct.
No,
if I presuppose the theoretical framework you have.
You can't even steel man my position. You haven't even been listening. I'm saying that
what
immaterial
do you
universal
ground it
concepts
in?
exist. That's
What are you
presupposed.
grounding that in?
What am I grounding that universal immaterial concepts exist? Yeah,
What are you doing, man?
that's a demonstration of the ontological status of logic, of truth,
How do you
of
ground
meaning.
a demonstration? How do you? No, I'm asking you.
Okay,
Ground.
yes,
what are you grounding
it's
this in?
grounded. The conclusion of the argument is that it's grounded in God. Okay, but you're interjecting in the middle of me making my argument that you refuse to steel man. So if you would actually listen this time, you'd be able to repeat it back to me. Okay,
Again,
and if
we
you have
presuppose
any,
God, all of what you're saying is correct. That's
no,
the
dude,
it's true.
you agreed without God in your presupposition that they were universal immaterial concepts. Okay,
I did that
so
for
that's
devil's
not
advocacy to argue
right,
the
but
prompt.
because you won't give your actual position as an atheist.
I don't need to. You're the
making
one
the
debating whether
positive
atheism
claim.
is fucking impossible.
Sure, but you're also making the positive claim that it is possible. So when I would do a
Correct.
reductio and step
Who has
into
more
your
burden
worldview,
here,
I
though?
have to ask you. It's not a burden shift, actually. There's
It is a burden
the
shift,
for
man.
and the
Sorry.
against. No, because everybody, even the negative, is making positive assertions in debate.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
there's a
fact.
balance, right? I know
There
that.
is,
I'm aware.
and I've allowed you
Who
to
has
ask me plenty of
who has
questions.
more balance right now.
I have the burden of proof. I made the atheism is impossible claim, and I also demonstrated it. Now you're asking, you're
didn't.
going, how do you get to that? Yeah, I literally did, and again, you couldn't even steel man it.
You
So
are
again, I will.
presupposing God.
Yeah, it's called.
That's your answer.
Yes, but it's justified, and I'm demonstrating the
By
justification.
the fact that it's circular.
It's not every worldview paradigmatic argument is virtuously circular because you have to refer to the epistemic foundation. If I was arguing for the existence of meaningful language, guess what? I have to use meaningful language, okay? That doesn't make it viciously circular. It's the component of doing a paradigmatic level argument. It's the component of doing if I'm talking about the possibility of logic, doing a metalogical argument, yeah, I have to use logic. Oh, what? If you're going to argue for the possibility of logic, you can't use logic. Oh, it's circular. That's what you're saying. It's so
All right,
low
so-
tier, I can't even grasp it.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of the hour here, and what I'm seeing, we've done a lot of like circling and a lot of meta here too. What I would just maybe suggest here is because. So I think I understand a little bit more now where Circa's trying to go, and I think what would like maybe help here is if Eli, you give your because what you're doing is the tag argument, right?
Right.
And I think where we're getting stuck is because I don't think Circa maybe got like the clear definition of God and why that has to be the grounding. So maybe start with like defining God and then run the tag argument again, and he can respond directly to that,
Sure.
knowing why you come to God as the conclusion.
Sure.
I think that might be help out a little bit. And if you guys want to end before the 30 minutes is over, that's totally fine. But I think maybe if you started with like defining God and then running tag and why it concludes to God, maybe Circa would be able to directly attack those points. So Circa, just let them run through the argument. If there's anything you need to like engage in the points of the argument, just write it down or something so that, and then we'll let you have as much time as you need to address it.
Okay, so starting back from the top, and I hope that we clear this up. The form of the argument, it's X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. It's a valid argument, and it becomes sound if the premises are true. That's what's in question. That's what we're debating here. But just real quick, I'm not trying to go off on too much of a tangent, but just that form alone, before you even plug in God, if something is the necessary precondition for something, if you have the thing if you have Y, then you have X necessarily. A good example is a cow is the necessary precondition for a steak. If you have a steak, you can make arguments about the ontological status of a steak, the properties of a steak, the epistemology of how you know it's a steak to get to a cow. So just that's valid and sound when the premises are true. So now, God, I'm defining as an immaterial universal mind, just making a reduction for the sake of simplicity here. I'm taking the Orthodox Christian account, so I adopt those metaphysics. But again, if we can't even get to the point that there is a God, it's pointless to talk about which God it is a little bit. Now, God is X, Y is the transcendental categories such as truth, logic, meaning, and information. Okay? Laws of logic specifically. So now, going back to the stake thing, we look at these transcendental categories. What about them gets us X? They're universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Okay? Conceptual is kind of the linchpin here because definitionally, concepts come from minds. And he admitted that this makes a lot of sense, and I believe that he understands it. I just want it to be engaged with, okay? Concepts, by definition, come from minds. The type of mind would then be what type of mind it is would what's the word I'm looking for? Would determine what type of concept it would be. So I have a particular mind. I make particular concepts. Immaterial, okay, is you can't pick it up. I can't hand you truth, meaning, information. It's not, I can't step in a puddle of it, okay? And then universal, always the case. We know this because you have to presuppose it in order to experience anything. Law of identity, in order to predicate anything, you have you're presupposing truth, meaning, information, all of this stuff. So the linchpin concept, we have a universal immaterial concept. We discover these things. We don't invent them. They'd be arbitrary. We can't change the laws of logic. We can't change the truth. The truth is invariant. Okay, that's what makes it true versus false. So it's something discovered by humans, which means it's before humans, which necessitates an immaterial universal mind to ground and justify and make possible and give an account for the possibility of universal immaterial concepts. In the very beginning of the debate, I asked my opponent, okay, you believe atheism is possible. You just heard my argument for how it's impossible. So how, under the atheist worldview, do you give an account for the possibility of immaterial universal concepts? And all that happens is the structure. They always want to say, you can't ask those questions.
Let's not go to the other side.
Oh, sorry. I'll let him respond. But that's it. I want the argument dealt with.
Okay. So now let Circa have as much time as he needs to respond to this.
Yes, I'll mute up.
Okay. Just to be clear, the origin, if I'm not mistaken, of a universal claim, just to get that off the bat, comes from, if I remember correctly, which I just got to, 1140b, book 6, okay, chapter 5, in Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. It's under understanding. And things about suppositions when they come to universals, okay, are things that are by necessity demonstratable, and every science have principles, since scientific knowledge involves reason. So if you do not have neither scientific knowledge, nor craft knowledge, nor prudence about the principles of it, that are not like what is scientifically here? It doesn't mean scientist. It just means science here just means like thinking of it in the material world. Then you cannot demonstrate it. So that's where that comes from. Just make sure that's known. And then I heard sound. You said the argument was sound when you were using transcendental. I don't know if you know this, but that's a deductive argument, not a transcendental one. So if you are collapsing a logical deductive argument in a transcendental one, you have no idea what you are doing. Okay, a transcendental argument argues in a certain way, that it has a condition, that has a necessary precondition, which you do know this part, because I'm pretty sure you watched Jay Dyer, because he's pretty good at explaining it. I still think it's wrong, though, because it makes a big mistake doing reductio of the contrary, which is why you keep trying to pin it on me to present some, alternative, something to fill the vacuum with. But that's not really the prompt. It also does not prove that your worldview is true. And ultimately, it's a deflection. It's a red herring, because it doesn't actually prove yours is true without presupposing, I guess, I kind of figured it would be the Eastern Orthodoxy. But that's the only possible ground you have. And you haven't certainly shown that, especially if you think that you can make a transcendental argument with sound conclusions. I think a little bit more. I think I have a little bit more time, right?
Yeah, whatever you need to respond to, he's going to let you respond to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this can merely come down to, trying to ask me to explain and then trying to point out that somehow there's a contrary position now that's going to self-destruct, which is exactly what, Van Til and frame language, okay? And when it comes to a transcendental argument, again, I gave you one earlier. I'm not saying that I can prove it beyond reason, and I'm not going to presuppose that it's true. So if you're looking for me to fill that gap, I'm not going to do that. I don't think I can. I'm not that, arrogant. But I do think it is a good argument to think about. So I brought critique of pure reason here. Okay, we could talk about space a little bit more. But something like space and time are, in my annotations, would be a transcendental analytic judgment, so not synthetic, sorry, on intuition without categorical sensory opposition, without experiencing it. Yet it enables, definitely so, perception of everything else. So when I say I can give you a possible, a transcendental argument here, this is one that Kant says about space and time, which I think is interesting. I don't think it's really enough to satisfy what you want about the impossibility of the contrary claim, but that's not an argument for your case either. I feel like that needs to be pointed out. And
Okay.
yeah, I'm done.
All right, cool. So I wanted to respond about the soundness part. So the transcendental argument at the form, X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X, you would agree that's valid?
Again, are we doing a deductive argument here?
Dude, why do you always respond with a question? This isn't a got you. I'm just trying to make sure that you agree.
You don't
that's
have
valid,
premises that need to be valid or sound in an a priori, okay, form.
Is the form
indirect
valid?
reasoning?
But is the form valid?
Sure. Let's say yeah.
Okay. So, and then if the premises are true, if it is true that X is the necessary
sound.
precondition for Y, correct. That's all I was saying. I understand it's different from P conclusion, where you get into that type of, again, I don't have a broad, vast understanding, but I have a general understanding, okay? So that's what's in question is the truth of the matter. Do universal immaterial concepts, is the necessary precondition a universal immaterial mind? I've made my demonstration for why it is. I was hoping that you would make a demonstration for why it's not, but it always seems to go to why I can't ask those questions or why the structure is wrong, but we just agreed the structure is fine. So I'm just wondering what your actual beef with the argument is. And again, I think the one thing that I failed to do...
Let me respond to that.
Okay, go ahead.
You could set up the argument correctly, and then, the underlying material in it can be wrong. So... If we just presuppose that X here is filled the necessary qualifications of necessity, uniqueness, and public accessibility, then your argument would actually be a transcendental argument that's good, okay? But we haven't done that. You're just kind of presupposing it because God.
Well,
correct?
Hold on. Well, no, what I'm also showing is that when we analyze the ontological status of Y in the equation, and then I break down that ontological status into universal, immaterial, and conceptual, which you agreed with, my conclusion is that it comes from a universal, immaterial mind. I'm looking for your disagreement with that.
You demonstrating that, though. That I can say that sounds interesting, but you're not proving that yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Then what's your contention?
My contention is that you can't prove it, even if I think it sounds nice.
Oh, even if it's deductive.
Deductive is not a transcendental argument.
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. I'm going within the transcendental argument and then making an argument for why I'm describing,
which is logical, right? Yeah.
Well, again, this is the whole thing about from the beginning of what you said is that when you talked about the scientific element, all of this is presupposing logic first, which is the thing in question in the argument. And what I've done a disservice here,
you can't do
really
it
quick,
to metaphysical stuff.
No, but physical stuff. What do you mean you can't do it with physical stuff? You need logic to predicate.
Metaphysical.
Yeah, you need logic in order to make metaphysical predications. And again, logic.
Metaphysical claims with logic we see in our world.
I'm saying that the world is inherently logical. This is the biggest divide here. Is you believe that logic is grounded strictly in the human mind. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but this is
logic.
well, again, but this is on autonomous epistemology here. I'm just making a critique. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. If you disagree, feel free to jump in. But the autonomous epistemology around the laws of logic makes us believe that we somehow impose the laws of logic onto nature. The argument that I'm making is that nature actually is logical inherently. It possesses intelligibility. Right? Not only can you not justify it, but in the atheist worldview, and this is what I should have been drilled a little further, is the atheist worldview holds to either naturalism, materialism, or physicalism generally, okay? In that world, all the universe is... do you disagree with that? Do you disagree that generally atheism holds to physicalism, materialism, or naturalism?
Can actually think a God can exist. They just don't think...
Yeah. I know. I'm dealing with the part of atheism that says it's possible God can't or doesn't. That's what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm centering in on.
Though in different forms then too, right? Like I'm confused.
Well, I know. What I'm dealing with is the proposition that it's possible for God not to exist. So anyway, back to what I was saying. In a physicalist, materialist...
You think that's true? God may not exist?
No, it's impossible for God not to exist. That's my whole argument.
I want to go back to the justify logic comment at least, because that's a grounding argument, right? Like you just said, I'm grounding. Let's just say I ground logic in my mind for fun. That's not really proof that atheism is unreal, nonetheless, right?
I'm saying that if somebody said they ground logic in their mind and also the laws of logic, then the implication of that would be that you as a particular person are the source. Grounding means in virtue of. So the laws of logic exist in virtue. It exists in virtue of me. But that's not the case because the laws of logic are discovered as a property of regularity in nature. That's the only way that we can all come to the same identical conclusions of the laws of identity on a fundamental level. That's the objects.
But that means atheism is still possible.
No, because what you've discovered here as a property of the regularity of nature is an immaterial universal concept, and an immaterial universal concept can only come from an immaterial universal mind.
Didn't you just say logic was the natural? It was about nature, as in not immaterial.
It's a property of the regularity of nature. The laws of logic. Everybody says that the laws of logic are just a tool to describe something. What's being described here is that nature behaves in a way that possesses intelligibility. That true and false statements can be predicated.
Can we use the behavior of nature to then go on further and extend it to the nature of the metaphysical?
Can we use? I think that I think your definition of metaphysical is kind of jacked up because when we're talking about
it means like supernatural or like it's metaphysics.
I agree. But whenever you said earlier that you can't make a universal metaphysical claim, and then you say all dogs have four legs, you just made a universal metaphysical claim. So that's why I don't think you have a great understanding.
It's not metaphysical.
How is that not metaphysical? It's about the physical world.
Dog. Metaphysical is not about the physical world.
It's not?
No, or else we call it physical. Like what metaphysics is the outside of it. God claims, divine claims. Those are metaphysical claims.
Wait, you think that only theists make metaphysical claims?
I never said that. I'm just letting you know that metaphysical doesn't mean literally materialism is not metaphysical. Material world. It's a metaphysical claim. Okay, look. So I'm not saying that like science doing like observation, right? But in the purview of empirics, science is strictly empirics. But then the second that a scientist makes a universal claim, such as all dogs have four legs, now you've gone to a metaphysical claim. Now you've made a universal. Yes, they have. I mean, maybe, okay, the statement, all dogs have
Google,
four legs.
I want to bring up a definition. Let's make sure we're on the same page. What's the definition of metaphysical?
Now that I think about it, the wording of like that phrase, I guess, could be, it seems like it's not just only within,
metaphysics
material world, but if you're making a metaphysical claim, you are
the branch of philosophy studying the fundamental nature of reality, existence, and the universe, beyond physical observation. Like I just said, beyond empirics. Whenever you make these claims about the state of the world, I'll admit where I was wrong. The beyond empirics part is what I needed to drive home. So when a scientist is doing empirical observation, that's not metaphysics. But the second you bring in a universal claim, like you did about all dogs, that's beyond empirical observation. You've now made a
My metaphysical claim is all gremlins are silent. That's the famous one, right? Now,
Well,
why
I
is that?
understand, but then I
claim?
got you to say something that I know you believe is true, which is all dogs have 4 legs, and I told you that was a metaphysical claim, and you said it's not, and I just proved that it is.
What makes it metaphysical, though?
Because it's beyond physical observation.
You can't observe dogs with 4 legs.
Did you observe every dog in the world?
You could, I guess, infinitely.
How do you know?
Is that a metaphysical one?
How
though?
do you
It's
know
not
that you did it?
metaphysical?
It is metaphysical, dude. This is where I'm an HVAC technician, Metro Jethro, and I know more about this stuff than you, apparently.
I mean, dogs
okay,
exist.
This is basic. Yeah,
So-
dogs exist. Do you have empirical access to all dogs on planet Earth?
No. So this is a
Okay,
different
so when you
question
say
than a
all dogs
metaphysical
have
one.
4 legs, it's metaphysical because you're
Because
making
we
a
can talk
claim
the
about a
philosophy of science
universal
if you'd
state.
like, man.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, because generally atheism is rooted in scientism and empiricism and naturalism and materialism. And in the back to what I wanted to drive home, in a materialist worldview, in order to do any science, any empiricism, you have to presuppose invariant universal concepts and invariant universal laws first. And what classical foundationalists
Like the
do,
logic of nature, like you mentioned.
no,
earlier?
like there's truth to the matter, like there's laws. Yes, laws of logic. Anytime anybody
Which
does
you
any
just
observation,
presupposed earlier.
we all use logic. You have to use logic to do meaningful sentences. Us having this debate presupposes logic. What I'm saying is, if you analyze logic, like you analyze the steak to find out what's the necessary precondition for the steak, the ontological status of logic necessitates a God. And this is what you won't deal
That
with.
is a jump, bro. That is a jump.
Okay, so what part of my demonstration do you disagree with? That's why I started this. If you remember, all the way in the beginning of the debate, I said, do you think it's universal, immaterial,
logic
conceptual?
being grounded? How do you go from logic needs grounding to Eastern Orthodox specifically? I'm curious.
That's for a whole
Instead
other
of some
debate that I'd be happy to have with you. But this is about whether or not atheism is impossible. You can get from tag to Trinity. In fact, Jay Dyer's got a great video on it if you want to. But that's totally irrelevant right now.
It just keeps
when I'm
going.
talking about the
I know
impossibility
about
of
it. I'm aware of
atheism, look, the atheist presupposes universal immaterial laws. If they do so in an unjustified way, that's, first of all, I think that's a defeater for any type of knowledge claims.
Again,
However, if we're getting to
You're
atheism's
justifying
impossible,
your logic on.
no, but hold on. Not only that, but in a materialist, physicalist, or naturalist worldview, a world of where the entire universe is nothing but particulars and nothing but material, and there is no grounding source for that which is universal, then universals become impossible. This is a totally fair argument that you're just trying to technically speaking, you can't say that. Just deal with the argument, man.
No, I don't think that's true. What you just said. It doesn't make them impossible.
Then show me how it's possible. That's the question of the night. I've been trying to ask you.
No. The problem here is that we can't prove and demonstrate them to the degree that you need this necessity condition or the necessary condition like you want it to be. That is what I can't do.
I want you to demonstrate to me how a particular material object, any particular material object, could in any possible world be the grounding and account for the possibility of a universal immaterial concept. Because in the atheist worldview, all the universe is material particulars.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
You're just like monolithing atheists altogether in this weird,
it's what it reduces to.
Materialistic idea. I don't get that.
It's what it reduces to ultimately. And again, I did say generally they hold these positions. You won't give your position in this debate, so I can't actually address what you think the case is.
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I kind of, like you said, I know a lot about a bunch of different moral arguments. Sometimes I feel like I'm a moral realist. Sometimes I feel like I'm not. I don't know. It's weird. I'm still working that out.
Well, okay. So, but
what I can't, what I do know,
in either case, can you give an account for the possibility of the transcendental categories?
So I did earlier when I mentioned Kant. I'm not saying I believe in it, but I mentioned Kant because he made a case for it without God.
Yeah, he did. Again, he's grounded it in just the mind.
Even if that is true, that is the exact question
you don't know.
Asked and it's answered.
You're making you've been talking about Kant all night, and you don't even know that that's what his conclusion was. Is that it's all mental?
I mean, maybe I'm just forgetting one part, but the point
I haven't. I'm literally admitting I haven't read Kant, and I knew that.
That's great. So it answered your question, though.
But wait, hold on.
Your question.
Did you? No, it doesn't, because you're not making Kant's argument.
Grounding is not physical.
Wait, hold on. First of all, the mind, so when you say grounded in the mind, first of all, a particular mind can't ground a universal concept. Again, if I say that I'm the grounding source of the laws of logic, that the implication of that would be if I die, then the laws of logic goes away.
How is the immaterial concept and the immaterial mind something that actually proves your necessary condition?
Because I said the type of mind determines the type of concept.
What does that mean?
A particular mind produces a particular concept. I can't produce a universal concept. I can't ground it. It can't be in virtue of me. That would mean if I died, but the laws of logic go away, and that's not the case.
The necessary condition you need that you are putting forth is essentially stems from that idea that you said immaterial concepts only come out of immaterial minds.
Yeah, you're missing the universal part. You're missing the universe. You can't ground a universal in a particular. That's basic philosophy.
Okay, so how are you even making your necessary condition work then, if you can't do this?
Because God is a universal immaterial mind. This is what I've been saying all night, man.
So you presuppose God, and then it makes sense.
No, again, I'm going to, in the X is the necessary precondition for Y formula, I'm going to Y first and showing you what we know about Y. Again, the cow and the steak. I'm showing you what we can observe about the steak, what we know about the steak, what is true about the steak, to show you that X is a necessary. No, the laws of logic are the steak. God is the cow.
Logic. Oh my God.
I had an analogy,
logic can't answer this question like you just said. If it's your logic here was, this is from the very beginning, an immaterial concept only gets put or forth by an immaterial mind because logic doesn't answer metaphysical claims.
Well, no. It's not. We use logic to come to these conclusions, but I'm showing you that an immaterial mind has to produce immaterial concepts. That's why I asked you earlier, you said space and time were concepts. They're ideas without a mind. So I asked you to tell me how you know that they are ideas without a mind, and I'd like you to please define what an idea is if it's not in virtue of a mind. And then you just kept saying Kant all over again.
What do you mean by virtue there?
That's what the definition of grounding is. It means in virtue
you mean
of.
Like mind independent or?
Again, yes. So what ideas I believe are grounded in minds. Okay. You said not necessarily. So show me an idea.
Immaterial concepts?
All concepts are immaterial.
So you can ground immaterial concepts in minds. You just can't do universal ones?
Yeah, correct.
Why not?
Because like I said, if the laws of logic are universal and they're grounded in me, a particular, they exist in virtue of me, that would imply that if I died, the laws of logic would go away.
They're mind independent.
Human mind independent. I'm making the argument that they're grounded in the mind of God. So and I'm demonstrating it.
No, you presuppose God, and now this equation is balanced. This is what's happening.
No, again, dude, so this is why you keep saying I presuppose God, but that's why I was doing an internal critique. And no, this is a big problem.
God, if you take God out of the equation right now, can you actually do what you're saying?
No, can the atheist do what I'm saying?
Just hypothetically.
No, again, the reductio is the impossibility of atheism.
I know the reductio contrary. It's not going to work here. I don't need to do that. Okay, I've watched.
Well, that's why you don't need to do it because you refuse to answer questions. This is why at the very beginning. Now, you didn't even know that Kant ultimately grounded these things into mind. So I actually don't. I think you're the same as me. I think you haven't read as much as you say you have. But
I mean, I've got my annotations right here for his book. So
good job, man. I appreciate
you're
a smart cookie.
I mean,
Gold
you thought
star
sound
on your
was, like,
report card,
controversial argument.
Circa.
I'm confused.
Gold star on your report card.
The
So
moment
no,
I
here's
ask you if you can take God out of the equation, does that mean your equation still works?
no. If you take God out of the equation, universal immaterial concepts become impossible. Hence the prompt.
So God is the presupposition necessary to balance this equation.
No, he's the necessary precondition.
Why?
Be-
That
the
needs to be
same-
explained. That
the
needs to be
exact
explained.
same reason that a cow is
But
the
you don't get
necessary
to fill in the
precondition for a
gap
steak.
with what you want.
Wait, why is a
because you need
cow?
the
Wait, hold
equation
on,
to
hold on.
work.
Why is a cow the necessary precondition for a steak?
That has
Why?
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, it does.
Literally nothing
actually.
to do. No, it's not, bro. We're talking about
yes, it does.
metaphysical fucking concepts here. This isn't a fucking
yeah.
material cow
Saying if
in a
I
field.
said, guess what? If I say all cows are the necessary precondition for all steaks, that's a metaphysical claim that can be backed up.
Cows exist in the world.
Right. And logic and the laws of logic exist in the world.
Does God exist in the world?
Yes.
Where?
Yeah, he's omnipresent. Yeah, everywhere. Everywhere present and filleth all things.
Lazy. That's a lazy argument. Lazy.
I'm giving you the
weak.
simple versions
It's a
because
weak
whenever
fucking lazy argument. That was literally. It is
Okay.
weak, dude. You're just fucking filling in your vibes and fifis. That's all it is.
Liz, okay,
I don't
I've made
understand
it.
it.
You're fundamentally not understanding what's happening here. Okay,
I know. You talk about a fucking steak and a cow that actually
It's
exists.
okay. So do you believe that the laws of logic actually exist?
Sure.
See, never a straight answer, but sure. Okay, are they
is a
immaterial,
straight
universal, are they immaterial, universal, and conceptual?
Let's just agree.
Okay, so what in your atheist paradigm gives an account for the
Why are
possibility of that
Why
which
are you
is
asking me?
Because it's doing a reductio.
Dude, stop doing the reductio contrary, bro. I've already pointed it out. It's
Stop
stupid.
reducing my argument to absurdity.
You're literally
my
asking me for
position,
an
my
argument.
worldview.
You're presenting one.
I've gave you one all night and you won't deal with it.
Continue it. You were asking
fine.
me a question. You were doing a syllogism, right?
Yeah, okay. So again,
So why
you
the
agree
fuck
that
did
it's
you ask me for
immaterial.
my argument in the third fucking question?
Dude, I'm asking you for this is what I've asked all night. How does atheism give an account for the possibility of universal immaterial concepts?
It doesn't have to for this
It
argument.
doesn't. So you
No, I
can
need
just
you to prove yours. I need you to prove yours.
I
dude.
did.
Prove
I
yours.
did. Definitionally,
it.
concepts come. Yes. Once again, I sound like a broken record. Definitionally,
Yeah.
concepts come from minds. Okay. Definitionally, the laws of logic are immaterial, universal concepts. Particular minds cannot produce and ground universal concepts. They can only
But a
produce
God
and
mind
ground
can do it.
particular. A universal immaterial mind, and that's how I defined God for the sake of this debate.
Again. So you're just assuming that a God mind can do it, right?
No, I just demonstrated it to you, dude.
Well, you
Now,
haven't.
if you
haven't
have a
demonstrated
contention,
shit.
then show me how it's not a demonstrate. Show me how I'm wrong. Show me how it's wrong.
I just told you how it's wrong.
How is it wrong?
You can't prove that. You're essentially working backwards.
Okay, wait.
what you're doing.
So wait a minute. When I say atheism, okay, let me go the other direction then. What I can prove is that particulars cannot produce and ground universal invariant laws or universal immaterial concepts. The atheist position holds to a world that is strictly material, whether it's hard physicalist or naturalist or materialist. All that exists in the atheist worldview is
I don't know why you keep bringing up
particular.
atheism.
It's only in
Talk
the
about
prompt.
yours.
What do you mean? Why I can't? Wait a minute.
You've
You
already-
can't believe
you've
why
already
I'm talking about
lost this prompt,
atheism
bro.
when the
You've
prompt is
fucking lost
atheism is
this
impossible.
You
Oh,
lost
I'm
this
getting there.
prompt in like 10 seconds. So I don't know why you're
I
arguing.
don't.
You're
I
arguing something else
disagree
here.
with you. I disagree with you wholesale. But in the atheist worldview, everything is a particular. There's no such thing as again, they appeal to universal concepts,
many
but in
questions.
their
Which one are you
metaphysic
referring
of you keep interrupting me, dude. In the metaphysic
which
of the
one are you referring
universe,
to?
it's a
one?
strictly material world. A strictly material world cannot ground and produce immaterial universal concepts.
Do you know what panopia or whatever the fuck it is? Do you know what that is called?
No.
Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay, so that's like a consciousness argument right now that the universe is made of like matter that somehow, forms consciousness when matter comes together too much, right? Now, does that sound like a materialist view? Let's say hypothetically someone's an atheist and believes in that. Doesn't that
Okay.
just make your whole argument fucking stupid and worthless now?
I said generally earlier. If somebody wants to take the
So what about
approach
the
of like an
atheist who does,
idealist
though,
or
believe
something.
that this is true? I don't know if
No,
it
but
is. I'm
again,
just saying what
here's
it
the problem. Here's the problem.
Yeah,
Is
just
any
let
of
him
these-
answer, and we're gonna get into
Yeah,
closing.
I'll wrap it up with this: is that look, in a debate, it's especially when you're bringing up the transcendental argument, it's a worldview comparison, and it's not just tag that demonstrates the possibility of atheism. The arguments that I gave also did, but what needs to happen is he's trying to throw every single and it's fine, I can take on different positions, but then we have to go into a debate about that position. I can give a demonstration for why it doesn't work, where the contradiction lies. But just saying that somebody over here happens to believe a certain way, what do you have to say to that? I would need to ask questions about the belief to demonstrate its impossibility. Okay, I don't have exhaustive knowledge of all atheist positions, which is why usually
don't
my
assume
opponent
all atheists then?
well, no, hold on. I would need my opponent. I would need my opponent to actually present their argument and their account. I know I'm the affirmative. I have the burden of proof, but that doesn't mean that the opponent doesn't give their own position or any position and at least allow me to contend with it.
Okay, so my opinion on that is that you're wrong. Okay, this burden shifting is dumb. It's not like my last debate where there was a diagnostic or analytical thing going on. This is, you are making a claim that a social fucking and philosophical term idea is impossible because essentially you think God fucking fixes all this. Tag does not actually do what you just said, by the way. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
All
It's a
right,
specific dialogue, right?
let's get into the closing statements. That right there is going to wrap up the open dialogue. Just real quick for everybody in the chat, okay? Remember, the live chat has the Q&A in there. If you want any questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, Super Chats, PayPal, Cash App, these questions and comments do take priority. So if those fill up the full 30 minutes, we may not get to all the free ones. And if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through that. But with that being said, let's get into closing. So we're going to be starting with Eli, and that'll give Circa the last word. So Eli, when you are ready for your closing statement, just go ahead and I will start the timer with your voice.
Sure. Hobo Boy did not bring any poems this time. Yeah, I think that was a good debate. I do appreciate my opponent, and I appreciate Speakeasy. Again, this is what I notice. Not trying to go meta too much, but I think that bringing up, demonstrating the impossibility of atheism through their own, generally the broadest consensus of atheism, worldview, materialist, naturalist, or physicalist, and showing how that cannot ground, produce any type of universal immaterial concept or law, making that demonstration, walking him through it multiple times, and then he says that's wrong, I disagree with it. And then I say, okay, present how what I just demonstrated is wrong, or present how an atheist in your worldview, or hell, anybody else's worldview, can in fact give an account for the thing in question, the law of logic, the immaterial universal concept. Demonstrate to me how an atheist gives an account for the possibility of this. Demonstrate how it's possible in the atheist worldview or in your worldview. Instead, it's just structural. You can't ask those questions. This is technically invalid if you read chapter subsection B. All of that is presupposing the thing in question. I think I did a very good job multiple times demonstrating that universal immaterial concepts come from universal immaterial minds. I show how I reasoned that. I showed my good reasons for believing that. It's a necessity based on the definitions colloquially of how we understand these things. If he has any type of other atheist worldview that supposes matter creates consciousness, I can contend with that. I can ask, okay, how does the material produce the immaterial? Did this exist prior? Is it platonic with forms? We can get into it, but you have to actually take up a position. It kind of seemed like he had like a tomato bucket of positions and was hiding behind a fence and just lobbing them over like this. So it sucks we didn't get to actually get into that so I could give the demonstration and the account. But unfortunately, this is pretty typical whenever tag is brought up because I believe it's the kill shot to atheism. Thanks so much to Speak Easy. If anybody hasn't already liked and subscribed, please do so. This is the hub of debate culture. It really is the speakeasy for debaters. And once upon a time, I was just a random dude who just decided to buy a webcam and do this. And Easy makes it possible for you, yes, even you, to come up here and argue with Circa, argue with me. So get involved. That's what I did. I had a blast. Thanks to both y'all.
And thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Circa. Whenever you're ready, Circa, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Right. Well, I don't have any poems this time, so you're safe. Thank you for having me on, by the way, Speakeasy. It's a fun channel. By the end of this, I just want to say that the issue is, in my opinion, very small. I feel like the debate prompt was atheism is impossible. Quickly found that one is not really possible. And we continually made it clearer and clearer that the framing is smaller than what it was. So we were asked whether atheism is real. I was curious if there would be like a sociological, ontological argument here, as in like cultural Christianity, but I kind of expected a lot of Jay Dyer stuff. He's kind of pretty popular right now and makes good arguments. Although ultimately I feel like, and maybe with a little more reading, my opponent might know that transcendental arguments like this one, which Jay gets from Van Nil and then, if I'm not mistaken, it's Bran, right? Kind of claim more than what they can actually do. They don't really fully deliver on the promise. They kind of just retreat to an abduction when, as he mentioned, he's making a deduction, right, inside of his transcendental argument. But ultimately, there's a few abduction in there, which makes it not meaningless in a way. Now, I just want to say the answer is yes, obviously, that disbelief is real. And I think he did kind of agree to that earlier when the concept of someone who is a sincere, non-resistant non-believer is evidence of that disbelief is a real thing, therefore not impossible. It is as real as thought, as a conviction, real as a social fact, and as real as the way people move around the world. And I feel like that's enough to beat this prompt. Now, the other side can make it sound vague and clever, but once that claim comes into focus, it weakens. And atheism does not have to stand outside history to be real. It does not have to be pure, untouched, or free from every inherited moral habit or reducto contrary. Nothing human is like that. Not religion, not politics, not morality, not us. I think we all inherit a world before we ever begin to judge it. We speak with words we did not invent. Still, what we affirm and what we reject remains our own. And I think we need to keep this distinction clear, or else none of us will be able to reject the different presuppositions or forms of Christianity even that we like. Which, if I'm not mistaken, Eli is Eastern Orthodox, right? You get to make that decision. I think we need to keep that distinction clear. It is a real thing. Origin is not identity. Background is not belief. Inheritance is not a conviction. A person is not secretly affirming a creed just because the creed even shaped the setting of the argument, which I felt he would do. It's not really a coherent argument there. Real positions can answer older positions even. Real departures can still carry traces of the road behind them, and that is normal, that is history. And once you strip away the fog around that label, the matter becomes very plain. Once again, atheism is real because people truly, seriously, and intelligibly do not believe in God. I know I'm a little unclear on that one, but I don't think I'm arrogant enough to say that people don't, or that it's impossible for them to do. And that's going to be my closing.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That is going to conclude the closing statements. A great work from both debaters tonight. Everyone in the chat there, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, first off, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. Again, we run all kinds of matchups. It's political, cultural, social, philosophy, theology, anything where there's a topic, where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you go show them support for stepping in the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. And before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each debater based on, things I heard, arguments I want clarified, or maybe a point I think was missed or deserves another pass. So once those are answered, we'll get to the official 30-minute Q&A. So I'll start with the affirmative for this one. So for Eli, my first question is for you, because just I want it just to be repeated again. Basically, is what is the definition of God in the argument you're using?
So just for the sake of this particular debate, I'm not saying this is all God is, and certainly there's a lot of theistic traditions that could make this claim. I think that only the Orthodox Christian God can actually satisfy tag, but for the sake of the debate, a universal immaterial mind.
All right. And then Circa, did you have anything for that?
No.
Okay. And then so for my second question for you is the so like let me see how I'm gonna frame this. Okay, how I'll frame it. So like when we're saying atheism is impossible, right? And you said earlier that like it's logically contradictory and it fails to account for things for like truth and universals. So like why does that count as impossible rather than just incomplete?
Because again, taking the general approach of, and this is why I was trying to understand my opponent's worldview, what form of atheism he holds to, but it could work for any of them. A world that is strictly material or naturalist, even if it gave some type of nod to the immaterial as a part of the natural world, but strictly the natural world with no God, you can't actually the way that we understand what the transcendental categories are, again, being immaterial, universal, and conceptual, if you remove any of those elements, then it's no longer the thing in question. It's no longer possible. You can't remove the universality. You can't remove the immateriality. You can't remove the conceptual nature. In any form of atheism that you posit, their metaphysic for what the universe is, what external reality is, what it's not just incoherent, but it's actually impossible in the sense that you need to presuppose the thing in question first for any natural world to exist. So to actually say, yeah, anything, like even if you're the strict physicalist or whatever he was talking about, some type of general underlying consciousness, it's like, well, wait a minute. If you're picking out a general underlying consciousness, you need the law of identity to do that. You need these things. And when we break this down and we actually examine each worldview of how it gives an account, what it ultimately boils down to is classical foundationalism, which says, well, we're just going to ad hoc assert this thing exists. We don't actually give an account for how. And the last thing I'll say, because I will admit one of my flaws is I do jump between epistemic and metaphysical, but I think to make an epistemic claim or a metaphysical claim, you have to have the epistemic portion. When I'm looking at strict materialism, particulars can't ground universals. That's the most broadest way to sum it up. You have to have something universal first. You have to have that be able to ground the universal categories. And any time a worldview that is atheistic in nature proposes something universal, their own model, it's always going to be filled with particulars. You have to have an outside universal grounding source in order to do that. Sorry, that was kind of a mashup. I'm getting a little tired here.
So
Am I able to address any of that or no?
yeah, you can
Yeah, go
address
for
that.
it.
I was just gonna give like a second part, but you can address that first.
Yeah, I want to bring up something that you mentioned, which I kind of felt was wrong. I just wasn't
Okay.
sure, so I didn't answer it. Kant does not ground a priori immaterial concepts in the mind. That's a mistake. He doesn't. Things like God is a perfect being are not grounded in the mind, so that is just false. Just to be clear.
Okay, so what is he grounded in?
Again, from what I remember, my notes is that Kant treats the mind like a manifold, and it has like these templates for judgment, but it doesn't actually hold the a priori concepts themselves. It's like,
Okay, so then what is he
devoid of
saying
content.
does? What is he saying does then?
they exist independently of it.
Okay, like in a Platonic realm sort of way?
A transcendental way.
Okay, but this is why getting to the
I
meat
just,
of
wanted,
this is
I
important.
just want to point out
Hold
that
on.
like something like an innate idea, like God is a perfect being, is not inside of the mind in Kant's view.
Okay, then what's it inside of? In
Again,
Kant's
it's
view?
transcendental. It's outside of it. Your mind has templates to judge it.
No,
That's
I
what-
know,
that's what he says.
but here's the thing: the template. You're saying that the templates are not in the mind in Kant's view.
No,
right.
The templates, the manifold is in the mind. That's it.
Oh, so
But the
what
a
is
priori-
what is outside of the mind that Kant is grounding this in? That's also not God, because you made the claim that Kant makes his argument grounding in something that's not God. I said, yeah, he ultimately grounds it in the mind. Now you're saying no, he doesn't ground it in the mind. I'm asking, where are you saying Kant's grounding it in? That's not the mind and not God.
I mean, it doesn't have to be in either. You're just
What does
saying it
Kant
needs to be
say?
in God.
You're citing Kant. What does Kant say?
Kant doesn't say God because he wants to avoid using that, right? But he is Christian, and he just says outside. That's it. It's transcendental. He doesn't actually
That's
ground
all.
it
Oh, he
within,
just
like,
says outside. Gotcha.
that. Maybe, I mean, I could read a little bit more, but I'm just
I
wanting to
would.
make that clear that it's not in the mind. like you
I
said.
think
At
it's
least
in the mind.
innate
I think you're giving a misread, in my opinion.
Well,
Ah.
I did. Okay, so I actually like read Kant recently because of like the little quote thing I was doing for Shiva's stream, and so like yeah, what it comes down to is he says the cognitive function of the mind is what it's grounded in.
Not for innate claims, not innate ideas.
Okay, then what does Kant say it's grounded in if it's not God and not the mind?
He just says they're transcendental. I can't remember off the top of my head if it's different than that.
Okay, gotcha.
But I know it's not in the mind when it comes to a priori innate
Again,
ideas.
I think you're misreading it, and you're trying to say in this debate, well, I read it and you're wrong. Okay, how am I wrong? I don't know.
book
I got to
right
read
here.
more,
I
but
don't
I know
know.
you're.
I have the
keep
fucking
reading,
book
buddy.
right here.
And keep reading. I don't
So
know what else to
I
tell
can-
you. I don't think that
You can say
a
I'm wrong, but I'll
philosopher
just
as skilled.
find-
I don't think that a philosopher as skilled as Kant was would not have an answer to this question that I'm asking. I mean, again, I'm just a lowly
That's why
HVAC
I'm not
technician.
arrogantly saying it.
Well, you're
just
presenting
know
Well,
that
that
I'm
was
wrong.
the
Not
Kant
fair.
idea, right? That the mind imposes the
Yes.
structure on the reality. That's
Correct.
That was the whole
Templates.
idea.
It doesn't actually fucking create it, like the process, or sorry, the idea that's a priori is not made or constructed by the mind or grounded in it. The mind is a template for it. That's it.
Oh, okay, does
For
he
that
ground
idea,
it in
an
God?
innate idea. Huh?
Does he ground it in God?
I don't know, man. I'm telling you, I think he
Okay.
just says transcendental, but I don't know yet.
Fair
I can
enough.
read
Fair
real
enough.
fast.
Either
Like,
way, I can. It doesn't matter because if it's grounded in the mind, you can't ground a universal in a particular. So that just undercuts it right there.
because I said so. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Well, no. I mean,
Okay,
can you
so
Sorry.
just real quick, because I had a little follow up for you earlier there. I just wanted I think this might help Circa understand your half a little more too. Is so like what is it specifically that makes it your worldview is the only one? Like so like why couldn't a non-theistic framework provide the
Right.
same thing but ground it? Say they ground it in logic. This is an argument I've heard before that actually
Okay.
everything is grounded in logic. So
Right.
why couldn't that be the view?
Well, because again, when we're looking at, first of all, the short answer to your question is the Orthodox Christian theological understanding of God, not something created by men, but through divine revelation, God's revelation of himself to mankind, is the only one that does the grounding work in all aspects of the worldview. So we're looking at these, we're picking out different sections of a worldview. What is logic, but there's also ethics, different positions. The Orthodox Christian one is the only one that grounds it holistically. It works within the entire system. But to the question of somebody saying, well, logic is just grounded in logic, without a demonstration, that would be what they accuse us of doing, of going, well, you're just saying logic is grounded in God because God. It's viciously circular at that point. And again, it doesn't address the ontological statuses that I brought up about it being conceptual in nature. I think that's super important, because if something is conceptual and definitionally what is conceptual is grounded in a mind, you need a mind. And if they're going to say that there's some eternal, I've heard this before, there's some eternal essence of logic, and somehow matter spilled forth from this, totally naturally, of course, not by any will or decision, I would go, okay, how do you know that? How do you give an account for that? Like how I was asking Circa, okay, space and time are ideas that exist without a mind. How do you know this? You need the epistemic justification to even get in the realm of possibility.
Okay, yeah, that's because I've heard the argument like truth. People say truth is grounded in logic, right? And then that's what you already answered. What I would assume you would answer. So, Circa, did you have anything to what he said of like why that can't be so?
I wonder how other people in this room feel right now, knowing that their version of Christianity is not capable of doing this. I'm a little confused.
How many people are in the room with you, Circa? I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing.
Just one, but I mean, how come
he's in front of a live studio audience?
How come Eastern Orthodoxy is the only one that can answer this? I'm confused.
Because that's just the case.
So everyone else who doesn't believe in Eastern Orthodoxy is wrong?
Yes.
Are they impossible?
Any other worldview outside of Orthodox Christianity is impossible, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
All right. And then my questions for you, Circa. My first one is going to be, you argued today that like something can be impossible yet still true. So what does how would I say this? Like, what does impossible actually exclude in your framework?
Again, impossibility means that it would have to be, you'd have to have a purely sociological elimination of it. In the same way that, like, I mentioned this earlier, but when I said a non-smoker is a real thing, right? The absence of something is a valid expression of it. So in order for something to be impossible, like let's just say atheism is impossible, you have to not just prove falsity, which I think the reason in the beginning I played devil's advocate is to do that, to let him essentially go to the end stage there. You're 100% correct. I'm wrong. That's how everything works. In and of itself, a sincere non-believer who is non-resistant is evidence against what he is already claiming. The fact that that person can exist means that he's wrong. It's not impossible. You have to overcome something like that, which I don't see his argument doing.
Okay.
Can I just ask a little bit of a follow-up? When I'm saying what does the word impossible rule out? I'm saying because normally impossible will mean something like an example, like married bachelor. That's impossible, right? And so that would mean it can't be true, right? Like you can't be a married bachelor. So when you say impossible, what are you meaning? Because I think it's a little bit different. It sounds like it anyway.
I mean, I'm using impossible and probably the most basic definition, right? So not wrong. It doesn't mean wrong. So I think, I mean, Jay seems like he wants to talk. Oh, sorry, not Jay. I was about to call you Jay Dyer. Your argument's just similar. Nick seems like he wants to talk. So,
well, I wanted to just.
How would you say you're overcoming the impossibility versus falsity or wrong?
Well, that's why I brought up that example of the flying car. Like if I said, cars today fly. That's false. But it's not impossible for cars to fly one day. Okay. That's like maybe I don't know if it's a good or bad analogy, but that's where I'm understanding. I agree with you that just because something's false doesn't make it impossible. It's either like a lack of information or it hasn't happened yet. I hear this argument a lot. Well, what if us atheists haven't figured it out yet, but we'll discover it one day? But what I'm getting to with the transcendental argument is that
I don't
even
see a
bringing...
metaphysical claim there, though.
What do you mean?
A flying car is not a transcendental one at all. And it
Well, again, it's not a one-to-one. I'm just demonstrating for the audience,
you need
whoever.
it to be another
that can,
similar argument, right?
well,
It needs to be
look,
comparative.
yeah, I'm just showing the difference between something being false and impossible. Like there's still,
Okay,
there's still.
analogies need to be done within some, like a hypothetical this way needs to be, the thought experiment needs to be similar and comparative here.
Okay, so if let me
A flying
try
car
to come up with it.
is not, is a physical reality thing. We're talking about like someone's like identity or like their metaphysical thoughts, right? You're saying the underlying, logic and the way that they make, ideas and the concepts.
Again, that's the thing about a transcendental argument being so paradigmatic is that it actually is. That's why it has to be the impossibility of the contrary, because the thing that is in question, we're talking about what is the precondition for the thing in question. The thing in question has to be used in any given instance of logic or analogies at all. So again, this is going back to when I said if someone were arguing for meaningful language, right? Like justify and prove to me the possibility of meaningful language. If I speak and use meaningful language, then yes, it's going to ultimately reference what's in question. It's impossible to not do that, but we have to, it's kind of getting where we're at. My first analogy with the flying car was just to demonstrate the difference between something being false but impossible.
Okay, I like what you're saying. I want to circle to your necessary condition really fast because I think this might be something that we could actually engage on. Okay, so you wanted me to attack why what you're demonstrating is not not actually making your argument or your condition necessary, right?
Yeah,
so
I mean, you have one or two moves.
Condition X here, right? So what I want you to do right now is tell me exactly what the necessary condition X is and why I'm assuming is God, right?
Right. Okay, so the necessary precondition for transcendental categories would be God. For the sake of this argument, that's a universal immaterial mind.
God is the X as well?
God, a universal immaterial mind.
That's your necessary precondition. God?
Look, you can't pull these apart in a vacuum. It has to be the necessary precondition for what? The transcendental
You have
categories.
to prove at least the necessary, the necessity of that one for it to be like a necessary condition in this argument, right? And you have to use
the necessary
deductive reasoning,
precondition
like
for what? I mean, you can't take these things in a vacuum when it's presented in a formal argument.
Okay, so
At least not the way you're trying to do it.
X must be a necessary condition for Y. So let's say Y is God, right?
No, dude, have you been listening at all? Oh my God!
I'm just trying.
I'm sorry, but this is kind of insulting a little bit. Why is the transcendental categories? The transcendental categories.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are
so logic, truth,
concept, and
information, meaning. Say again.
Logic, truth, information, meaning. Okay. Logic, truth, information, meaning. Now, this has to be a deductive argument for X, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the form is a transcendental argument, but again, going within making arguments for the quote-unquote premises, yeah, I can make deductive arguments.
So God is a deductive argument?
No, again, dude, I will confess this for God and everybody. I don't know all of the most technical structures of how, like, intense college level argumentation, logical argumentation works. I don't. Sue me, okay?
All right.
I'm just being honest.
You're dumb, bro.
But what I'm saying,
that's,
that's fine. Well, I don't know the technicalities of, well, you can, in this sense, you can make it this way or not. What I'm saying is that I know this form. I know X is a necessary precondition for Y, Y therefore X. Before you even plug in God, again, the cow and the steak, that follows.
The necessary conditions there need to be deductive ones that you can, when you make premises, like you said,
okay.
Valid
So the deductive portion is when we look at Y and we say, what is the necessary precondition for a transcendental category? And that's why I define the ontological status as universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Now, This is why I always ask my opponent. It was really actually me being good faith. I asked the opponent, do you disagree with any of this? Do you think logic's not universal? Do you think it's not immaterial? Because, again, strict physicalists are going to say, no, it's material. Somebody else might say something different. They might say, no, it's not conceptual. Then I'm going to ask, what is it? We need to define our terms together for me to walk this through.
Is this an abductive inference or is this a deductive inference now?
Define abductive for me.
Abductive is when you look at a set or you observe a set of things, an incomplete one maybe, and then you go, what's the best explanation?
Oh, right. Okay. Start with an observation, incomplete of sets of facts. Think the simplest, most. I could grant that and say yes.
That is not deductive. You are not making a transcendental argument then. It fails.
Wait a minute.
There.
But again, hold on. Do you not understand that what I'm saying is that within... No, hold on, dude. You can't take... Whenever you say, tell me how you get this from... Okay, the argument itself follows the transcendental form. When I go inside and make an argument for Y, so it's a different argument now. When I'm saying that Y is universal, immaterial, and conceptual, I'm no longer making a transcendental argument when I'm telling you why that is the case. That you're trying to apply that to the form of the transcendental argument. And by the way, I don't know. This is why I don't like getting into the pedantic stuff, in my opinion, because I feel like I have to. Well, no, I have to now trust that you have a greater understanding of logical forms than I do. Which maybe you do, but I'm not sure.
It's weird.
So hold on.
I don't care. I'm not saying you're stupid. It's weird.
I don't think you're saying I'm stupid, but I don't know if the technicalities that you're saying are even the case. Okay, so that's why I'd rather talk in more layman's terms, which I'm happy to do.
Okay,
so things we both understand about what we're saying.
In a transcendental argument, the necessary condition, that X needs to be, is determined through a deductive process, like you said earlier. It's when you have premises
here's the thing. It's determined. The preconditions for Y are determined by what Y is, and that's why I asked the questions from your position.
I'm talking about X only right now. X only. So you have to fulfill necessary conditions for X for it to be Y.
No, okay. That's
X needs to be necessary for Y.
Right, but that's not. It is not the case that X now needs to have necessary preconditions. That's your presupposition.
Okay, no. In this claim, okay, X must meet the necessary conditions for it to actually be Y. Okay, for this to go to Y. Okay, you need to overcome that.
Right. Well, so as a precondition, it makes possible Y. Okay, so when we're looking at X, when we're looking at X or Y, that's why I go to Y first, because if we're talking about a thing that has preconditions, we need to have an understanding about what the thing in question is. That's why I bring up its ontological status of being universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Again, you're trying to go to technicalities where you go, is that abductive? It's no longer transcendental, blah, 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 blah. Instead of just having a discussion with me about, is it universal, immaterial, and conceptual?
Because deductive reasoning here is the only way you can get to the transcendental necessity. That's what I'm trying to find
How do you figure that?
Because abduction doesn't do it.
Okay, wait. So, one second here, because I think you've got something completely mixed up.
Maybe.
What is your distinction between abductive and deductive?
Deductive is going to go through that argumentation, right, of premises being sound to,
That's
valid
deductive.
to sound.
That's deductive.
Yeah, deductive.
Right?
Didn't you just ask me deductive? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Just
abductive is just taking the best guess.
Okay. I see. So again, this is my fault. I didn't have a full understanding of what abductive meant. What I'm saying, it is deductive whenever I'm showing that the ontological status of Y is universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Forgive me, that was a misspeak on my part.
So for it to be deductive, though, right, we would need to have all the premises kind of meet here. So I think you said ontologically universal, immaterial.
This is the ontological status. It's universal, immaterial, and conceptual.
Conceptual was the last one. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm. And invariant.
And invariant. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what are the actual premises for these? How are we actually coming to these conclusions?
Again, it's from the impossibility of the contrary. To say logic isn't universal is making a universal claim about logic. It's self-defeating to deny any of it.
That's abductive though. It's
Except
not really
for
making a direct argument.
no, that's not
making a direct
abductive.
argument.
No, it's not a
It
best
is. It's
guess.
taking the
It's
best
the
guess.
truth. No, it's not the. No, okay, in your view, everything is taking the best guess. Okay, in the atheist empiricist worldview, quite literally everything is taking the best guess. So I don't know. So again, this is what they do. They're trying to attack the structure without dealing with the substance. It's fine. I play the game because I started it, but it never actually gets to what I'm actually saying. Okay, so again,
what type of
impossibility of
argument
the
is
contrary.
What
Impossibility
type
of the
argument is
contrary.
tag?
It's a transcendental argument. That's the form. Then whenever I make
Tag?
a claim, the transcendental argument is a transcendental argument. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
X is a necessary precondition for Y. Y therefore X. That's the definition of a transcendental argument.
Okay.
That's the form of a transcendental argument. Then when I make a claim about Y, I use different argumentation to show you my claim about Y. I use a deductive argument for the ontological status of Y from the impossibility of the contrary. If you say that the laws of logic aren't universal, you've made a universal claim about them, so that's self-defeating. If you say that logic is material, again, you can't, there's in no way, shape, or form can you pick up and hand logic to me, especially with it being universal. You would need it to be a particular in order for it to be material. And then it's conceptual because it's accessed in the mind, we use it in the mind, yet in some type of phenomena, it's also exterior. We discover it, we don't create it, it's not subjective. So it has it's the impossibility of the contrary for all forms of its ontological status. Now we've assessed those. What could ground that which is universal, immaterial, and conceptual? A universal, immaterial mind. This is my argumentation to you. You have two choices. You can either say, no, that's not what grounds universal immaterial concepts. This is what grounds universal immaterial concepts, and you'd be arguing from the atheist position, and it would refute tag.
Can't
or you
I
could
just
say last thing,
logic?
or you could say no, yeah, or you could say that no, it's not conceptual immaterial universal, it's this, and then make a demonstration of that. But instead, you're just trying to tell me that I'm arguing wrong, and there's something invalid about the question I'm asking you as a way to avoid answering the question I'm asking you.
No, because it's logic. This is the thing. Logical inference.
Logic's what's in question. That's what's in question.
That's why I can argue and reject it. Okay, like my debate with Andrew last time when he said,
No, dude.
I can say your fascist definition's wrong with logical inferences. There's nothing logical there. But right now, there's
You can't beg the question. That would be begging the question if you did that.
I'm not begging the question. I'm telling you how I can actually just reject what you're putting forth.
No, but you're rejecting it with something you haven't given an account for. That's why it's begging the question. I'm asking for the account of the thing.
A transcendental condition.
What is your account for the laws of logic, Circa?
Because you're going to have to, all right, I have this written down. I shouldn't mess it up now, okay? So, like, Y is logic and truth, correct?
Yeah.
So, for the conclusion P to be accepted as true, right, you're going to have to show that we can only experience ontologically universal, immaterial, conceptual, and invariant concepts and in mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to somehow show that the only way to experience those things is by logic and truth.
Wait, the only way to experience what things exactly?
Experiencing X is only possible if Y is true in this case, right?
No, hold on. No. It's
That's how this
experiencing.
condition works.
No. It's experiencing Y is only possible if X is the case. It's not the other way around.
So the transcendental condition in an argument is going to be that for P, okay, we're going to have the conclusion P here, okay? And then this is going to have to be true only if you can experience X, okay?
Why are you throwing in experiencing X? That's like a whole other, it has nothing to do with, I think from my theology, I could get into essence energy distinction and how we experience God, but all I'm talking about is that God has to be the case in order for these things to be the case. Experiencing God, that's a vague, ambiguous term. You're not dealing with what needs to be the case for Y, and I'm asking the atheist position on what needs to be the case for Y, so we can compare the two and actually have a debate over it.
Again, if you were putting forth like a modus ponens right now, okay, of a transcendental condition.
Yeah, that's begging the
Why
question.
would you need? How am I begging the question?
Because you're again presupposing logic, which I'm asking for the account of the
I
possibility
haven't
for.
presupposed a single thing. I'm only
You
interacting.
do
with
every
yours.
time you open your mouth, you're presupposing logic. Every time you say a sentence and
Sometimes I wear
believe
pants.
it's meaningful.
Thank you. That's fucking
Right.
awesome. But my
No,
point
I'm
is
saying-
that if you're putting forth a modus ponens, okay, you have a job here. You need to, prove these things. You can't just look at the contrary.
No, I'm not just looking at the contrary. I demonstrated how immaterial universal concepts come from universal immaterial minds. That's what you're not dealing
Okay.
with.
So premise one here, right? Experience exists. X, right?
Wait, experience
X is going
exists.
to be the ontological, universal, immaterial, conceptual, invariant concepts in mind as well exist. Yeah, agree. Premise one.
Wait, are you presenting a contrary transcendental argument right now?
No, I'm presenting yours right now. I'm only presenting
No.
yours.
Oh, you're trying to. Are you trying to steel man my argument right now?
Correct. Within the
Okay.
structure of a transcendental condition.
No, a transcendental argument.
Yeah, this is the
Okay,
It's
okay.
part
So
of the
what
transcendental.
X is the universal immaterial mind?
okay. So if X is P, right? Then the experience, X exists here, right? That means the necessary
Mhm.
condition for P must also exist, right?
No, again, wait.
P
The
is Y.
necess-
I'm sorry. I keep saying P, but just think of it as
Yeah,
Y.
you don't even, man. I want you to form the argument the way I've presented it to you, please.
This is a transcendental argument. This is the skeleton of it.
No, but then why aren't you using X as a necessary precondition for Y?
I did.
Okay, do it again. Let's start from the
It's
top.
just in different wording. Just in
Okay, so
different
X
wording.
is X is God, the universal immaterial mind.
Because there's a
I don't
conclusion
even know what
here,
you're
right?
getting at here. Yeah,
There's
the
a
conclusion
conclusion
is the conclusion is Y, therefore X. I've said this a million times.
The conclusion in this is supposed to be that Y is accepted as true. But
Y,
it's
therefore
fine.
X.
Yeah. It's supposed to be true for Y.
Well, that's why I asked you from the beginning of the debate. I wanted to clarify what you believe is true about the argument I'm presenting.
I'm not the one
I do
presenting
that for a reason.
transcendental argument. I'm not presenting a transcendental argument. Why would I do that?
No, dude, I'm asking you, dude, because I'm trying to figure out your contention with the argument so we can have a debate over it. So I ask you.
My contention here
It's
is
like-
I'm just trying to understand your argument here, and I just don't really see.
No,
how
you're
you're
trying to
meeting the
find a
necessary
flaw in it so you don't have to answer the questions the argument's asking you. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, like if I don't know if maybe this will help you. I can like the simplest way I could help you understand what Eli is saying is if logic, truth, and knowledge exist, they require a foundation that makes them universal and binding. And then the only sufficient foundation for those is a necessary universal mind.
The best guess, right?
And that means, therefore, God exists.
So that's the best guess. That's abductive.
Well,
That's an educated guess. Because you look at the contrary and go, well,
that,
it seems
I
like
didn't
it's the
say
best
anything
answer.
about a guess there, though.
I know,
I don't
but
know why
it's
you
that's
keep
an
saying
abductive
guess.
argument now.
I didn't
no, but that's
take it as a
abductive.
guess.
Well, look, and here's the difference too.
But
is
we
that
can
as
get in
finite
that
human-
in the after
Yeah.
panel. We'll get more into
Okay,
that
cool.
into the after panel because we got.
Yeah, I need some
questions
backup up
stuff
here.
We have to go through. But there was
Not because you're good, Circa, but because you need to understand what's being asked of you.
no.
I
There's
didn't expect you to
there's
compliment me. It's
there's
fine.
there
I'm
is one
It-
more.
it wasn't.
question.
It
One
wasn't.
second,
It
one
was-
second, boys. 1 second. There is another. There is one more question I did want to ask you, Circa, just so maybe
Yeah.
we could like get that out. Because earlier you did appeal to things like Kant and like sincere non-belief and things like this, right? Could you just in your view, right, without appealing to these things, right, in your view, how does your view ground what he's bringing up, things like truth and knowledge, without relying on things that you can't demonstrate, like the hiddenness? Could you, even if you can, if you know the hiddenness argument, just give that or whatever, but can you just give like
the headiness
a good,
argument is
clearly
not
concise explanation of how you ground those things.
how I ground morality. You want my personal idea?
Yeah, how you ground things like
Hmm.
truth and knowledge.
Man, you guys are not gonna like my answer. I feel like sometimes I even read the Bible.
I don't have to
myself.
like it. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, it's just going to sound like I'm not giving a real answer because, again, for me personally, I've read the Bible and felt like I've gotten that truth from it before. So, and that I still don't really believe in God. So, what would you make of that? I'm not sure. Some people might say that means I'm actually just getting it from God, which in a way they wouldn't be wrong. But what I want to point out again, I'm sorry, I know you probably just don't like my answer there, but the truth is that there are many ways I think that we could probably think of how we can ground morality. But at the same time, I still feel like I'm kind of a moral realist. I feel like objective truth does exist and it's kind of important. I can think of a transcendental way. Again, the reason I brought up Kant is because he's the only one that I can think of off the top of my head right now because I've read a lot of Kant. But it doesn't have to be a transcendental one. And that's mainly because meeting the necessary conditions is really hard. It's very contested in philosophical literature and academia for that very reason. And there's something here that, again, the reason I brought up the abductive thing, I know I just switched the question around, but I knew you weren't going to like my answer that much. I don't really have a great answer for that, and I'm sorry. But for a transcendental argument to make sense, looking at the contrary and then saying it doesn't satisfy, and now I understand the necessity there to be like, the best guess now is going to be essentially the transcendental argument from Van Nil and what Nix is presenting right now, but it does not satisfy what a transcendental argument needs to be an actual truth or like overcome if you make an abductive argument underneath it. Because it's not really.
Okay. I said I wasn't making. I
Just
clarified and said it was deductive.
Eli. I think just to like address your answer, like like I'm not sure, and it's a contested issue. Like this is all fair, okay? I'm just trying to clarify your position. Then, like, it doesn't seem like you're arguing atheism can ground truth. It seems more like you're saying it's still an open question.
I don't think atheism is possible of doing that. I think, again, atheism at its core is just a lack of belief in God, but it doesn't mean you can't believe in a God.
But no, what I'm asking you, Circa, is like, because like that at first it seemed like you were saying, like, I thought that's the position you were taking. So I'm asking you, are you basically just saying like what grounds truth is still an open question?
Absolutely, yeah. 100%.
Okay, that's fair to say. Like that makes more of like an understanding of your position now, you know?
Yeah, I'm not arguing that atheism can somehow like fucking magically figure these things out. that's not
Well, what would be your best explanation then? Like this is where I would like try to ask you then. Like what would be your best explanation if you would like just give it a shot?
I'm going to give a few. I think in the Christian theoretical framework, this is the best one so far that Jay Dyer has been putting out. I like this one. That's why I read a lot about it and I like it. I just don't think it satisfies what I feel is necessary. And then I do enjoy Kant a lot. I brought him up. I'm going to bring him up again. I like his ideas on like morality and like what a moral action is and the categorical imperative overall. And then some modern philosophers, I guess. There's like Chang, and then they do a lot of moral relativist emotivism stuff, but it's not like really like simple fucking deductive moral relativism. It's a little bit more complex and modern. But I really don't have a good answer to say like I know which one is correct. But at the moment I can tell you which ones I kind of like the most, and it'll probably be those three. I have a special place in my heart for Kant.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to respond there, Eli?
I'll just said I did make it one blunder of saying it was abductive when it is deductive, and I think I've done a pretty good job of explaining how it follows. With its deductive, it has to follow and actually show the conclusion. I think I've done that pretty well.
All right. All righty. So that's going to be my question. Let's get into the official 30-minute Q&A here. I'll start that timer up. And remember, chat, if you want to bump yourself up, send in a super chat before we get to the Q&A in the chat. But if we don't, we'll get to that Q&A. We got Rule Over 2 Debates, gifted a membership. Shout out to you. I appreciate that big time. DeRay says, Speakeasy, I don't know how you moderate for hours on end with Circa, his mumbling, condescending attitude, and constant interruptions to mask his low IQ. What do you want to say to him, Circa? Give him the smoke.
Fuck. That hurt.
Thank you, DeRay. Wrath of Reason comes in for $20. Popping in to show some love. Off to bed I go. Good night, all. Rip 'em up, Eli. Don't lose to a Jersey Shore wannabe. Cabs here. It's Cabs are here. You messed it up.
Whoa. That one's fucked, bro. Jersey Shore. What the heck? What is that shit? That's fine.
Shit. I used to watch the shit out of Jersey Shore. It was a stupid guilty pleasure I had, I guess.
Were you a Snooki fan or what, dude?
No, not a Snooki fan. I used to think she was the most annoying person in the world. Holy shit.
All right, good.
Circa, get a proper mic. You're breathing loud. Hey, his mic sounded a lot better today, guys. Come on. It sounded a lot better today. If you go back and listen to the other one to today, you'll see. Sempiternal Chaos sends $2, just showing some love. Thank you, Sempiternal. Circa How Long Name for $5. Circa, if you're not willing to answer the questions, you must not be certain of your position. How can you ignore direct questions?
I disagree.
Good. All right. Good answer. Wrath of Reason for $5 says, I had to get out of bed for this. Imagine thinking you're the smartest person in the room, but turns out you're just a window licker. Damn.
A window what? Lib?
Licker.
A liquor. Whose window am I licking? I'm just curious.
Hopefully no windows, all right? We don't want to be window lickers. All right. For $5, how can Circa ask anyone to shut up after 30 straight minutes of interrupting his opponent and the mod? He just has a laugh for you.
I'm aggressive, okay? I'm sorry. I'll try and control
it. He's aggressive, Nate. Also, How Long Name for $5 says, referencing Kant's argument instead of stating the argument doesn't refute anything.
I never said it did. I don't think you were watching, were you? He asked me to give another argument like a transcendental one. I didn't say it was like perfect or good, or that it satisfies my own personal opinion.
You looked like you wanted to say something there, Eli. You can.
Oh yeah, I think that was happening quite a bit. You know, he said I could just use Kant's transcendental argument to refute this. I say, okay, use it, and then it's just, well, have you read Kant? Then we get into it later on, and he says, Kant actually grounds these things in something that's not God. I said, yeah, it's the mind, and I can refute that, and then I do. Then in this after panel, he says, actually, Kant grounds it in something that is not the mind and not God. I said, okay, what is that? And he just says outside.
Idea.
So, no, that's not. No, but yeah, what is that grounded in? That's not a grounding source. That's the thing he's saying needs to be grounded.
I know he says it doesn't get grounded in the mind.
Yeah, but the great philosopher Kant didn't actually give the grounding. I can't say for certain, but I would be very skeptical of somebody that would make that claim.
Okay, I'll go find it for you.
All right. Member for 1 month, How Long Nate with another one says, Circa, are you stuck in Munchausen's trilemma? Why can't you answer a question?
No idea who that is. I have no idea who that is.
I don't know if I've heard of Munchausen's trilemma either. Maybe
you
I
fucking
haven't.
give us a real question, you fucking boomer, bro. What the hell?
How long Nate for
God, man.
$5 says looks like Circa needs to go back and study the details of the sightings he has memorized. Time to understand your worldview.
Motherfucker, have you ever tried to read this book? You know how hard it is to memorize everything in this fucking book? Give it a shot, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. Not an easy book to read, man.
All right. And then again for $5. How long Nate coming in hot? Circa, can you actually break down Kant's transcendental argument against God?
Against God?
He
He
doesn't
doesn't make
one
an argument against God. What the fuck? I was about to literally break it down, but now I can't. You got to pay again for me to
I
do
think
that.
he
You know,
meant
give
to
me
say
another donation.
without God. I think he meant to say without God.
I mean,
is
can
what-
you make
Okay, well, it's
Kant's
called against.
transcendental
I'm not doing
argument
it
in
until
the
we get you
form
more
of
money, motherfucker?
Wait, can you make Kant's transcendental argument in the form of a transcendental argument?
Yeah. And again, this
Okay.
is my own writing because I've
Okay.
annotated it. Okay.
What? Good for you.
Just so you know, I'm not
It's
like
just so-
trying to read.
I find it pretentious. But go ahead.
You think annotations are pretentious?
I think that showing the chat
Why
that
does
you
that
made
make you feel
annotations.
insecure? What is
No,
going
I
on
think
here?
I think showing the chat that you made annotations is pretentious, not doing it.
How?
It's just my opinion, bro.
All
Why does that
right.
make me
Just
so
go.
insecure?
Just
I'm
go.
confused.
Just break it down
Oh,
for us.
And here's
Break it
my
down.
library of all of these
All
assorted
right.
authors.
Let's break it down
That's
for us.
definitely
Break
you
it down
problem,
for
bro.
us.
Not a me problem.
Come on, DJ this shit. Break it down.
Here's my
Let's go.
piano. I'm also very
Let him
skilled
go,
at music.
Eli. Let him go.
That's a you problem, bro. I'm sorry. I like music. Fuck.
Me too, bro. Me too. Let's hear that. We want to hear it broken down. Come on. You can read your
Oh, his
annotations.
argument?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I don't know,
Kant's
man. Now I'm
transcendental
like-
argument
now
I'm
in the
nervous,
form of
you
a
know?
transcendental argument.
Eli,
What if
let
I
him
sound
go.
pretentious?
Just do it. Just do it.
All right. So this is Kant's epistle I wrote down, okay? And I put epistle there because I'm pretentious, just so you know. If we accept a fundamental truth, given it's correct, then we can understand what modalities or faculties are in us that let us make it possible. So in transcendental logic, we have an elementary, a general, particular, and specific. So general or pure logic, determinately, my writing sucks, pertains a priori principles, which may be applied if derivative to understanding. And then we have a dialectic, which is a priori as well, and sensing disconnect, providing an illusion. We have applied logic, which can't reach the transcendental, which is going to be pure and there's general, sorry, let's start with general. There's general applied logic, which is pure and devoid of experience or the world. And then there's pure logic, which gives the rule, another fucking term he has, an understanding by representation. By this, pure logic is relative to pure morality, the pure morality gene. And then thinking is born only of understanding, whereas intuition is only sensibility. Impossible to have cognition without a concept and intuition in themselves. And then we have the transcendental is demarcated into two categories. I'm sure people know these ones. The transcendental aesthetic, the transcendental logic. Logic I went over a little bit earlier. Cognition begins as a representation of the world or a kind of transcendental nature that precedes that perception. And again, all of these fucking words are different definitions than what
Okay,
is used
Circa,
in
Circa.
life, so.
I did ask you to give it in the form of a transcendental argument.
I'm getting there.
No, it's just X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. What does Kant plug in there?
Is that all you know about it? Like, did you just like plagiarize
Yeah,
that fucking
well, no,
equation?
I'm using what I know to ask you what you know and revealing you don't know what you say you know.
Okay. If I can't map
It's
instantly
that's
right
what
now,
I'm good
after,
at.
No, after
No, you
map,
said
once I-
Kant's transcendental
can I talk?
argument. I said, okay,
Can I
give me
defend
Kant's
myself?
transcendental argument in the form of a transcendental argument.
Exactly. So
And then
can you
just
tell me
read a book.
how I'm supposed
and
to
you tell
map
us the
this
story.
right off the top of my head? Exactly where X and Y and all these. It could take me a little bit if you want. I'm not
well, I
actually
mean-
sure how his X and Y condition is made.
I just think that if you're unable to do so, it's probably not good to appeal to it during a debate.
Are you saying he doesn't make a transcendental argument?
I'm not the one. Who appealed to Kant all night, dude.
I don't know if I can make the equation of like the nice little X being ontologically universal and material right now within seconds. Is that okay?
So
with you?
you're not even sure if you can or if it's possible to do so, but you're willing to say that Kant's transcendental argument refutes a position I've made.
I never said it refutes a position you made. You can't use a transcendental argument to refute another one.
I feel like a lot of times during this debate,
No,
you
no,
say
you know
you
what? Listen
didn't
to what I
say
said.
things
I'm
that
sorry.
you did say.
You asked me, can you make a transcendental argument that doesn't use your framework?
No. A transcendental argument has
No,
a form.
He's
Okay.
asking for
That's
you
what
to
he
put
asked me.
like Kant's argument into like a transcendental, like, so like X is deniable, Y is a necessary
Again,
condition to
I don't-
X
it's gonna
to be
take me a second,
possible,
guys,
therefore Y
but-
must be true.
We don't honestly think that Kant didn't make one, right?
I
No,
don't know.
he
I'm not
did.
making these.
He
well, here's
did.
the thing.
His was
I'm
like,
not even making these claims. You're
no,
the
I
one
can
making
give
the
it
claims.
to you. I can give it to you if you guys want. It's.
I mean, yeah, I'm like, I
simply,
can look it up, or I don't know it
it's-
off the top of my head how he
Well,
defines
I
it.
remember it's only because I like I said, I read this recently. I was just reading Kant recently. It's we experience no. Yeah, we undeniably experience an ordered world. Order requires structure. Structure comes from the mind. That is why that's the transcendental argument for where this.
Yeah, so
That
when
would
he
be-
asked to
it
do the
leads back
equation,
to
though,
the
right?
human mind. It does.
So
No, when he asked to do the equation,
Eli's right
what
about
is the what is the manifold? What is the manifold?
Is it in the mind?
The manifold is a template in the mind. Yes. Now, what does it do?
Okay. Dude, I'm not the one who cited Kant all night.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard. I'd have to fucking sit here and actually go like search it for
I'm
a second
sorry
to give you
that
the
it's
exact
hard.
X and Y.
I just here's the thing though. Earlier, I'll have to run it back.
You want an X and Y equation, right?
No, don't interrupt, man. You said I could just make Kant's transcendental argument. How about that? And we got into it. So I was just asking if you could put Kant's transcendental argument in the form of a transcendental argument. Speakeasy did it far better than you did. I was just exposing that I think that you're using other people's arguments as a placeholder for your own.
He didn't put it in the X and the Y or the transcendental condition. That's what
Okay,
you want,
well,
right?
okay. So, I think again, it could be made possibly. I didn't appeal to Kant all night. I just wanted to see if you could actually make good on the question I asked, and I got my answer, so we can move on.
I'm so confused because, dude, you literally
fine.
asked me, can you just make one? Can you just think of a transcendental argument?
All I said is,
outside of
can
the
you
one I'm
make?
making?
Dude, all I
That's what you
said
asked
was
me.
no, dude. You see, you don't even listen to the questions that are being asked. I said, can
I
you
do.
make Kant's?
I do.
No,
Trust me.
stop interrupting, please. I
You can
asked.
clip it. Someone clip it if
yes,
they
we
want.
can clip it. I asked, can you make Kant's argument in the form of a transcendental argument? Form is
I'm
X is
talking
a
about
necessary.
Earlier.
I'm talking about the question that you're fucking answering right now. Fuck.
Okay, well, this is
let's
all
move on.
starting because
Let's
you
move on.
asked me earlier. You asked me, can you make a transcendental argument that doesn't have that's not mine? For an atheist, that's what you asked me.
No. I asked
No,
you, could you?
I would
no.
love if someone went back and clipped it. That'd be
Yeah, I would love it too because I asked you, can you give me a concept
All right,
that's not grounded in a mind?
Someone
That's
go
what
back
I
and
asked.
clip that for us, all right?
This is one.
We got Bully Mom coming in for $10. Says for the goal and for proving it's impossible to deal with Circa. See, Bully Mom, I do
I
the
agree.
impossible over here, right? See that, guys? That's why you guys got to send more super chats because I do the impossible.
I do ask a lot of questions. I'm sorry.
For Circa, prove you can actually read. Oh, he just read though. Should have asked this one earlier, Bobby.
What was that one saying? I can't tell.
It says prove you can actually read.
Thank you. I couldn't read it.
Jammy Degree for $10 says, Circa, why are you fake reading during Eli's closing statement? You don't want to learn anything, you little rascal?
I literally went to the page and read directly from 1140b in book 6. I don't know. Are you... Bro, do you have like false memories? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Thank you for that, Jammy. We got birds aren't even real. Circa, what is your goal with debating? You have a shifting worldview, so maybe it's to learn more?
Correct. Wait, shifting worldview? Wait, I something needs to be said here, but debates are not conversations, guys. Debates are structures, a contest. So debates are not about accepting the loss. It's competition. You know, Nick's over here. I don't want him to be like, oh, you're right. Let me just fucking give up. That's not how debates work. If you want a conversation, though, we do learn, but like, that's not what he wants either. He doesn't want me to just be like, oh, yeah, I'm fucking stupid. Like, that's not how debates work. They're a contest. So a little bit of a performance, okay?
All right. We got $2 coming in from Bobby. Says, for Circa, we all know you a bleached Jeet. What the fuck is that?
I have no idea.
What the fuck?
Am I right? What is a bleached Jeet? Someone's got to tell me now. I feel like I know, actually. Maybe. But I don't want to look dumb, so you got to tell me, Bobby. Lost to Avarice for $10 says, Seat Cat. I think your speak to text didn't work. What authority do we use to define morality outside of God? Was this covered working so half here? A little bit, but like,
go ahead. Go the moral
we could have went into tag. I mean, I would have brought up the youthful dialogue. We would have brought up tag. We would have went like in circles and circles where we just talk about grounding into God, or you know, there's got to be a stopping point with tag, and ultimately, that's the argument. It's not very fun. I don't think we need to do that.
Well, wait a minute.
But he's asking a different question here. He's asking, what authority do we use to define morality outside of God?
Well, that's the thing. In my opinion, I don't know why God has to be just presuppose that, right? But if you ground God as the authority, then now the question makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, precisely what we're saying is we're doing a paradigmatic worldview comparison. All worldviews have a stopping point. All of them.
Paradigm means what again? Paradigm means pattern. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, I mean, but do you know what it means to like have a paradigm? To have a paradigm that you view the world through?
Yeah, it's a pattern. I don't really know what that's supposed to mean.
So it's systemic. It's the system. It like your epistemic system. Okay.
It's like
all of those
or something, right?
Well, everybody had. Nobody has an epistemically neutral position. Nobody had. Right. So everything's theory laden. So everything's going to have a grounding point. I feel like you've made these kind of statements that act like, well, if I'm having God as the starting point, that's somehow wrong or not or like incoherent. But everybody has an ultimate starting point, and especially when it comes to God within our worldview, He would be the ultimate foundation. And that's what we're talking
comes
about.
Down to, though. It's just circles.
Well, no, I know. Well, precisely. What we're showing is that there's a necessity based on the things that we know that we have, that we presuppose in order to have any meaningful conversation at all. And what I'm saying is that in the atheist worldview, any attempt to justify or give an account for the possibility of the thing fails and shows it to be impossible. That's why we argue from the impossibility of the contrary.
I feel like atheism doesn't actually make a claim here. It doesn't make a claim.
Does.
But I do think
it does.
How
the
does
claim
make a claim?
It claims that it's possible that God doesn't exist.
And you think that's incoherent?
Wait. So do you agree that you were wrong? It does make a claim.
That doesn't make a claim about where we ground morality and stuff.
Well, it makes a claim that it's possible
that it's not
God.
No, just lack of belief in God doesn't mean you're making a claim about the validity or the reality of objective truth. No, it doesn't.
It's making a truth claim. It's making a truth claim.
Tons of different worldviews and tons of different ideas into one to suit yourself.
But it's making a truth claim about that it is possible that there is no God. That this can be explained rationally. What it is, because
it's not incoherent, man. It's not.
It is. It's absolutely incoherent. And again, I can demonstrate that when the position is put in front of me.
Again, but you use abduction reasoning. I need to point this out.
I know I made a blunder. I looked at the definition of abduction. I corrected it.
Making the blunder. I'm not dogging you on that. I know you think you're making a deductive reasoning now, but deductive means that you have identified, okay?
Yes.
All of the probabilities in your specific observations. You have all of the information here to do this.
Right, and it's
you
again,
so you have a deductive claim, which is what's the best likely hypothesis from incomplete information.
No, it's not. That's not the case because
Do you have full information over metaphysical ideas like immaterial concepts in mind?
No, here's the thing.
All of
As
the
an,
information.
hold on. I have the information necessary to make the deductive argument from
Incomplete.
the possibility of the contrary.
Incomplete information.
Well, here's the thing. This is what's so interesting about this word abductive. As finite human beings, each one of us is limited in our scope based on
Correct.
the fact that we are
Incomplete.
finite human beings. So in a sense, there's an element to which everybody's making a type of abduction. But what I'm saying is that from the perspective of a worldview and from the argument that I'm making, this can be made deductively from the impossibility of the contrary. I'm not claiming to have exhaustive knowledge, but what I am claiming is justification metaphysically and empirically.
Conclusions. You need guaranteed conclusions from rules.
Right, and I have those.
Guaranteed.
Which is
guaranteed.
Yes.
How do
Because
you guarantee
rules themselves,
your
the
statement?
rules and principles of logic themselves are not possible without God as the grounding source.
How are you
Nothing else can
guaranteeing
make
that conclusion.
the impossibility of the contrary. Nothing else can make that grounding source.
That is incomplete.
And I demonstrated
statement.
that.
Incomplete conclusion. You're looking at something else to try and form your own conclusion
Again,
now.
no. Concepts again. Impossibility of the
contrary
contrary of an opposing
contrary mean?
opposing
So you're looking
proposition.
at something else. It's a dialectic now. You're looking at something else to understand your own position.
Yeah,
that is not deductive. That is an abductive reasoning. You're incomplete because you can't
wait.
guarantee it from the evidence itself, from the actual.
The way that
information
you're
you know.
arguing, you're basically asserting that deductive reasoning is impossible.
For metaphysical claims, that's the big problem. Why many people don't think that you can make these claims.
Well, again, I
Like,
think
can't-
that's
here, let me
Hume's
give you one.
criticism.
Let me give you one. You'll agree with this. You'll agree with this. God doesn't exist. You would probably look at me and say, you can't really say that, right? I'd be making a mistake because I cannot guarantee that. I can give you I can think of ways that maybe I might be able to make a transcendental argument. Yeah, you probably have to give me longer than what we have the stream on. And I can sit there and go, well, this makes sense to me. But the truth is like, I don't have all the information to make that claim and you know it. So I can't do it. And I'll never do that.
Again, this is where divine revelation comes in. I think that divine revelation gives us the totality of what's necessary to make justified claims and for knowledge to be possible
doesn't
whatsoever.
satisfy me.
I
You know
agree
that.
with everything you're saying within the atheist paradigm. The atheist paradigm ultimately reduces to hard solipsism. God being the necessary precondition for these things,
I don't.
ties
I
it
just told you,
together
I would
and makes
never
it
say
complete.
that God can't exist. It's
you
not
just
something
believe
can
that it's,
do.
I know, but you believe it's possible that he can't. And that's the argument that I was trying to get from you. In what possible world can an immaterial universal concept not come from an immaterial universal mind? That's been what I've presented to you all night long, and I never
Yeah,
got anything.
So
from
what
it.
I just said there is I could come up with a transcendental argument if you give me some time. Probably hard. Where I can think of a way this to work using probably some other transcendental arguments that doesn't include God. And then what would you say to that? That I'm
Well,
probably
no,
incorrect on my hypothesis, right? You'd say you'd probably
No, again,
attack
this is
my
impossibility
transcendental
of the contrary, dude. If you say that something's universal, it's got to be grounded in something universal. If
I
you
know,
say
I
that
could
something's
give you
immaterial,
my claim, and then you probably would say, I don't think, you would reject it, right? That's what you would do. You'd be like, this doesn't make sense.
well,
because of
if
this,
you
this,
would
and
be
that.
able to, if you would be able to present it, if you admit that you're unable to do so, I think that
Now, what if I
is
said, no, I'm just going to presuppose that this makes sense because non-God is a thing. I just hypothetical. Let's just say like matter is God in this case. Now, matter can fit neatly into what you gave me here. I'm just going to presuppose that.
it can't because you would be trying to ground a universal and a particular, and that's not possible.
And matter can maybe not be particular based on the panoplia fucking theory that's
No,
out there.
by
Depends
defining it.
What about consciousness itself? Isn't that like kind of an interesting phenomenon that
Yeah, that's grounded in. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's one of the transcendental categories is being.
Why can't we use
Being
that
has-
instead of God?
Because you ultimately have to have a grounding source for being itself.
What if I ground it within that?
With just being itself,
Yeah, consciousness.
okay, so is this eternal?
I don't know. But I presuppose.
Yeah,
it anyway.
okay. So you're just making stuff up on the fly,
I'm presupposing something that I think makes my equation work.
right? I'm trying to look for the account of the possibility of the thing.
I'm going to ground it within the fact that consciousness is an emergent idea that seems to be formed out of matter. I don't know.
Wait,
Seems like
yeah.
me, it's immaterial in a way. I don't know. Consciousness is definitely not material.
Wait, but
I'm
here's
not
the-
gonna say
here's the
mine
problem
because
with
I
that.
trap it within a person. I'm going to say, in
but how do you?
particular,
But wait a
consciousness can
minute.
exist outside of the mind. Maybe
Did you come to this conclusion?
I don't believe in this. I hope you know that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just showing you how this is. Well, this is better than what was going on during the debate. I was actually looking for counter ideas to actually, use my position to refute, or you can say actually you can ground it like this, and then we can go back and forth instead of just trying to,
I want you to know, I can't look at your transcendental argument to make mine work, though.
No, I'm just asking for any type of refutation of what I've said, because what I said follows. It follows.
What I just said there about the panoplia stuff and everything has nothing to do with yours. It does not make a claim about yours. It is a separate claim.
Okay. Do you agree? If I demonstrate the impossibility of the contrary, the way that I have by showing that what is universal can't be grounded in particular, I went through that. Immaterial grounded in the material.
One that kind of sounds cool and could make sense.
No, well, it's the thing. It was just a claim, so I need you to back it up. And if I can demonstrate,
my backup is that consciousness is not a material thing, and it exists outside of the mind materially. There you go.
wait. So that's a contradiction.
All right. So let's get to these next
It's
question.
not material, but it exists materially. Good job.
So we got Sifu Kung Fu Joe says, Eli, this is a wrap. Go ahead and tell this guy to find his nearest ortho church.
Go to liturgy, Circa.
I did tell him that earlier. Rule over to debates. Gifted one speakeasy membership. Shout out to you. Thank you for the membership. I appreciate that big time. Bobby Ballbag.
Interested if we do that.
Bobby Ballbag says, Circa, have you ever worked at a call center? See, I knew, I thought I knew what bleach sheet meant. This asshole. And Circa from Seafood Kung Fu Joe for $5. Circa, how do you know if your a priori senses are interpreting reality accurately?
I think I want to answer this in Kant's language, probably, right? This would probably come down to sensation, and then
that's begging the question.
Cognus, what?
That would be if you.
I mean, I can answer it in my own words, or I can answer it in Kant's. But the a priori senses stuff, I honestly don't know. Maybe through experience of repetition in that way, but I don't think that's a satisfying answer for anything a priori. Yeah. Like the way Kant argues it is that it is an embedded understanding without ever experiencing it, right? It's kind of a paradox, but that's kind of why it transcends reason, and that's what the critique is. That this is a paradox that's bigger than what we use logic.
Does it transcend reason universally?
No, because there's transcendental reason, transcendental logic. So, but
Wait.
it's transcending a material reason. Yeah.
Oh, universally.
Yeah, I think space and time in Kant's view are a priori and universally different than. Yeah.
Right. So,
but it is contested, right? It's not like we just accept this at what he says. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it satisfies me enough to be like, Kant says that like space and time are God.
Well, I mean, again, this is why it's kind of fallacious argumentation to just go, this guy says something. I don't even really agree with it, but he says it. I mean, we're just looking for arguments here.
What?
Anyway.
All right. All right. And that's it for super chats. We got a minute left. Let me look at what we got in the questions over here. Rowdy Gowdy says, "Ought snitches get stitches?" Good question, Rowdy. Good question. We got another question from Seahawk Daddy says, Circa, what is preventing you from testing faith in God? Thanks for your time tonight.
I actually don't reject the idea of a God existing. I guess you can call me a little bit more of an agnostic, but The Bible in particular, I find it to be a little too humanistic. I don't know. It just doesn't satisfy thoughts on what I feel like a divine being would be. To me, it reads like the history of humanity and a lot of human ways. But the things in the Bible are an attempt, I believe, by humanity to try and understand things like the transcendental and the metaphysical. So.
All right. Did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Eli?
Now we can move on.
All right. So that right there is going to wrap up the Q&A. All right. Thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, and especially the support. Seriously helps me keep bringing these debates, the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to our debaters for coming into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before me move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll hang out.
All right, perfect. So here's what's happening next. We're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone. Hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm going to drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready to think, question, debate, etc. If you're going to try to come like troll, spurg over everyone, bring personal dramas on here, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. So before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both debaters, okay? The links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and we'll see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongues, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought's collision, forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome in,
That was lit.
everybody.
Did you do that solo?
I wish.
I was like, what the fuck?
I wish. I wish. That's actually one of the
Let's
things
play it
I kind of regret. Like, one of my pastors started giving me guitar lessons, but this was right around the time I kind of started, like, you know, being a rebellious asshole. So I started like not going to the church as much and stuff. So like,
Oh, Sneaky, did you say pastor? Come on.
yeah, he was a pastor. That's what he was. That's the church I went to, bro. That's where I grew up.
I mean, yeah, but any of us could just open a building in a strip mall, and then I can be Pastor Steelborn.
Right. I understand that now. I was a kid, bro. And like, yo, that pastor did so much for me, bro, and like taught me so much about God that I wouldn't have known without him. So like, as much
I just like to give people credit.
I know, I get it. That's why I started questioning things though, right? Because like there were certain things that I was learning that was like contradictory to him and the church. So like that's
it's hard to reconcile those when they're like those are it's like those are your first like lessons and stuff like that. It's hard to actually
right.
That.
That's why I went through this. I think that's my it was my free will, obviously, but like I think that was a part of what like influenced me to be like, yeah, fuck this, like they're lying to me.
By the way, you guys all got Kant's wrong argument, or you all got Kant's argument wrong. Like both of you two kind of got what like the point that Kant was trying to get across. So Kant was in.
Oh, I did it wrong too.
Yes, your argument was that wasn't Kant's argument. So
Wait,
Kant's.
Kant was we experience an ordered world. Order itself requires structure. Therefore, that structure comes from the mind. So therefore, it's grounded in the mind.
No, so
I never finished giving his argument.
Not exactly. So Kant was critiquing both the rationalists like Descartes and the empiricists like Hume. Because basically Hume's position makes knowledge impossible, but Descartes and the rationalists, their position was they were just way too overconfident in their ability to reason. But basically what his argument was like experience is only possible because the mind already imposes structure. So he was trying to ground. So for example, like Hume, basically the conclusion that Hume came to was like, we actually can't give a justification for things like the laws of logic, knowledge, any of these categories. We can't actually give a justification for them or any kind of like objective moral claim whatsoever.
Kant?
No, Hume.
Okay, I was like,
that was Hume's position, and so Kant was responding to Hume, and basically saying he was trying to do the transcendental argument of basically saying, well, because basically, Hume's position was basically like we only gain knowledge through our sense data, basically through our experience, because he was an empiricist, and Kant was saying, well, no, you can't have that position because, like, in order to have like a priori knowledge of that. You even having an experience, there has to be a structure before that to already be the case. That has to be the case in order for experience. And for you to learn
mind is the manifold. It's a template to do that. Yeah.
And he tried to ground it in the mind. He tried to ground that in the mind, but the problem was that you can't ground a universal in a particular.
Yeah, but Kant also, again, if I'm not mistaken, he he does not argue that like innate ideas, innate structures, right? I think it's either innate ideas or innate structures are not grounded in the mind. He just thinks that the manifold, which is the mind, which you imposes structures on it, like you said.
Yeah, the mind imposes structures like
yeah.
before experience.
It's a multiplicity of sensory appearances which obfuscate or
I don't know. Kant's position is weird, but
it is weird. It's difficult. That's why I'm like
Kant is a really fucking hard guy to read. Okay, like if you like, so from my view, like
I
so
have to buy a
I've
second
read
book
Hume.
to do it.
Like I've read Hume, I've read some of Hume, and I've read some of Descartes, and I see their starting position.
Did you really just come up and tell me I was wrong and then conclude you don't know, motherfucker?
No.
Insufficient would be the correct thing. I think
I'm right.
is
No, I am right. I promise you. It's we undeniably have coherent, structured experience. This is only
I think you're right.
possible
Yes,
if
but
the mind. Wait, this is
I
only
think it's insufficient.
possible if the mind supplies the organizing structure. Like
Yes. Okay. So then you word.
Yeah.
Then I think
Time,
you worded it.
logic.
You worded it
Wait.
right.
no
That's
space,
correct. That's
time,
correct.
logic, causality. All of these things, the mind has to supply those organizing structures. Therefore,
Yeah.
those structures must exist and are grounded in the human mind. That's
Before the experience
the
happens,
structure
yes.
in the mind interprets
That
it.
is
It
his
doesn't actually mean it's
argument.
grounded in it. It could be outside of
Yeah,
it.
let
No,
me-
yes, okay.
let-
So
let
I
me
guess
simplify
maybe
it.
I just didn't agree with the way you worded it the first time speaking.
Well,
but,
and
like
I'm
that is
still-
Well,
yeah,
I did a
that was
short
Kant's argument.
version of it. That's
Yeah, that
probably
was
maybe-
that was much more.
I'm
closer to
still
Kant's
backing
argument.
up Speakeasy here against what Circa's saying. I think that ultimately the conclusion of Kant from the summaries that I have read is that it is grounded in the mind ultimately. When you say he's grounding something outside of the mind that's not in God, we need to know what that grounding source is.
Yes,
Yeah,
so like just to simplify it down, because fuck Kant, right? Like basically when they're saying God, they're saying an independent mind, right? An independent mind, right? But Circa is saying that independent concepts exist, but an independent mind to hold said independent concepts doesn't exist, which is literally incoherent. It does not make any sense.
No,
Well,
because
and-
Kantian judgments are neither psychological objects.
I
or
said
process,
fuck Kant.
nor-
Yeah, that's
You,
the,
one sec,
Terry
sir.
actually right.
Let me reiterate it to you. Let me reiterate to you. You were saying you agreed.
Leprechaun man.
You agreed that independent concepts exist, but you're also saying as an atheist that an independent mind to hold said independent concepts does not exist.
You mean mind independent? You mean mind independent? What? I mean,
we don't
independent mind
take
to hold
the, at
such
least I'm
concepts.
not taking, I've never took the position that concepts are mind independent. Okay. And I also want to point this out. This is really important. The tag proponents, really quick, the tag proponents, at least the way I'm doing it, we're not Kantian. Just because Kant made a form of a transcendental argument, we're not. Yeah, so it's the grounding it in the mind is the problem. That becomes an autonomous
argumentation is the same.
epistemology.
That's the thing. The argumentation is the same. You're doing a transcendental.
It's similar, but I actually think that
to satisfy it.
I honestly think the transcendental argument goes farther back. I don't think it was formalized really till Kant, but you can actually go back and read Aristotle, and he was basically making transcendental arguments for the law of non-contradiction.
What, in physics or?
No, Aristotle. When the sophists came to him, they're like, "How do you know?" I don't remember which book it was, dude.
It was metaphysics. Either
I think it was. I think it was
metaphysics.
I think it was like Metaphysics 4.
Yeah, 4 or 7.
And but basically the sophists were coming to Aristotle and like, how do you know the law of non-contradiction is true? And he's like, because any argument you try to make against it has to presuppose the thing in question.
Correct.
He talks about the unmoved mover.
That too, yeah. But I'm saying that was essentially like an kind of a informal transcendental argument.
Anytime you use retorsion, you're using. So if you try to deny logic, and then you say, well, you can't deny logic because you just used it to deny logic, that's a form of retorsion. Tag is basically doing that. We're just demonstrating it further that the thing in question has a precondition that you cannot deny. When you use the thing, you're implying the precondition.
The unmoved mover is a really good one that I like. That helped me a lot with like getting the whole tag argument, like because like it brings up the idea like infinite is just like it's a concept made up that you can't actually do mathematically, right? Like infinite minus infinite. What is that? There's no such thing as infinite mathematically, really.
But did you know that some infinities are bigger than others?
No, that's not. Get the fuck out. But like that was the whole idea, right? You can't go. There's no infinity to go back. So if there's like this,
What about infinity
chain,
plus 1?
there has to be something that started the chain, right? And that's I think it's Aquinas that used Aristotle's argument to get to God, the transcendental argument for God. Right?
No, Van Til was the one who came up with the transcendental argument for God. He was the one who
No,
first
I'm
formulated
saying, but Aquinas adapted Aristotle's idea into arguments for God, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, Van Til was the one who came up with the transcendental argument for God. Like he was the one who actually like first formalized that argument. Aquinas Aquinas, I think Aquinas' thing was like the cosmological argument. That was his thing. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. I don't think his was the transcendental argument.
Yeah, no, it's not the transcendental argument. No. It's using Aristotle's unmoved. No, that's not.
The unmoved mover.
Yeah, the unmoved mover,
yeah.
and
that one Aquinas used. Yeah,
God. Yes.
Or you could use Heraclitus' logo, which again, is where Aristotle got his idea from, with like this whole idea of change, and that motion is empirical. And how would you explain the power source of all motion across the universe? Because we know for a fact, even the scientists will agree that everything is in motion.
By the way, guys, just
even
so
a rock is vibrating.
Munchausen's trilemma is Agrippa's trilemma. It's the same thing.
Okay. I was like, I feel like I've heard of this, but I don't know if I've heard of this.
The second he said Munchausen's trilemma, I went, no, we're not doing Agrippa's trilemma. It's self-refuting.
But yeah, I just was hoping that at least there would be some type of, engagement with, if you agree that there's immaterial universal concepts, what the account for them would be outside of an immaterial universal mind.
What the account?
The account for the possibility of, yeah.
I mean, technically I gave you that panoplia one, right? I'm not really familiar deeply with that panoplia idea, but consciousness, I'm sure some fucking weirdo can probably yap all day about that. I mean, there's so many podcasts.
Nice answer, bro.
But wait, this gets back to if you're agreeing that it's
here. Hold on, can I just ask him a quick question, Eli?
Yeah.
Okay, Circa, is truth universal and universal, absolute, and objective?
I like to think it is.
Okay, that's good. So, would you agree that the three classical laws of logic are true?
Can you repeat them for me again?
The law of identity, non-contradiction, and exclude the middle.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. So, would you agree that these are immaterial, invariant, absolute, and universal as well? The three laws.
Immaterial and absolute and universal.
Mm-hmm. And invariant, unchanging.
Unchanging. I think within our own world, right? What reality we perceive. Are you asking? I think that kind of exists. Are you saying it can go to?
Can you even think of a world where the three laws wouldn't apply?
Maybe. We don't know any other world.
Can you? No, I'm asking. Can you even envision one?
I can imagine one, actually. Yeah.
Okay. How does this world work where the three laws don't apply?
I mean, laws themselves don't really answer a lot of the transcendental stuff, right? No, I mean, what's the whole point of the transcendental argument anyway, then?
The transcendental argument for God's existence is the basic structure of the argument is that you need
not for God's existence.
Transcendental.
Okay,
argument.
well, let me explain it.
What you said are essentially like logical rules here.
Yeah.
We have A equals A. We have A.
So Circa, right? You agreed there that truth is a concept that exists independent of your mind. Of your mind.
I like to think
correct?
it does, yeah.
Yeah.
I like to think it does.
But all concepts have to exist in a mind, correct?
A concept itself, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So that independent concept must exist in an independent mind. Correct?
I see where you're going with this.
And if truth is universal and
God-
absolute, then wouldn't it be
One sec.
universal?
Oh, one sec. All Christians mean, in terms of what Eli means when he said he's evoking the word God, is independent mind.
Yeah,
That there's
but
a higher,
we're kind of
there's a
assuming this,
higher
though, right?
objective principle at play here. That there's a
We are
higher
kind of
power at
assuming
play.
this. We are assuming this.
We're not
Well-
assuming this. We
Well,
agree to this objective truth.
You can't objectively say that that is what's happening, though.
Well,
Circa,
definition-
but it is a
So-
breakdown. No, wait, before you get away from that, I just want you to see that.
Yeah.
So, like, Circa, that's
I
fine
see- I
to
know
say
what you're
that you
saying,
don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
to come to that conclusion. But what Eli was asking you is, what's the other answer to that?
That makes it an abductive one, though. That's the problem. That's an abductive reason.
No,
No, it doesn't
an
make it
abductive
abductive. So the
argument.
so the transcendental
absolutely
argument is
does.
deductive
Yes, it does.
reasoning. No,
If
he's
you have
asking you.
if you have incomplete information, it becomes abductive here.
Okay, it's really you think that's you think that the transcendental argument becomes abductive?
At least the necessary condition part, not the whole argument, man. But
Okay, so let's
it's
do that.
supposed
Let's
to be
test this
built
real
on a
quick.
deductive argument, right? At least the necessary condition.
Yeah, it's deductive reasoning. So let's test this real quick. So, okay,
Do you have all the
Socrates
information?
is a
for
man.
doing
Hold on,
this? Do you know
Socrates is a man.
objectively that God is actually the mind-independent thing that's being, embodied by this?
yes, because if you try to
You
deny it, you end up
objectively?
Yes, I do know that, and I can actually give an argument for that. The reason that I know this is because my epistemology is theonomous, whereas yours is autonomous. You're going to get stuck in circular argument and circular reasoning. The second you try to move to a second order knowledge claim and justify that, all you're going to be able to do is appeal to another second order knowledge claim.
Slow down. Give me your argument. You don't need to be all weird. Give me your argument.
I'm not being weird. You
He's
don't
not
understand
being
it.
weird.
That's fine. You
Give
can
me
say
your
that, but
You're just being weird. Give me your argument.
yeah, because if you deny that.
He's saying, slow it down for him, Steelboard.
Yeah, so if you deny-
It's
if you-
spasm, bro, like talking 55,000 miles a second, just
Nah,
relax.
Steelboard's
put
just
your
good at
notice,
this
tell me
shit.
your
That's all.
argument.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Steelboard.
If you
Steelboard,
can't
go
give an
ahead.
accounting for the three laws, if you can't give an accounting for the laws of logic, right, and you
Mhm.
can't give an accounting for truth or knowledge and
What do you
how
mean
it
by
exists
accounting,
in
then?
what way, huh?
What do you mean by counting?
Giving a reason to believe that these things exist, or a good reason to believe these things exist.
I mean, they are universal and necessary for rational discourse, right? The three laws. But can you honestly, objectively say that they exist everywhere, even outside of our own universe? We know that.
Are there
We can
other
demonstrate
universes?
Yeah,
We
no
don't
matter
know.
what language you're speaking, truth will still be truth. Water will still be
You
water.
don't know that, though. We only know our universe.
Oh,
No, in
okay.
order
So
to
Spanish
prove
people-
it,
hold on,
Spanish
there's-
people. One sec. So Spanish people exist, but they don't drink water.
No.
Hold on,
I have a
hold
way
on
to
a sec.
refute this
Exactly.
really quick.
Real quick, hold on,
I'll
Circa,
pass it
hold
back
on.
to you. But
Hold on, Circa. There are other universes?
I didn't say there are. I said there might be. We don't know.
Well, can you think of any universe where the three laws of logic wouldn't apply? Can you think of
Yes,
any other
literally.
universe where
Maybe.
where the rock is not itself,
Where a
or whatever
rock
the
is
thing
not
in
itself?
question is? Whatever the thing in question is
rock?
within this other universe.
Yeah,
Well, no,
maybe.
That's the law of identity.
No.
The rock is itself. Right? It can't
Yeah,
be the rock and the beer and a cup of beer at the same time. It has to be one or
Correct.
the other.
And this is a rational foundation of thought, right? Formal reasoning, right?
Yeah, this is one. Yeah, these are the laws. Part of the laws of thought.
So does reason explain everything that's metaphysical or at least supernatural?
Reasoning, like just reason.
Yeah. What is it? What is in the center of a black hole? How does the law of a non-contradiction here apply to that when it's a singularity and we have no idea how the physics works?
Just because we
So
don't. Just because
It
we don't
exists
know.
as technically nothing at the same time, right? It's a singularity, it's undefined, divided by zero. So what would you say the law of contradiction even means something when it comes to a black hole? What is a black hole?
Can a black hole be a black hole and not a black hole?
A black hole exists as something that kind of seems
Hold on.
like math
Can it
says
be
just
itself
shouldn't
and
exist.
not itself?
no,
Again, the
this
math
is-
says it should not exist. A law of
hold on.
non-contradiction says it cannot exist, but also exist at the same time, right?
Yeah, it either exists or does not exist. So does it exist?
So a black hole mathematically says it does not exist, but it looks like it does. What would you say to that?
I'm not asking. I'm asking. Does the thing exist? The math could be wrong.
I asked you a very specific question about a black hole with the law
yeah, and
of
I said the math could
non-contradiction.
be just because the math is wrong or the math
So
doesn't
one
make
of the
sense or we're
laws
doing the
that
math
broken
wrong.
already.
No. That's gonna break the laws. Hold on, real quick.
I mean, mathematically, black holes seem to not exist, but they do.
Hold on. If you say to, there could be a variable that they're not accounting for because they don't know about it.
Thank you. So
with the black hole scenario, but can the black hole be itself and not itself at the same time?
Well, right now it looks like it doesn't exist, but exists in the same context because physics breaks down. So.
It does just because it
doesn't. You think it doesn't break down at a singularity?
Hold on,
guys. This is just, like, come on, Circa. Is there anything else you can because a black hole? This is like an observed thing, but we don't even know what it does or what it is a theory. Come on, dude.
It's a theory, not so. So again, it's not something that you have the same kind of knowledge
based on like logic, though, right?
Hold on. So wait. Because people disagree about what the black hole is itself.
Wait, math disagrees with you, buddy. That's the whole. You know what a singularity is, right?
Yeah, I get that the math doesn't. I get that. Like, so it's like
the
opposite of like.
Dude, it's math.
I'm saying so. Okay, is there a variable that we don't know about? Is it possible?
Maybe.
Is it logically possible for there to be?
Couldn't that change this law? I don't know. Maybe it actually does exist and not exist at the same time. Who knows?
No,
you can't have something that exists and not exist at the same time. That's a performative contradiction.
Black holes say otherwise mathematically, man.
No, they don't.
No, again, this is the problem when people bring up quantum logic as a critique of classical logic.
Quantum logic, bro.
Yes. No, seriously, you can laugh, but this is the actual problem, is that the math that we have is an incomplete model for what other things are showing. It's not saying that it exists in a contradiction. It's just showing that the mathematics present an incomplete model.
You think reason is complete? Do you think reason is
Dude,
complete?
this is why. No, hold on really quick, guys. This is why, as Easy said, it's a theory. It's not something that they say is an objective fact, like the tree in front of me is a tree. That's why there's different levels of knowledge. There's like normative, and then there's epistemic knowledge. With black holes being a theory, the incomplete math doesn't show that it's somehow fundamentally breaking the classical laws of logic, because guess what? In order to even do the science it takes to theorize about a black hole, the laws of logic have to be the case first for you to even have the possibility of doing that. And what we're talking about with possible worlds
here... Are you saying
here,
they're complete?
No, hold on. The mathematics showed an incomplete model, okay?
Laws of logic are math, right? It's a math, like a logical math proof. It's a proof.
Can I break
right,
in?
No, yeah, math is derivative. Yes, 1 second, but math is derivative of logic, but that does not mean that it's fundamentally violating or the laws. You would have to have like a more complete model to say that it's violating the laws of logic.
Okay, finally, you guys have moved into my wheelhouse a little bit. I wasn't even gonna come in tonight at all, and then I like black holes. Okay, you're gonna have to follow me for a minute here. Black holes are a thing, and the conclusion I have come to, I think I'm the only one to come to these conclusions. All right. And you guys are going to think this is ridiculous, but this is what I think it is. A black hole is matter. They know quarks and the things that rotate so fast. I'm brain locking. Anyway, back to black holes. Black holes are formed when the rate of the speed of the atoms that make up the bulk of the body of the black hole, when the rate of the speed of the atoms equalizes out with the rate of the speed of the spin of the body itself. Okay? Try to follow me. So you have atoms moving at a certain speed, and then you've got the giant ball moving. It finally reaches the same speed as the atoms themselves. At that point, the entire thing, I mean, it's still spinning, but to itself, it halts. It doesn't actually halt, but it halts and it collapses in on itself.
That's a black hole.
Which, yeah, and creating the black hole. And what happens is it smashes the atoms together to where there is no atomic motion inside of the black hole at all. And they
but premonition. I do apologize to interrupt you. Like I said, you're well versed in this and stuff. But you see what the problem is? Like the problem is we're now trying to define what the fuck a black hole is and all this kind of shit. When the argument's supposed to be about atheism and God and all this shit. This is what Circa does. This is why he's bad faith and he's disingenuous. So I would like to ask Circa a real, because again, my mom took Tylenol. I'm a retard. Can you please? No. Because can you please define what the word means?
Word?
Yeah. What does that mean?
I don't know. Word? I'm gonna hit you with the tautology right now.
Yeah, so you don't know what word means, but you're using them.
I don't think I'll be able to satisfy the one you want right now, considering the line of questioning that's happening.
You could Google it if you want. Like I'll tell you, like
know,
word means word
purple?
means.
You want me to answer purple, bro?
A
Fucking
word,
tell me the answer.
You don't know what a word is. I'll tell you what a word is. A word is a unit of meaning.
Unit of meaning.
Yes, and another word. That's why in the beginning was the word. In the beginning was meaning. God is meaning.
It doesn't have any meaning.
No,
tie it back into one sec.
That's not the way the theology works.
Real quick. I'm not saying that, right? But what I'm saying is, in terms of meaning, if you're to deny God, you're to deny meaning, which means in terms of atheism, if you deny God, there is no meaning. It's meaningless.
No,
you're trying to make a statement that has meaning while saying there's no meaning.
You're trying to appeal to scripture to the guy who rejects scripture. Like that's a bad argument. But I have a question real quick
I'm not.
I have a question for Circa. So basically, your example here with the black hole is basically saying, based on my math, this engine shouldn't run. But then I turn the key and the engine fucking starts. So therefore, it's a contradiction.
You can observe an engine, though, right?
Can you observe a black hole?
No.
Yes.
No, I didn't ask. No, I asked, is it logically possible for you to observe one?
Not that we know of yet.
That doesn't answer my question. Is there some contradiction in observing it?
Don't we have to actually do the thing to prove that?
No. For logical possibility, it just means that there's no contradiction.
Because
Superman is
a
logically
singularity,
possible.
Right? It is divided by 0 in its math. It is
Superman is logically possible. Down. You know that, right?
Okay. Well, does Superman exist in some math?
Eli, you're on mute. I see you trying to talk there. You're muted.
My baby. Yeah, that's why the black appreciate that. You came in clutch. But that's why when we're talking about
have math, dude.
No. You admitting that we can't observe the black hole just goes back to what we were saying about a theory. When we're talking about the transcendental argument, we're talking about facts and what we know to be true and the possibility of knowledge and truth itself. Yes, I think it's a theory. Well, you just admitted that we can't observe it. So
physics.
We can do the math though, which kind of
you just said the math says it doesn't exist. So
it breaks down. That's how we know it exists.
He doesn't even know what words are, bro.
The math shows it doesn't exist. That's how we know it exists. That doesn't make any sense.
Because our math.
Yeah, meaning is meaningless. That's what he's saying, Eli.
Wait, from what I know about black holes is we can observe them and we have a theory about how they work.
What is logic built on? What is logic built on?
Meaning.
Logic is
proofs
meaning.
Of math. If math
breaks
backwards,
down, you have that backwards.
Weird.
Yeah, no, math is derivative of logic.
I can say a lot about black holes to make a troll here, but let me just really quickly get in good out. Nix and Steelborn, you two need to reply to me. Premonition, call me before you go to bed. Premonition on Discord. Before you go to bed, you call me. Yeah, I've messaged both of you. You guys are worse than Speakeasy. Have a good night, everybody. Get the donos in. Great debate.
Avarice. Don't lie. You just came in here to Heaven Max, bro.
No, I did. I didn't want to derail.
Compliment. See, I'm not that bad at messaging back. See that?
Come on, Avarice. You came in here. You got to start Heaven Maxing now, bro.
Listen, I don't want to take away from the arguments that's going on. You guys got good stuff going on. I just wanted to make sure because I've been trying to get a hold of Premonition literally all day. So, no, it's okay. We know your Alzheimer's kicked in. It's okay. You get passes. So just call me before you go to bed.
I'll be there only in moments. I just wanted to finish explaining to these guys what
take all
size a black hole is.
Take
We'll
all the
remind her
time you
before
need.
she gets off.
Yeah, just give her a quick reminder, a little nudge with the cane. You know.
Yeah, we'll get it.
All right.
We'll make sure to remind.
Well,
Good night, everybody.
I do.
But,
I do
okay,
have
okay,
but back to
like,
Circa.
an
I just
argument-
want to be
Hold on.
real quick, just like so I
An
can have
argument
an
for the
understanding.
necessary
Maybe I'm
condition?
wrong. One sec, Circa. I just want to maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought with black holes we observe them and we have a theory about what they do, but that's it.
I have answers
That's not about
to
their
that.
existence, though. Their existence is mathematically. We proved it mathematically before we ever saw or even thought of one. That's what happened.
Yeah, I have answers. And I just had the last thing to say about black holes. The theory that black holes produce light, but the gravitational pull of a black hole is so strong that it sucks the light back in, that is
The event
incorrect.
horizon,
That is
It's the
incorrect.
event horizon.
That's wrong. Okay.
Well, if
yes.
you're inside the event
That's
horizon,
event
it's not.
horizon. Let me explain. The reason what's happening with the black hole, because the matter has crunched into such a degree, there's no atomic movement. There's no light being produced at
Where
all.
does the heat come from then?
What heat?
Black holes give off more heat than suns.
Gonna have to ponder that more. I've figured
It
him
means they're
out.
vibrating. It means they're
I'm
What I'm
vibrating.
reading, by the way, just Carl Schwarzschild solved the mathematical problem that Albert Einstein had with black holes.
He solved the singularity. Are you serious?
What it says.
Solved it. He solved the singularity.
He introduced the concept of the Schwarzschild radius, a cornerstone in the theory of black holes.
I didn't solve the math behind why we don't know what happens at the center of a black hole beyond the event horizon.
Wait. Your question is wait. I thought your question was
Schwarzschild
whether or not
radius
they
is
exist.
about
Hold on,
the
it's like,
escapable point, man. It's the
no, hold on,
point
it's
at
like,
which.
it's like, I thought your
Isn't that how
question this
you, like,
entire
measure the
time was about
size
whether or
of a
not
black
they
hole? Wait.
exist.
Isn't that how you measure the size of a black hole? The
Is your
Schwarzschild
question?
radius?
Hold on, is your question?
All right, so
hold on.
I just want to say, are we debating black holes now? I just want
Exactly.
To
No,
No,
I wanted to ask.
But this is why I keep pointing out, Easy. They keep falling for his bait of talking about black holes rather than drilling back down on this ridiculous claim that you can have independent
bring it back,
concepts, but you
actually.
can't
I was
have
gonna bring it
independent
Hold
minds.
on. Hold on. I wanted to steer this.
Proof.
I wanted to steer this
because I
back to
just
what
think you're
Steelborn originally
demonstrating,
asked him.
Circa, that the theory or black holes is a concept that comes from a human mind.
they're
What
a
was
reality.
asked of you was a how can a concept not come from a human mind?
No. The question that was asked was how
going to
can something
exist there
exist
whether
and
you
not
like
exist
it or
at the
not,
same time?
right? Like,
Yeah, no. This, and I can bring this all back because I have a question that ties it back to what Steelborn was asking. He was asking him, can you imagine a world where the laws of logic don't exist? And Circa was bringing up how black holes appear to violate, the law
Mathematical
of.
laws.
Yeah, to appear to
Just
violate
nothing
certain
with
laws.
anything.
But here's the problem with that, with saying that there could be a possible world with no law of logic, is existence itself predicates the law of identity. To say that something
Couldn't it be
exists
different?
means that it's itself. That means that the law of identity is in effect. And in my opinion, the other classical laws come out of the law of identity because you have to have the object, you have to have the subject in
It's
uniform
axiomatic.
to make true and false claims about the rest. So this is back to what Steelborn originally asked you in his line of questioning is, can you think of a possible world without these universal invariant laws?
I already answered. I said maybe. We don't know.
No. I don't want
We
about
know the
maybe. I'm
universe.
asking, can you do it? Yes or no?
I'm out, guys.
That's a yes,
I just
then?
hate
Hey,
If I say
premonition,
maybe,
go call
technically-
Avarice.
Love you
That's
dearly.
technically a yes.
Don't forget to call Avarice.
I'm going to call him right now. Yeah, I know. I'm completely senile. Okay, guys. See you later.
That's technically a
Yeah.
yes, but I don't really like making the claim that I know, so that's why I say maybe. Are you okay with that?
No, that's not an answer to the question.
You're not okay with being like, I don't know? It's
Wait, he's asking you just to use your
That's not
imagination.
atheist.
I'm
Please,
confused.
I can say something for a second. You're claiming to be atheist. What you're describing is agnostic. Circa.
I know that they're pretty similar. I honestly nowadays I feel like I
not
colloquially use
similar.
them, but
Again,
one is lacking knowledge and the other one is lacking a belief in God. I feel like they're pretty similar. Unless you know Greek differently. I don't know. What do you think?
well,
What does
again, it doesn't
agnostic
matter.
What does
All like I
agnostic
said,
mean, dude?
Well,
Lacking
this is
knowledge.
easy,
It means
guys.
lack
This
the
is
knowledge
easy.
of God. Why
Circa,
the fuck do you care? It's such a stupid fucking thing to bring up. No one
Circa,
fucking
can you
cares about whether
imagine a
it's
cat
agnostic or
with
atheist.
boots on?
Sure.
See, you can answer that one. So the fact that you say maybe to the other one, is that maybe because you can't imagine that?
Cat with boots on?
No,
you can't imagine
a world
without
without the laws of logic. You can't imagine it
again,
because
one is like universally, in reality. The other one, I don't really know how you can make claims about other realities that we don't know.
Okay,
if
how
they
about
exist.
this?
I don't know how
Can you
you can make
imagine being
claims that's
able? Wait,
enough.
can you imagine being able to fly?
Yep.
No, there's no contradiction there. That's insane.
You know, again, I demonstrated the
imagine it, man.
impossibility.
Can you imagine having the powers of Superman?
I can, yeah.
Now, can you imagine a world without the laws of logic?
You're not atheist, bro.
That's great, man. I'm glad you know better than me.
No.
I'll
Just
look to
answer
you
the
for
next
my
one now,
opinions on
Circa.
myself
Can you
then for the
imagine
future.
a world where a tree can also be a cup of juice?
Sure.
At the same time. At the same time.
Yeah, at the same
I can
time.
imagine one if you're asking me.
Really?
At the same
What does that
time.
look like?
I didn't say it was true. You asked me if I
No,
can
no,
imagine
I'm not
one. I
asking if
obviously
it's
can
true. No.
imagine it.
I'm not asking if it's true, Circa. I'm not trying to do some trap here. I'm asking like for a genuine curiosity. Can you imagine a world where there's something that can be a tree and a cup of juice at the same time? I can't.
I can imagine it. I can imagine it.
What are you imagining then?
Could you draw it for us?
I mean, it's kind of a combination of the both interchangeably, so I guess it's not really a
Right,
good one,
right.
but-
So it's
Yeah.
it's either or. It can't be both at the same time.
So yeah.
I mean, yeah, you
exactly.
got
You
me
mean
with a lot of
agnostic?
identity.
Well,
Holy
and
fuck.
here's
I mean,
the
I could've just said A
defeater
equals
to the
A,
whole
but,
thing.
like-
No,
No,
one sec. Let me
no.
explain that, Circa. The mere
Wait,
fact that
guys,
you
don't
can't
all
even
dogpile,
imagine
though.
that.
Just, like
Yeah.
because now
just to
I've got
clarify.
them there. I've got them there
I'll
for
be
you
fine.
guys. Just do
Right.
it,
Yeah, because like to point out that the mere fact that you cannot like even conceive of that. That's what
What do you
the main
conceive?
thing here is.
What do you mean?
You
conceive
cannot
of that?
even conceive of that. That's what they were saying. You can't even conceive of a worldview.
Conceive. What is my world?
can't.
Why are you saying my
The-
worldview?
you can't even you cannot even imagine that thing that you just said.
Okay.
Something that's both the juice box and not a juice box at the same time.
Got it.
You cannot even
Wait,
conceive of
real
that.
quick. When
Josh?
Teriax says worldview, he's talking about your metaphysics, your ethics, and your epistemology. That's
So
what
he's
the
doing the
reference
Jay
is.
Dyer fucking totality, fucking slamming together collapse thing. It's just not how you do this, but it's fine. Makes it really.
What else goes
stupid
into a
for conversation,
worldview
though.
aside from your metaphysics, your ethics?
No, it's
and
just a
your
catchphrase he
philosophy?
came up with to make everything kind of rest
No.
on 3 branches of philosophy, so he can fucking interconnect them
It's-
and then try and say other people can't build coherent
No.
fucking theories of
Okay,
knowledge without
let
them.
me-
It's a fucking
Yeah.
stupid ass tactic that I think it's just kind
Well,
of
it's
worthless.
not.
Makes
It's-
everything
it
in isolation
follows.
suck.
It works.
It follows.
Makes
No,
sense.
I'm being 100% like literally like what you're saying is like imagine a world where it's meaningless and it's like
I didn't say anything
like
yet, actually.
one sec and like to try and convey that worldview, you're literally saying I'm going to convey something that's meaningless. That's literally impossible.
I never said that. Or
That's
even
what
conveyed
atheism
that.
is.
Okay, look, I want to
No,
break
it's
this
not,
down
you
to
idiot.
make. Hold on, I want to cut this down really quick. Whenever you ask somebody, can you imagine a world without these laws of logic? It's instantly self-refuting because the second that you've imagined a world that exists, okay, existence presupposes the law of identity. So immediately, the first time you think of anything in the world, you have the law of identity. It is self-defeating to even attempt to imagine a world without the laws of
Yeah,
logic. It's literally not possible.
To have that clear, what you're
so
saying,
wait,
Eli, you're
just-
basically
just to
saying
go even
because
further
the
in this
world
meta
itself
conversation.
would have to also be not the world.
Well, yeah,
Let's just go further in this meta
existence, yes,
conversation.
exactly. How does
can't
it
be
exist
humans
as itself?
Again, do humans perfectly capture information?
What does perfect have to do with it?
Do we capture all the information perfectly?
No, we're
Is it in its
finite
completeness?
minds.
Okay, so can we honestly say that we can think of everything in the ways that
No,
we
but
can't think?
I'm demonstrating
When
the
you say imagine,
impossibility
I
of
can't
the
really imagine
contrary.
everything 'cause
Hold on, real quick,
I'm
real
not
quick.
able to do that perfectly.
Circar, can you
Mhm.
imagine a square circle for me?
That's not engaging with what I said, bro. Are you trying to be
No,
clever?
but hold on. But can you think of a square circle?
I can think of like a circle in a square.
No, I asked for.
Why don't you
can
engage
think
with
of
what
a
I
square
said instead of
circle?
asking another question? Why?
Because what you're saying doesn't make any sense. So what we're asking
Are humans perfectly able to fucking imagine everything? Do we have all the information when we think of
we
things?
can actually demonstrate what can't be the
Can
case.
we think
because
of
it's
other realities
contradicting.
and universes?
There are other universes?
I said, can we think of them?
I could think of them. I can think of that's what a
Okay.
hypothetical is.
Can you just assume that they're the same as ours? Mathematically, physically, logically?
I actually think they would have to be the same as ours.
Absent
Okay.
the mind.
I don't know how you could do that because we haven't lived in them. We
Look,
haven't
let's-
experienced.
let's
it.
get
if
back to the
because
problem.
you have to presuppose
And
the three
then
laws.
we're
of logic.
imperfect at capturing information, which means we could have imperfectly captured these laws of logic, right? They are just math.
No.
other way
They're
around.
proofed on math. They're made from math.
No,
Oh,
you have
no.
it backwards. Math is derivative of logic. Can
And then
seven
we
be?
do
Can seven
stuff
be
with
not
math
seven?
to prove them, right? We do stuff with math.
Can seven be not seven?
So the proof is made from math.
No.
Right.
Can seven be not seven?
No.
Can you have f1 over x equals 0?
Yes, but that presupposes that f maintains its identity over time, which means that the laws of logic have to be in place
No, it's
prior
undefined.
to the math.
You can't divide anything by 0 in math. Sorry.
I didn't know. I thought you were talking about the equation, whatever the
What?
fuck the equation is.
I was talking about just math in general because that's the proofs that we use laws of
No,
logic.
but
Okay, but one sec,
No,
Circa.
you got it
Do you not realize?
backwards.
One sec. Let me point out. Do you not see like what you're doing, Circa? Like this is like a defense mechanism that like
no, it's
people
not.
do
I'm just using math to beat math. And it's
because
kinda stupid,
they're
you guys
realizing
do it.
they've held a false belief. But please, I'm being sincere
I
here.
don't know what
Like
that the fuck's
the
supposed to
way
mean.
the way Steelborn genuinely asked you that question, then you just return back with some random math thing, and then
You
he
didn't genuinely
basically
ask me
even
anything.
granted your argument in good faith, and then you said, no, actually, like you can't do that because
Yeah,
it's
look at
impossible in
Charles
math
Guy.
and all this kind of stuff.
Oh my
When
God,
you're
bro. Are you done
basically
fucking
acting in
virtue
bad
signaling?
faith because you
Are
understand
you
what
done?
Steelborn's trying to get to,
100%.
but you're just refusing to engage
You
in
have
actual
it
meaning
backwards,
behind
Bang.
this
You have it
question.
And I want to
backwards.
Are you
point
done
out,
fucking virtue signaling for your friend here? Like Jesus Christ.
but I also want to point
I'm
out that
genuinely being
Steelborn
sincere.
had
You're not
a
being
line of
genuine, you fucking
questioning
Lucky
to
Charms
you.
weirdo.
Steelborn had a line of questioning for you that was related to the prompt, and when it got to could you imagine this type of world, we got hung up because you said maybe. I demonstrated the impossibility of imagining a
No,
world
my
without the
question
laws of
was-
logic.
Do we perfectly capture information, and can we perfectly do that?
Okay,
And then
even
he said a
saying
question.
something.
When I asked one first.
Okay, but even in saying perfectly as some kind of metric or
loaded.
standard, well, it
Objective.
also implies
It
that
implies
there's true or falsity.
100%. It implies 100%.
Well, that
Can we-
implies
no,
that the
can we
laws
have
of logic
perfect knowledge of-
exist.
Can we have perfect knowledge of
So
everything?
when he says like the laws of logic must 100% be objectively true everywhere, even if we can think of other
And if you
universes,
deny them, it's
I just find that
self-refuting.
unsatisfying and kind of self-defeating, like you're saying.
Because
deny it, it's
impossibilities
self-defeating.
to the contrary.
Yes, denying the universality is self-defeating. That's what we're pointing out to you.
Yeah, but we can't perfectly capture whether it is actually.
Hold on, real quick.
universal.
Hold on. I can get rid of. I realize this.
Right? I mean, how can
One
we do
sec,
that?
one
Is
sec,
that
one
a
sec, Circa,
universal
right.
claim?
Yeah.
No, one sec. We can do this really easy. We can do this
Yeah, I
really
guess
easy.
we can.
On a beach.
No. Is that a universal claim that we can't perfectly capture things?
I think the word we're looking for here is unfalsifiable, but it's
No,
fine.
is that a universal
No.
claim?
He's got
It's
he's got a
self-refuting.
point. What he's asking.
Own
is-
it, bro.
It's very
Circa, what he's
easy.
asking is,
Is
hold
that
on,
a
you're saying-
universal
Let easy
claim?
go.
Falsifiable
go.
claim is
Hold on,
not
hold on.
fucking
You're saying, Circa, that we
self-defeating, bro.
can't have
No,
perfect
let easy
knowledge
go.
of
Let easy
anything.
go.
Is that a universal claim?
One sec, Steelborn. Let easy go.
I couldn't hear Steelborn because your fucking Lucky
Well,
Charms mascot was talking.
Steelborn's just repeating my question. You said that we can't perfectly know anything. Is that a universal claim?
Yeah, I guess so.
Do you perfectly know it?
Alhamdulillah, habibi.
I didn't
Like a
say it was
self-
objective.
self-refuting, contradicting machine.
Yeah. I mean, do you perfectly know that
I mean,
we can't
the
perfectly
logic
know
there, if you
anything?
want to have fun,
Let-
works against you equally,
Let me
right?
let me give it to you this
No,
way,
it's
right, Circa,
self-refuting.
right?
If you-
One sec,
If
one
you're
sec, one
gonna
sec, one
accept
sec, one
that my
sec.
universal claim
If
is
we have a
universal
beach,
and we can't
if we
perfectly
have a
capture
beach,
everything,
No,
that
if
means
it's
you're still wrong.
self-refuting, then I
one sec,
don't
one sec, one sec, one sec,
That
Steelborn.
means you're still
If we have a
fucking
beach,
wrong.
if we have a beach, right, there is a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach, correct?
Yeah, you can fractal count it forever, though. Right?
Yeah. Would
You
we
wanna limit
ever
it?
be able to check that there's a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach, or be able to empirically prove the total amount of grains of sand on that beach?
Because the way you define what a grain of sand is going to make that impossible. It's going to be added.
Okay, yeah, but we can still make the claim. But you still made the claim that there is a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach, correct?
No.
No, this is just the problem
He's
of
literally just
deduction.
lying now.
What?
It's like
I'm not lying.
Jelly-
Your fucking analogy is stupid. You don't even know what a limit is. I'm pretty sure you fucking.
Circa, there is a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach. Yes, Teriak, there is.
Do I have to
After
fucking
the
do
thing.
fractal
No,
math
there's
for you
not a
right now? Do you
finite
understand
amount of sand on the
what's
beach.
happening?
What? So there's an infinite
I can
amount
do
of
it for you,
fucking
you
grains of
fucking
sand on that
leprechaun.
beach?
What the fuck do you want?
Get the fuck out of here. Get the
I
fuck
never
out of
even
here.
said this.
Who the fuck is this guy? Where did they pull you from? A fucking homeless
I don't know.
shelter?
I didn't even
What
say
the
it. You're
fuck is
literally
going on
interrupting,
here?
Arguing with someone who's not
This
me,
is
bro. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
unbelievable. Mm-hmm.
You literally are making straw
Hold on a
straw
second.
man.
Circa,
Yeah.
Circa.
Uh-huh.
oh fuck.
Is there an infinite number? We'll just like whatever your definition of a grain of sand is. I'll just grant it. Is there an infinite number of those?
I don't think you understand
at a
what that
beach?
means, then, do you? That's
I'm
the
asking,
problem
Like
with
grains
fractals.
of sand? Do you?
It's called the fractal effect. You know what a fractal is, right?
Yes, but is there an
Do you? I'm not really sure. I only brought that up about the
Are you on
grains of sand
mushrooms,
because
bro?
it is specific to this, because the word is defining what we're going to be measuring,
Oh
and
my
words
God.
kind of change about what kind of
Yeah,
grains of
just-
sand you
I
have,
mean,
what kind
That's
of
why I said
sediment you're
whatever
gonna include.
whatever you want, however you want to define it.
I know. It feels like this question is pointless because you're trying to lead me to something that you don't even understand yourself. So just get
No,
on.
I
with it.
No, again,
No,
you're
no, one
just
sec. I'll tell
dissecting
you how it
the
relates.
hypothetical
One
to
sec.
not-
I'll explain how it relates,
Leprechaun
Circa.
man, go find
Because
your
you're
fucking
saying,
Lucky Charms,
you're
King of
saying,
Rainbow,
one
let
sec,
talk.
one sec. You're saying that like, oh, you can't account for everything. You can't account for perfect truth. Ergo, truth doesn't
No,
exist.
you can just keep.
But we're showing
you
you
can
the
keep making
impossibility.
fraction
We're-
bigger.
yeah,
Oh my
we've
God.
showed
Do I
you
have
the
to show you this
impossibility to
on
the
math, you
contrary. That's how
fucking
you
retard?
prove it.
No,
Do you know what I mean?
and this
Because
is,
in
this
the
is
one
the
sec,
move.
one sec, John.
the equation
Because
for you.
in the beach example, we know that there's a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach because it'd be impossible to say there's an infinite amount of grains of sand on that fucking beach.
Oh, you're just stupid as fuck. Let me show you why.
Yeah, it's called an analogy,
No.
motherfucker.
Well, yeah, and
No,
I
it's
want to
not. You
point
just
out
don't
that this is
understand
what
math,
he's
bro.
done the
Literally.
entire debate.
You don't
Come on,
understand
show
the
it.
basics of
You
calculus.
said you're
It seems
gonna
like you
show
need to know what a fucking limit is, dude. You know what a limit
Mhm.
is.
Show
You know
it.
what
Inner
a limit
fifis.
will do when it approaches
Prove
something.
it.
You know what that's called. You know what it's called, Leprechaun Man. Then
What?
shut the fuck up, you fucking moron.
Yeah, the
You can approach
impossibility to
something
the contrary.
infinity.
That's what it's called.
You
It's
can
called the
literally approach
impossibility to
something
the contrary.
infinity. It's called a
You can literally,
convergence.
yeah, you can
You
literally
fucking
suck my
moron.
left testicle.
Like, let me give you an example here. You
Mhm.
fucking elementary school
Yeah,
retard. okay?
yeah. Go ahead, go
One
ahead.
half.
Yeah, draw on
We
your
have
little
one
piece
half
of
right here,
paper there.
okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, can't see shit. Yeah, turn that light off. Yeah, there you go. Don't have to look at that ugly fucking face.
I'm gonna show you a little number line. Okay, you got this?
Okay.
Paying
yeah,
attention,
mhm.
or you chasing that fucking Lucky
Yeah.
Charms, bro? What are you doing?
Yeah, would you agree that it would be impossible for
One
there to be an
half. We're
infinite
gonna put-
amount
we're
of
gonna put
grains of sand on the
0
beach?
here, okay. If I go from
Yeah.
1/2 to 1/4,
Yeah.
I've technically gotten
Mhm.
smaller, haven't I?
Yep.
Yes, you can infinitely
Mhm.
reduce the number. I
Can
get
you
what you're
just keep
pointing at.
making that number half, bro? I can do
Yes.
that. literally
Yeah.
Infinity. You
Yeah,
know, right?
bruh.
So
totally,
there's
bruh.
infinite grains of sand on the beach, is what you're saying.
There's an infinite amount of times you can go to
There's
0.
an
yes.
infinite
You can literally
amount.
keep doing
There's
it.
an infinite amount of grains of sand on that beach.
Yes, if
This
you
is
cut
ridiculous.
the fucking grains.
Okay,
bro.
yeah, there you
Guys,
go.
I just want to point something out. This is what happens
Why
when
do I have to
they
teach
don't...
basic calculus to this fucking
No,
dude?
it's not fucking
Basic
basic
calculus.
calculus.
Basic
Why
calculus
can't you
teaches you there's an
fucking
infinite amount of
No,
grains
no,
of sand on the
no,
beach.
No.
You're
hold
being
on, Circa.
pedantic.
Motherfucker.
Integral is.
Here's the problem with this. Here's the problem with what you're saying, Circa. You're saying that because
The
whatever the
problem here is you
metric
don't
is.
understand basic math. That's the
No,
fucking
no.
problem.
The problem is that you're
You guys
saying
are
that because
using
we can
math
change the
proofs,
variable,
not
because we can
understanding
Never go
math.
full retard.
Circa, shut the
fucking
fuck up for a sec.
base
You're saying that
math.
because we can change whatever our unit is for what a grain of sand is, we can change that definition can change for
No,
what
you
we
can
define as a grain of
approach
sand.
it. It looks like you can function it. You can put it on a graph. You stupid fuck as well. You can.
Yes, you
literally
can
put it on a
change
graph.
how the fuck you're defining a
never
grain of
get
sand.
me
That
lucky
doesn't
charms.
mean-
Look at this. Watch. You can literally have something that approaches the fucking line infinity, even though it technically looks like it's not.
Uh-huh.
Are you
I-
aware
Does
of
it
that?
ever
Where,
reduce
yes.
to zero?
I
If
took
Yeah,
that
you
long
realize
math.
that's not reality.
Ever reduce
Yes, it is.
to
That's
zero?
literally
If
how
you
we
cut
define
in
reality.
half,
That's how math
when is
Isn't it-
functions.
a fucking curve on my fucking board here is reality, bro. We're
Hold on,
talking
guys,
about a
guys, hold on.
beach.
But guys,
We're
did
talking
you
about a
know-
fucking
math.
beach.
But hold on, it's like Teriak. Did you know that because you
Like,
can find because you
The
can
proofs
find
inside of your logical proofs are literally
hold on.
math. They're
Hold on,
fucking
Derek,
physics.
Derek,
Proofs
Derek.
inside of your
Because-
logical proofs.
Teriak, because parabolas
I'm losing my
exist,
mind,
we
bro.
can't determine if there's an infinite number of grains of sand on a beach.
Look, I'll I'll even
Circa's
write out
fucking
because
argument,
I bet
bro.
you don't even know any of these logical fucking laws and their proofs. Okay, I'll write out for
Yeah,
you.
please
different
teach
ones.
us how there's
Why
an
don't we do some
infinite
premises
amount
right
of
now?
grains of sand on a beach.
We
Yes,
can
please.
literally
To
do
be
a
fair,
proof like
I
this.
like
Okay.
pool as well.
This is
I mean,
fundamentally
maybe I should charge you for
stupid.
these fucking courses. What do you think? You think I should do that? If you want to prove
I'd
that,
pay you
like
to shut
this
up,
one, right?
actually.
Circa.
You know what that is? Law of contradiction. Part of it, right? That's part of it. How do you
Okay,
prove this?
squiggly line. Okay, what does squiggly line mean?
That
No, I know what the symbol that you drew
You said
is.
you knew what laws of
I know what the symbol you drew
logic
was.
are, right? Okay, thank you. But Leprechaun Man doesn't because he's never.
Bro,
gotten
you're
past
literally
algebra, I
you
think.
just have a whiteboard with a squiggly line. You're like, bro, this clearly proves there's an infinite amount of fucking grains of sand on the beach.
No, I'm not. I'm saying this is what logic proofs look like. I'm writing it. Are you cool with that, or do you?
Okay, here we
just
go.
talk about them
gather
without
round,
any fucking
kids.
understanding
Circa
of
wants to
what's
tell us
underlying
a story.
Make it make sense. Land the motherfucker.
I gotta charge you for
plane,
this
for
one, I-
fuck's
Jesus Christ.
sake.
No, dude, what you're doing is being intentionally pedantic to avoid answering the
No, I'm
question of
using
the
math.
hypothetical.
That's not
No,
pedantic.
this is what it is. This is like if somebody said, like, well, for example, when you touch something and you go, well, technically at the subatomic level, there's always a space between my fingers and the object. So I mean, are we really talking about touching here? It's just avoiding what the
You tell me
hypothetical
you
is
can't
asking.
think deeper than just what you want to think.
No,
or what?
it's no, but for the sake of the
does
hypothetical,
it hurt
you
you
know
internally or
what's you
something to be
know
like,
what's
I don't
being talked
know?
about. You know what's being asked about infinite or finite
I asked
numbers
you,
of
what
grains
happens in a
on
black hole in singularity. What happens there with the laws of logic?
Now we go back to
Again, if something
I-
exists, then it
Do you
presupposes
have an
the-
explanation for it?
if anything exists,
The
it's
math says it
presupposing the
shouldn't
law of
exist.
identity.
The math says it
okay,
shouldn't
but
exist.
do-
Law of
does
contradiction
it
is what we're talking
exist?
about.
Does it exist?
We don't know. It looks like it should.
Okay, exactly. So we're talking about knowledge in this conversation. So you brought up a non sequitur, good, or a red herring. Good job.
No, I didn't. This is literally math breaking down, which is
Okay,
math is how we
again, that
use
doesn't-
Guys,
to
look,
make
hold on a
proofs
second,
for
hold on a
laws
second,
of
hold on a second.
logic.
Look, guys, look, real quick,
It's
look.
math truth.
Hold on, guys, ready? Look. Modus ponens,
You're saying
therefore,
laws of logic are
therefore-
truths, and those
Modus-
are
hold on,
made
hold on,
from
look,
proofs with math. Are you
Hold on a
fucking
second.
kidding me?
Circa, look, hold on. Look,
And
modus
math because
ponens,
of
therefore, infinite grains of sand. It's like,
Modus
what the fuck are
ponens.
you talking about, dude?
If you know P, P is then Q. You may write down Q, right? Whatever. Fine. I'm just saying that the math there is how you can prove modus ponens, like you just said. And there's plenty of times we can think of where math breaks down in our universe. How do you know math is 100% objectively true across everything then? You just don't. You're just acting like you do, and you don't even know the math.
No,
No,
but
it's
you're,
not
you're
scientific
confused.
method.
You're
That's a fucking
confused. You
hilarious
think
to me,
no, but you think that logic comes
Guy doesn't
from
even know
math,
you
not
can
the other way.
count to infinity
No,
with
but
limits,
you,
bro.
Circa,
but you think
Circa.
that logic. Hold on. No, but
Hold
you
on,
think
one at
that
a time,
logic
boys,
comes
one
from
at a
math
time.
and not the other way around.
We use
You
math
understand
to
that-
describe the logic. Thereby, it doesn't matter where it
No,
comes from. The math
no.
itself can be broken down where we could look at it in
Circa.
certain places.
Circa.
It's gonna open the
Hold on,
door
Circa,
to
Circa.
some doubt.
Circa,
Yeah?
real quick, hold on. We're
You
gonna
think?
assume the law. Hold on, real quick, Circa. we're
No,
gonna
you're not
assume
gonna
the
say
law.
anything. That's what I thought.
Circa, we're gonna assume the law of identity here for a sec, right? We're just gonna assume that just for the sake of this question, right?
Sure.
So the value of 2. When I say 2, I mean 2 things, like 1 unit and 2 units, right? Can 2 plus 2
Yeah.
ever equal 5?
No. I mean, not really. No.
No, because it would be a contradiction. Because then the value of 2 would have to be itself and
Is
not
that
itself.
axiomatic, or is there something underneath there that's making it, evidently self-evident true? Do you know?
No, I don't-
Is
I
the
don't-
Statement 2 plus 2 equals 4 an actual axiomatic statement, or is there something else at play there?
No, it's
Do
not
you know?
axiomatic. It's not axiomatic. It would be universal. It'd be it's an entailment of the laws of logic. It can't contradict itself. It has to be itself, and it can't be itself and not
No,
it's,
that's
not
not.
something else.
There's another underlying thing there that's actually doing the axiomatic work. It's not.
Oh,
just
so wait,
laws,
so math is an
whatever
axiom?
the fuck you just said. No, math itself is not an axiom. There's underlying proofs involved with it, right? So I just don't really understand why 2 plus 2 equals 5 is supposed to prove what you just said.
No, it would prove that math exists, or that the concept behind the numbers, right? That
It
means that the
proves-
concept is universal.
Except when you look in a black hole, I want you to tell me with a straight face that you know exactly what's happening inside of it. What is
What the
happening?
fuck?
but
Would that have to do with
have you-
anything? Hold on, real quick. Can you do me a favor? Can you just look
That-
up the word?
I'm asking
can you
you
look
to
up-
He's trying to bait you into the black hole again. That's what that was to
Watch,
the
watch,
point.
watch.
Red herring.
In physics.
Circa, can you
Tell
look up
me.
what a non sequitur is?
That's not a non sequitur, bro.
It's a total non sequitur to what we're talking about.
Point A to point B is not hard here. Do you need me to fucking help you along, dog walk you into this, you fucking retard?
Oh, you want
I
to talk
can
about
do
a
that.
fucking retard? I'm
Come-
asking you about the
are
fucking
you
laws of
interviewing
Inside
logic.
of a black
Circa?
I'm
hole,
the laws of logic,
math
and you're like,
breaks
have you ever
down.
looked at a black hole? Urgh.
You literally asked me, can you imagine a place where the laws of logic may not be there? I just told you math breaks down, which is underlying proof of what logic is.
If you're
on a
imagining
black
it,
hole.
that would
How
mean
is
you
that
have to
non
exist,
sequitur?
which entails the
You
law
just
of
don't
identity.
understand this fucking concept because your brain can't think.
Wait,
No,
what do you mean
don't
math
understand the
breaks
concept because
down?
You think that fucking math comes from, or that logic comes
so-
from math. You have it fucking backwards.
That's how
If
you prove the
assume-
logic with math.
But
Bro.
again, math is derivative of
Not
logic.
always.
But and
If the
also
math can be suspect. If the math can be suspect, doesn't that make the whole thing suspect?
That's what a whole hypothesis is. What the
No,
fuck are
that's
you
if you
talking
assume that
about?
No, if the
logic
math
comes
can
from
be
math, not the
suspect,
other
the
way
proofs
around.
are no longer there. How do you prove logic then?
No,
Wait.
you have it backwards. We're saying
By
our view is that
testing it.
logic
What
or
the
that math
hell?
is derivative of logic itself, not
Fine,
the other
if
way
it's
around.
derivative of logic itself
Circa.
and it's susceptible to
Circa,
corruption
yeah,
in this
yeah,
way,
yeah,
it can
yeah,
break
Cir-
down
yeah,
in a
Circa.
black hole. How
Circa.
do you just go on saying it? It's
Hold on,
Yeah,
Circa,
changed
Circa.
anyway?
one
You
sec,
know-
one sec. Your
you
whole
know-
claim that math breaks down. What does that mean? That means that it no longer makes sense, as in like it starts contradicting itself. You can no longer identify
Yes.
shit. Correct?
You
Yeah.
cannot
So it
divide by
still
zero.
adheres to logic.
No, because it still
The black
exists.
hole, the referent, is still going by logic. It's the mathematics
Isn't it? Because it
that's
exists,
wrong.
but doesn't exist.
Yes, we are
Wait.
catching up on the mathematics side of it. Just because we can't explain the mathematics side of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
yeah,
If you can't explain the
exactly.
math and the math can break down in certain areas,
The
then
thing still
proofs for
exists,
logic-
but our description
Shut
is
the fuck
faulty.
up,
That's
you
basically what you're
leprechaun
saying.
weirdo. If the
Yeah,
math
it's an
breaks down,
incomplete
Yeah,
model.
because you're wrong, Circa. You're getting schooled by a fucking
so you're saying
leprechaun.
math is always correct everywhere.
Yeah,
It's always
yeah.
right.
Wait, I mean, you can come to
No.
an incorrect conclusion,
Okay,
but
so if
assuming
math
that
is
it's
susceptible to some variance of like, let's say the scientific reasoning inside of it, right? The way we do this doesn't actually make sense in some places.
In
then
order
the
to do
underlying
science, you have
math
to
that's
assume
derivative
that
in the
the
proof
truth is
can
objective
be
and universal
susceptible
and
to this.
absolute.
Obviously.
Wait, let me ask you this: how do you prove a tree
No,
exists
answer the
with
question.
math?
Engage with what I said. I'm tired of getting fucking
How
like
do you-
20 Q
wait,
from all of you when you don't answer
How
me.
do you prove a tree
I
exists
can
with
do-
math?
Wait, engage with what Circa asked.
Yeah,
and
repeat the
then-
question, Circa.
If the proof is, like you said it's derivative of math, or math is derivative of the proof. It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
No, it's
it has the
derivative of
same
logic.
effect.
This
Math
is like
presupposes logic exists, dude.
That's fine. Math, though, is the way you can make the proof for it. That's
Yes,
my
you
point.
can give a mathematical demonstration of logic. I agree with that. So I've
No,
never
that's how you prove it. It's called a proof.
Yes.
That's what a
No.
proof is.
Is it the only way to prove it?
That's how we prove logic. That's proof. It's a proof, bro. Do you not know what that is?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
okay, one
you-
sec. Circa, one sec. Can math prove
No, I
math?
don't need a fucking monologue from you. I just need him to understand this one concept so I can continue.
It's not monologue,
Is
it's
that
a
cool?
question. Can math prove
It's
math?
fucking something I don't want to hear. Okay, so what I'm
Yeah,
saying
because
here
you're
is that
closed-minded.
proofs are how. No, I'm not. Is how we
Yeah, you
fucking
are. You literally just
determine
said, I don't want to hear you.
the law of logic, right? We
Wait,
use
guys,
mathematical proofs.
hold up. Let's see if this will help. Like, 'cause let me explain it in this way, Circa. Because like, the reason math presupposes the law of logic because one can't be two, and we're gonna add one and two. That's presupposing the laws of logic already.
It's presupposing
like,
the
How do you
logic.
use
Why-
imaginary numbers? In this?
Logic comes first.
How do you use imaginary numbers in this?
How do you
Well,
what?
They still have an identity.
Can I?
Something we're referencing to.
Man, I really
All
don't
right.
want to be talking this hard
From
about math.
truth.
Right now, but-
Okay, I just want to step in here really quick because I think
know.
I see
don't
the
want to talk
problem.
this hard about math either. That's
The
why I'm
problem
like,
here
yeah,
is I have a lot of guys.
But no,
who are
he's-
talking
he's-
very confidently
he's
about
using the
math,
black
but they've
hole.
never
without
taken
logic.
past
It's
an algebra
that
course. I
easy.
think I don't understand how this is possible.
Listen,
Wait,
listen.
just maybe are you disagreeing with what I'm saying, Circa? That you
No,
need
not
logic
really. No,
for
what,
math.
what you said is fine.
That math presupposes logic, as in, when like, for instance, the law of identity. One has to
Mhm.
be one. It can't be one and two because then we couldn't do math.
Yeah. You
Right?
also can't divide by zero, correct? That's undefined. It's not something you can do in math, correct? Correct.
Yes,
don't
yes, you
understand
can't
what's
divide by
Literally
zero.
changing
Point
the
is-
Okay, so what I'm
But
saying here
wait,
is that
but-
there's
What do you agree with
if
what I
you're
said? Though?
using math to then say your proof is correct. And the point I'm trying to make is math is not axiomatic like that. It's not self-evidently and objectively true. So the proof can be corrupted by the fact that math can break down in the way we understand it. That means when we think of other universes, that could corrupt the entire law of logic.
No.
How can you do that?
I want to step in here really quick because I see what's happening.
All over the place. Why are you jumping away from the Circa? Do you agree with me that math?
What do you use to make a law of logic? Well, how do you prove a law of logic?
The laws of logic, because it's the impossibility of the contrary to deny a law. Any of the three laws.
I will answer your question.
How'd you prove an axiom?
Can you just answer me first?
No, to deny the laws of logic is self-refuting.
This guy just thinks that it was shit out of a fucking book or something. Like, no, someone had to do the fucking proofs.
Does math presuppose logic? That's all. It's easy. Do you agree
the math
with me?
describes it, I guess, is what you're trying to say, which is fine. But the math can be incorrect.
So the description can be incorrect.
Well, no, this is what I wanted to point out.
Now, if your description of the proof to make the law of logic actually work.
No. The reason that the laws of logic are true is because if you tried to deny them, it's self-refuting.
At least with what we know in our reality, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
In what other reality could you say that this tree is a goldfish at the same time? How the fuck is that?
It's crazy how you're asking.
It happens the same.
I don't know why we're getting away from what I asked. You're using logic to ask me how logic works. That's so dumb.
Math.
Can you just?
I'm telling you that math
that's
is
how
not
you prove logic. You don't prove logic. You observe the necessary preconditions for them.
Proofs.
If reasoning is possible, the laws of logic must be valid. Reasoning is occurring right now between me and you. We're debating.
They are mathematical proofs.
Laws of logic are valid.
They are mathematical proofs.
That's what logic is.
Oh my god. So you're saying math came before logic?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is how you determine.
Oh my god. So
I want to try to. I want to try to get in here and steelman this.
Could you do it without proof?
No.
Can you do math without logic?
Yes.
Without math.
Can you do logic without math?
You don't prove the laws of logic. You show how they're necessary preconditions for proof itself.
And look, I want to point out here as
you need logic. Proof is a part of reasoning.
Oh, he's getting the whiteboard again.
Oh, he's getting the whiteboard.
Oh,
okay,
shit, boys.
He's getting the slow boy whiteboard.
Do you know what Gödel's incompleteness theorems are? Any of you?
I've heard of them.
Heard of it? Yeah.
Okay. So there are limits on what can be proven within a mathematical system, then, right?
Yep.
And if the way we determine logic laws is using mathematical proofs to show that they're true.
That's not what we do.
Think so?
You keep assuming that.
I would love for you to tell me how you can do this without a mathematical proof.
Easy, just told you.
Gödel's
Are you going to use mathematics?
We observe the preconditions for proof to even exist.
What does the law of identity mean, bro? What is it? A equals.
That's a representation of the law. It's a description of the law. Yes.
And there's a proof to this, right?
No, that is just a description. Yeah, the proof is that if you deny it, it's self-refuting. The proof is if you deny it, it's self-refuting.
With the law.
If you deny it, it's self-refuting. That's the proof.
Real quick, Steelborn. I'll use his language. Can you prove an axiom, Circa?
Prove an axiom? It's self-evident.
What is self-evident?
So you can't prove an axiom.
Is the law of logic
how can you do that?
An axiom?
The laws of logic are they're self-evidently true. We observe them as preconditions for proof to even exist.
Well, hold on.
I'm pretty sure they're foundational.
I don't.
Let me ask you.
Do you have a PhD in mathematics?
I don't know why.
The point I'm trying to tell you is that he asked me, "Can you think of another universe?"
Hold up, Circa. For a math proof, does it depend on a non-contradiction?
A mathematical proof can use.
Does it depend on a non-contradiction?
You can do a proof by contradiction, yeah.
No. Can you answer my question I'm asking you? Mathematical proofs, do they depend on non-contradictions?
No, they're gonna depend on the logical methods like you're talking about.
So you can give a mathematical proof that has a contradiction in it?
No, you prove by contradiction. You can't prove it by having. You're correct. No, you're correct.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Does the mathematical proof depend on an identity?
An identity?
Yeah.
The law of identity.
I guess it could,
identity. We just say identity because we're going to go into this.
All of the laws of logic are going to have a downstream, like you said, derivative. They're going to have
Now,
mathematical.
how about the excluded middle?
No, you just said you need the mathematical proofs to prove logic. If the mathematical proof depends on logic, how would that work? You just admitted that mathematical proof depends on a non-contradiction.
You're putting your mathematical cart before your logical
mathematical proof shows something is true within a system, right?
A system of what?
A logic itself is what allows a system to function.
That's fine. Logic. There you go.
That's
is logic
the difference
guaranteed to be objectively the same in another universe?
What?
Yes.
It has to be, because if you were trying to deny it, it would be self-refuting.
What is
That's
the
why.
other
If you
unit?
deny
I want to
the law-
get
any
hold
laws,
on.
it'd be self-refuting. Do you not get
I want to
this?
get back to the black hole problem because
Hold on a second, Eli. This is important. Do you not understand that if you deny any of the laws of logic, it's self-refuting?
Are you familiar with like a Penrose diagram?
No, I don't. I
Can
don't
you
know
answer
the
his
term.
question?
I might know it, but can you answer my question instead of without? Can you answer my
think-
question instead of answering my
Do
question
you
with a
think
question?
that you
Can
could
you
stretch
answer?
time
Don't
so
ask me a fucking
far?
question. Answer the question.
If you go so fast, you could stretch time so far that you could actually reach. If you were able to go around the entire flat universe, that you could reach the end of your spaceship if you went fast enough.
That's
So
great.
let's
So
say
how about
you're
you
a
answer my
spaceship.
question? How about you answer my question instead of asking me a question?
I'm answering your question.
No,
too
you're
dumb
not.
to
I
realize
asked you
it.
a question.
Yes,
I
you are.
asked
You
you
were
a
literally
question.
fucking too dumb to realize it.
No, I
It's
asked
kind
you a
of
question, and you go,
Steelborn
"Do you
is
know what a
far
Penrose
smarter than
diagram
you,
is?"
Circa.
Yeah, I mean, a
That's a
Penrose
fucking
diagram-
question, retard. Answer the fucking question I asked.
No, I'm not going to answer it. You're fucking stupid.
Oh, I'm not going to answer. Oh, I don't have
Yeah,
a fucking
that's
answer.
not
to
an
this basic
argument.
question.
I mean, you can't really make the claim. I'm
L.
sorry, guys. You can't make the claim that logic is just going to be the same everywhere
Yeah, it has
outside
to
of our
be.
universe. It is in our
Go
universe
ahead,
because
hold
we
on.
can
Demonstrate
see
how
that,
any of the
but-
laws of logic can be changed.
Yeah, no, Steelborn. Your question was: you do realize that if you're to claim if you're to go against any of the laws of logic, it is self-refuting. Do you realize that, Circa?
Yeah. So the creation of the universe, right? Does there need to be a
To
first
refute
cause for the
logic
creation?
is illogical.
creator?
Correct, Circa?
I'm not going to answer your question.
This bitch
Hold on, wait,
don't
wait.
know
You're
about
dodging,
this.
dude.
Does something
It's a very
created need
simple question.
creator? Is that the question?
No, I'm answering your question by thinking of ways in which we could probably try and pontificate on whether logic can break down.
No,
So logic
dude,
can be
because-
illogical.
So, like, how about
Can logic be illogical?
No, why are you asking me this stupid statement?
Alhamdulillah.
In order, Circa.
Congratulations, dude.
In Circa,
I don't-
in order for you to imagine this other universe, do you have to distinguish things, this versus that?
Sure.
Law of
You've now,
identity.
you've now.
So you already
No,
already
all of them.
using the law of identity.
You know, he's actually
Okay,
using
so
all
how
of them.
about
Hold
how
on.
about
He's-
Yeah,
how about
all of
he's
them
actually
is
using
one.
all of
something
them.
a
He's
little-
using
Let's
included
do
middle,
something more specific here,
non-contradiction,
okay? So
identity.
God is supposedly, at least in Trinitarianism, is in the Trinity, correct?
Yes.
Technically, he's all three at the same time, but the outer branches are not technically the inside, and they're not each other, the other ones, right? So how does that work?
Yeah, the
Is there not a lot of contradiction there?
Again, so this is super Reddit
The
tier.
church teaches that God is
so-
in everything all at once. Is that not a lot of
Mhm.
contradiction?
No, he's
because
omnipresent.
Why not?
Well, and also the laws of logic refer to laws in the temporal world. God being the
Wait, so you
grounding
can think
source
of a
of those, he
universe
wouldn't
that's
be.
not the temporal world. Is that what you're
And
saying?
real
The
No,
universe
Eli,
is
no, no.
Real
created.
quick, sorry guys, to the chat.
Eli, no.
We
Yeah, that was
have
a mistake.
6
No,
minutes.
it wasn't. No, it
Sorry,
wasn't
guys,
at all.
One sec, boys.
I got to
We
get
have
into
6
this.
minutes in the chat there. We're only at 4 out of 20 super chats. So if we
That
don't
was
hit
a
the
mistake.
20 super chats, we're wrapping up in 6 minutes. So
No,
if you wanna get that another hour in, get those super chats in.
No. So,
What
sir,
does
Just hold on.
temporal
Let me
world
hold on.
let me
Logic is an
clarify.
energy of God. It's part of God's
What does
nature. God's
temporal
nature
world
can't
mean?
contradict himself. God's nature
Right.
cannot contradict himself. So God can't create a God more powerful than him. God can't make a rock
Okay,
so
but
heavy
he's
he couldn't
he's
lift.
existing, in multiple places at once, kind of, right? What's going on there?
Why couldn't a God do that?
I
Is he
don't
not
know.
all powerful?
Can you not distinguish between them? I'm confused.
Yes, you can distinguish between the three persons of the Trinity
How do you distinguish between them then? If he's he's technically all of them.
by their roles.
Their roles. Oh, okay, got it. Interesting.
Exactly.
That
And
sounds kind
what
of vibes and fifisy.
No, it's not
what
vibes
does
and
temporal
fifis.
world mean?
yeah, it's the created universe. So creation
Outside
itself.
of our created universe, it might be different, or what?
God's the
No,
only thing
again,
outside.
there's
Father's
only
the only
two.
thing
There's only two: the created and the uncreated. All that the uncreated is God. It's not another universe. There's only
Does God
one
have to
universe, the
exist by
created
these
one.
logic laws, or
No, he's the grounding source of logic itself, so he's not bound by laws external to himself, the way
so
we
he
are.
can be a contradiction?
Not yes. Well, no, not exactly. So
Oh,
that's a
you
bad way to
just
phrase
fucked
it.
up.
No,
You're
hold on.
trying to
I can
save
deal
him,
with
bro.
this. No, he's not a save. It's not a saving thing, dude.
No, it's
God.
It was a bad way of phrasing it. No, so the thing is, so hold on a sec. So what you're saying, so what he's saying is that the laws of logic are part of the nature of God. God's nature can't contradict himself. God's nature can't contradict God's nature.
Yes,
Very
he's
good.
bound by his nature. He's not bound by laws. That's what I'm
Didn't
saying.
you just think of something that technically doesn't have to abide by those laws then?
He has to abide by his nature. It's not
the
a
laws
law.
of logic are part of his nature.
But the laws of
Yeah.
logic are from that nature, so he can change them.
No,
No?
He can't
Why
be
not?
illogical.
because it would contradict his nature.
What if he changed them?
It would contradict his nature. That's like asking me, what if fire wasn't hot?
I got it. Okay.
Yeah. So, again, you're fundamentally not understanding what's
Fucking
being
atheist
asked.
Your fucking arguments.
I mean, yeah, it seems to me that temporal world creation, God.
Yeah, no, whenever you're talking about is God bound by laws, that would be something outside of God. In the worldview that we're positing to you, there's only the created realm and the uncreated, and there's not an uncreated realm. All that's uncreated is God himself. He's informed by his nature. His limitations come from his nature, not external laws. So when we're talking about the law of
God has
identity, that's an
limitations?
external law to us. Yes,
God
by
has
his
limitations?
nature. Of his nature, absolutely. He can't be evil. He can't be illogical, as you just asked. Absolutely, he's limited by his nature.
So what is he?
He's God.
the unmoved mover, the alpha and the omega.
Truth.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound like much.
The unmoved mover.
Truth doesn't sound like much. What
I
he
like,
engaged
I
in
like Thomas
debates.
Aquinas' version of it is much better. It's a little bit more poetic. Poems. I like poems. Can you give me something a little less fucking stupid and bitchy?
I'm being
He's
the bitchy
crashing
one.
out
Okay.
because
All the passive aggressive remarks, all this
I'm
shit.
crashing out so
I have
hard.
no
Give me some
argument.
slam poetry.
I'm
Unless you
just
give
gonna
me
say
your
one
answer
poetic
in the artistic form of slam poetry, I will not accept your answer, sir. Where'd you get that one from? Fucking Oxford?
No, I'm just pointing out some contradictions.
it's not a
There's no
contradiction.
you've
What? Give us a contradiction in P
Yeah,
and
what's
not
the
P,
contradiction?
Circa.
I mean, God
name
can't
one.
have limits. I thought God was.
Yeah, the contradictions.
No,
that
God
logic can
can't
break
have
down.
God can't have external limits.
A logic law is not an external one. Does that mean
No,
it
it's part of the
presupposes
nature of God. It'd be
Why does
internal.
God need these?
It's just part of the nature of God.
Does he subscribe to the laws of logic?
They're part of his nature.
Dude.
Do you subscribe
Why?
to being a person? What the fuck does that even mean?
Why? It sounds like he just has to live by the laws of logic to you.
No, the laws of logic are part of the nature of God.
Are you bound by your
backwards.
human nature, Circa?
I like how you collapse in this because you don't have a way out.
No, it's not
It's
a
not-
class.
You're saying
on, real
God
quick, real
lives
quick,
by
hold on.
logic, but God is logic.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
He's also like my favorite sunny day.
Are you doing the Mean Girls thing? Is that what you're doing?
You know, on like a summer night when the sun is looking really good, and the clouds.
we
are
go.
like,
Yeah,
There
he
you
can't. You
go.
can't give the contradiction.
Yeah,
you just
yeah,
assert
yeah,
shit.
yeah,
give us
and
some
can't
Robert
back it up.
Frost there, will you?
So he's like, I'm just gonna start.
You know when
reading
he
I'm
all the
opposed to
Shakespeare.
do anything with what you told me. You're just like literally saying it's like
First,
true,
you
and then
you
I'm
claimed
supposed to
it was a
accept
contradiction. Give the contradiction.
Yeah, demonstrate the contradiction.
God has limits.
How is that a contradiction?
I thought God did not have limits.
God does not
Again,
have
so this is
external limits.
again. So your
I gave
definition
you
of
the
what
Trinity,
all
and you said
powerful means.
They're distinguished by their roles. That's kind of
Yes,
not
That's
because
really-
they
true.
do
This is called
different things.
personhood. Yeah.
Shout
real
out
quick,
to the
hold on, how do we
chat
distinguish
pulling
between you-
through in the
Wait, the money,
last
money.
fucking 3 minutes. Last 3 minutes, chat pulled through to hit that
Oh,
goal.
fun.
Shout out.
Yeah.
to you,
So
man.
let me
Chat.
wake up a little bit here. So Circa's getting
And
kind of cocky.
woman, bring me my stew.
Stu. Circa, you said there was a contradiction. You said God having limits by his own nature is a contradiction. Can you actually explain how that's a contradiction?
I don't know. Depending on what Christian church you're thinking of.
No,
I mean, it
you
should be
made the
delivered
claim.
from this
How
way.
are you deriving the contradiction? All you do is appeal to other people's arguments. What's your argument for the contradiction, Circa?
You didn't even let me finish, you fucking weirdo.
What's your
Bro, you're
argument
eating, and
for
you're-
the contradiction?
Again, Some
You're
churches
getting
think that
too
God
cocky,
is
and you need to be
omniscient.
piped down.
You literally just interrupted me again. You fucking weirdo. Why?
Because I
what's
can
the
already tell the problem
contradiction?
with your argument. I can tell the problem with what the problem with your argument is going to be before you even.
What? That it's omniscient, omnipotent.
No, because some
Yeah.
churches say this and some churches say that, and they can't agree. That's a disagreement fallacy. Just because people
That's
disagree
not
doesn't
what I
mean
was
they're not
actually
truth
going
of
to
the
say.
matter.
Thank you
But
for
not only
showing
that,
us that you have no
but
idea
not
what
only
I was
that,
going to say.
but not only that, God is
Yeah, let him
omniscient.
have
no idea what I was
There's
gonna
no
say. Why are you still
contradiction in
talking?
saying that God has limits by His
Why
own
are you
nature.
still
that He
talking?
chooses.
You literally got it wrong. Can't you
I
just
wasn't
shut up?
finished. It wasn't
Just let
finished.
him,
I
let
know,
him
but you got it
answer.
wrong. You could stop when you got it wrong. That's
All
probably
right,
the good thing to
Circa,
do, right?
Just answer. You're good.
Is God not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent?
Correct.
Yes.
What does omnipotent mean?
Be all
Omnipotent,
powerful.
all-knowing.
Source of all power.
All powerful? So why
Source
does he
of all
need to be set
power.
by limits?
No, he's the source of all power.
Yeah.
That doesn't really answer my question.
No, it's okay.
That does.
Just all powerful according to his nature.
So he could change everything because he's all powerful, right?
According to his nature. Just
Source
like
of all power,
he is-
yeah.
No,
That's
God
not
can't
a contradiction.
himself.
Could he make a tit that was so big?
It's
even
like
God
saying,
could-
could God be not God? God can't be anything other than what he is.
Yeah.
So
Okay, like
your
you're just
your
asking
That
question
would
is
be
a
a contradiction.
Yeah, your question's a contradiction, not what we're saying. And you have not demonstrated a contradiction yet. So will you at least admit that you say shit you can't back up?
Wait,
Circa,
do
can
you
you
have a
be not
PhD
you?
in mathematics, Circa?
No, I don't.
So then why are you talking about all the mathematics and all this kind of shit?
Because it's kind of important to understand these things.
Hold on, Terry,
Okay.
that's just a red herring. Let's just, yeah. Can you demonstrate the
It's
contradiction?
not a red herring. It's a valid question, bro. I don't know why the fuck you just said that.
It's a red herring to what we're talking about, anyways.
No, it's not. How is it irrelevant?
Because we're talking, you're making the claim that our position has a contradiction
You just
based
said
on the
this
nature of
question
God.
was a red herring, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, the reason why I asked it, the reason why I asked the Steelborn is because it seems like he basically holds mathematics as like the one true thing in his worldview. He thinks
No,
that
I
everything
don't.
like maths proves everything.
Did you not just hear me argue that math can break down? Or
Yeah, but
What
that-
does it,
but,
what
like,
does
you're
that
still
mean?
putting math
What
above
does that
logic.
mean for math to break down? Can you explain that in detail, please?
I'm
I
wondering
mean,
if you're.
I just described
wait,
at the quantum level, math breaks down quite a bit. It doesn't have to be a singularity, but yeah.
At first,
So-
I thought you wait. At first, I thought you pronounced it wrong, Circa. But are you saying omnipotent or do you mean omnipotent?
Omnipotent, yeah.
Okay,
that's what I'm
because
saying.
omnipotent is a whole different
Yeah.
thing.
That sounds
So
like
I
some of the
thought maybe
dispensaries.
That
It's a strong
that
fucking
is what
drink.
people refer to when they say that
Yeah,
it's
yeah. That's what I meant to say.
powerful even beyond logic, unlimited even beyond logic.
Yeah, yeah. That is what I
Okay.
meant to say.
I just wanted to make sure because you said omnipotent.
It's definitely not like
I
a
was
strong
wait.
drink.
right. And again, this is the problem with what people who aren't familiar with the actual theology, they assume that all powerful means God could be like not God, but he can't be anything other than what he is. He's informed
Are you,
by
like,
his nature.
making up
So he's
someone's
all
argument?
powerful according to his nature. No, I'm telling you Trinitarian theology.
Okay,
You're
so
also like
you
you're
know,
also
at least
quoting the
as
first law of
defined by the
logic.
Eastern
Identity, like
Orthodox.
A
He has
equals
all
A,
ideas
God
on
equals
this.
God,
He
God
loves
cannot
this
equal not God.
Blake,
Exactly.
if he wants to add in, did you know that fractions can reduce?
I don't know why you keep
I did
saying
know that fractions can
assume
reduce, but
my
that means that there's an
arguments
infinite
now.
number
I
of grains
really
of
am not
sand.
giving that many. I hope you know that. Like, you don't even know my worldview. I don't know why you keep assuming that. It's just weird. Okay, when people go like you're a leftist or a fucking righty, I've never even
Well-
called any of you guys Republican or conservative.
We
yet.
don't know
but
your
Circa, to
worldview
be
because you
fair,
never have one.
I think many questions have been asked on how you view something, and you do like turn to these other people. So I think a safe
being a
assumption
contrarian,
would
yeah.
be that you have a similar worldview
Yeah.
to these people you're referring to.
No,
So
I'm
what is
thinking
your
of ways
worldview?
to poke holes in the ideas that we're talking about. You asked me.
But you
You
haven't.
think-
No, but hold on. If
That
you
we
give a
can make
position,
claims-
there's entailments to
Oh
a
my God, I'm
position
still
that I can
talking.
assume.
Shut up, bro. Fucking Christ. He asked
Oh
me
my
if
God,
I
cry
can make
harder,
claims
bro.
about fucking whinge more. Fucking other universes and the claims in them, okay?
What is your worldview?
Well,
For
I don't
God's
know.
sake.
I don't know if we can make claims outside of our universe.
All
That's
right
I'm saying.
then.
Well, again, I don't think there is any universe outside of this universe, and you're just agreeing with that.
I'm not agreeing with it. I said I don't know. Why do you keep acting like that's the opposite of what you think?
That's
a you
agnostic.
problem.
Again,
Not me problem.
Well,
That's-
again, but
that's literally a
to
you
say
problem.
that you don't, again, this is what you
why
keep
me
missing
literally
with
doing
the
something made you
no, this is
insecure
what you
earlier.
keep
Stop that shit.
missing
Weird.
with the atheism definition is you think that just by saying I don't know and saying that that's That leaves the realm of possibility. So there is a positive claim that it's possible, and I want to know how you know that it's possible.
How I know what God's possible?
Any of the things that you're claiming are possible, like other universes, a universe without a God, you're saying that it's possible. I want to know how you know that.
I've kind of been using logic to do that, but you've never seen another universe.
No. What? Hold on. Wait. You've been using
never
logic.
Seen another universe, right? Or unless maybe you might be the first person in the world. I don't know.
No. Again, I'm not the one making claims about the possibility of other universes.
How do you observe another universe?
I've observed the multiverse. It's in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and
Yeah, I think Doctor Strange
talking about a DMT trip.
But wait a minute.
That abides by the laws of logic still.
But here's the thing. I'm saying other universes. I'm saying other universes aren't possible.
That's a perfect example. Why you skip right past that? You just like
skip right past what?
People imagine other universes all the time. The difference here is they asked you to imagine a universe that doesn't have the laws of logic in it. But you admitted earlier that you have to distinguish a this from that, which would mean the laws of logic are presupposed there. I don't know why we're going back to this. You already admitted
we're using laws that we use in our own world, our own universe.
Well, again, this is the problem. No, hold on. Possible worlds are like a hypothetical used in argumentation to describe a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical, yeah.
But what I was talking about was like ontologically actual other universes existing, not possible worlds used to illustrate a hyperthetical.
Eli, he just agreed with Easy, but they tried to disagree in a sassy way. Really because he literally said, yes, when we imagine other universes, we still have to use our laws of our universe, which means it's not other universes.
Right, exactly.
Because you still have to use logic. Right. You still have to identify different things.
Okay, maybe.
So it's impossible not to have logic.
Exactly. Sure. And that makes it universal.
I'm actually I want to continue this now. So just for fun, I'm going to say yes.
Just for funsies.
You're agnostic, not
because I do think this is supposed to lead back to the transcendental argument, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So now that he's agreeing now that the laws of logic universal. Go from there.
Okay, they're universal, immaterial, right?
Hmm.
Conceptual?
Sure.
Okay. How is that grounded in anything other than a universal immaterial mind?
I think you can ground it in multiple things. Right?
Such
it doesn't
as?
have to be that.
Such as?
Consciousness, like I mentioned earlier. Matter.
Is that a particular? Or...
Wait, no. Hold on. Wait, consciousness is that a mind?
Consciousness doesn't have to be a mind.
Okay, what would consciousness be other than a mind?
Hold up, Steelborn.
We're in the open panel section now. Right.
No. He's saying
right now that
he's saying he can
to be in a mind. Same matter can.
Okay, but wait. You agreed it's a universal immaterial concept. This goes back to the question we had in the debate. You're saying that a concept can be grounded in something other than a mind. How is that possible, and how do you know it?
Well, I don't know it. So I can't do that.
Okay, how would it be possible?
I just told you that maybe because we don't know how these things actually work. Like there's no objective way for you to tell me. God is literally how it gets grounded. So I can point to different things. Consciousness maybe. Matter. I don't know.
Well, no, I know, but concepts definitionally are ideas.
Immaterial means it can't be matter.
No, but the concept is the linchpin. It's an idea. Mm-hmm. Ideas definitionally are thoughts. Thoughts definitionally come from minds. But you're saying there's a possibility that you have ideas and thoughts that don't come from minds, and I want you to give your best stab at demonstrating that that's remotely possible.
What are the ideas and thoughts that don't come from minds? What are those?
That's what you're saying, dude.
No, I'm asking you to continue. What do you mean by ideas and thoughts? Do you mean like objective claims, truth claims?
The definition of concepts.
Okay.
Yeah, so demonstrate to me the possibility of an idea, thought, or concept that's not grounded in a mind.
Like mind independent, not in a mind? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay, so the idea of an objective truth from a moral realist, right? Let's say murder is wrong. You think that has to be inside of a mind to be grounded?
I think that all concepts and ideas are grounded in minds because definitionally thoughts come from minds.
Okay. So
The question would be:
why
does
are
a
we
thought
saying that's
come
true?
from anything other than a mind?
Are you saying the objective truth is only relative to when a mind actually brings it, like kind of like
No,
the way
I'm saying
physics
it's-
works when we actually
dude,
like observe shit? Like
You're the
Schrodinger's
one who
board?
said I can ground a concept in something not a mind. I'm asking how that would be possible. Where in any form of the definition of concept is there not an implicated mind?
Again, I'm questioning that it needs to be in a mind for you. That's what I'm
So
questioning.
okay, so how do you have
What is the reason it must be in a mind? Why can't we just have the truth be
definitionally?
self-evident?
It's what it means for a thought, an idea,
so it
a
must be
concept.
observed by the mind,
Can I ask you a
right?
question real quick? Can I ask you a
Elias
question real
said
quick?
this like 3 times. He said the definition of a thought is it comes from a mind. If you're saying a thought can come from something other than a mind, what is that? Just that's easy, right?
I didn't say
That's-
thought. I said the objective claim. The truth.
No,
claim,
you said
right?
a concept.
He's asking you about thoughts. Can thoughts
Concepts.
come from
Concepts.
anything other than a mind?
Concepts are ideas which are thoughts.
Probably not. Not thoughts. Yeah, not thoughts.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So it can't be grounded in just a consciousness. You need a mind.
So
Thank
objective
you.
truths are not mind independent.
No, they are. They are. So objective truths are human mind independent, grounded in the mind of God, informed by His nature, which is invariant.
God's mind is where they're grounded, and that means they're not
Correct.
mind independent.
No, independent.
Well, no.
Philosophical objectivity means independent of human mind.
Right.
Meaning that if there were no humans left, this would still be true.
I don't think you can just exclude God there, right? You're just allowing it to still exist in God's
That's
mind.
the-
But
look up the
mind
definition.
independent means mind independent means
No.
the thing is true, whether
Again-
we think about it
No,
or
no,
have an
no,
opinion
one sec,
on it. or
one
not.
sec,
As
Circa.
in people.
Yeah, yes, we're talking about
Exactly.
human
That's what
minds.
I
Human
just
minds.
said. You're
One sec,
literally
one
like,
sec,
God's got a special
one
place,
sec,
so he's got a different
one
mind.
sec. One sec,
just
like when
presupposing that.
let's say my favorite color is yellow, but when I die, like that's like meaningless.
Oh my God.
It's irrelevant, all this kind of shit. But there are some
this guy
thoughts or
fucking-
some object things that exist, even whether or not I live like or die, they still continue to
literally
be
just
true.
explained what
And
mind
the mere
independent
fact that
is. I don't
these
know
are
what the fuck you
discovered,
just continuing.
the fact that these are discovered and not created proves that there is some sort of objective intelligence or mind out
No, it
there.
doesn't. No, it does not. You cannot just make that claim. That's what a non sequitur looks like.
No, we've proved that
No, but
claim
I've demonstrated it to you
I'm
all night
sorry,
long.
How?
all night
How
long,
do
baby.
you prove this objectively?
Again,
Well, this was the point of asking you if a thought
what
can
the
come
fucking
from
leprechaun man
anywhere
just said.
else.
How is he?
Yeah,
able
okay,
to
one sec.
prove what he
I'll
said?
give the simple proof again. Independent concept exists. Ergo, independent minds, the whole said independent concepts exist.
Sure.
Swap out the word independent
Yeah.
for universal there.
Yeah, okay, universal
What you
concept
say, bro?
exists. Ergo, a universal mind, the whole said universal concept exists. Agree or disagree, Circa?
For the concept, I guess in the way you're using it, yes, that would probably be needed. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
What would you call
Welcome
that
to the club,
universal-
baby. You're no longer an atheist.
Yeah, what would you call that?
That means that
universal
like all of a
mind?
sudden objective truths are just mind dependent, not mind independent.
No,
they're
okay,
dependent
hold
on the mind
No.
of God.
Yeah, hold on, real quick,
The
Circa,
existence,
Circa.
one sec,
Depending on
one
the
sec,
mind
one
of
sec,
God,
one
thank
sec.
you.
The
Depending on the mind of
existence,
God,
one
thank
sec, Circa. The existence of objective truths prove that an objective mind exists or an objective intelligence exists, aka
Objective
God.
truths are dependent on the mind of God, aka mind dependent.
Yes,
now.
but God's mind is not the same as a human mind.
It's
Human minds are
different. I
finite.
get it. I know what you're gonna say. It's
But
different.
It's
fine.
independent.
You notice
to
I
our
It's not
never
mind.
actually an
once-
answer, though. It's just vibes and fifis.
God's mind
No, it's
is
an actual
independent
category
to our
difference.
mind.
No,
Are
it's
you
literally
just-
vibes and
are you
fifis,
just
bro. You're
using
just gonna be
an
It's
like,
an
it's
actual
different.
possible category difference. So you're trying to conflate them as the category
You,
is.
you guys are making objective truths just mind dependent. What with God's?
No, the mere
Correct.
fact that you
and it is an
you even-
invariant nature.
Corrected? No.
What's no? Hold on.
what I'm saying
I wanna-
is no, because you're misconstruing what we're saying. What we're saying is the mere exist,
I'm
the
not.
fact
He
that
understood
you,
it.
the
Apparently
mere,
you
the
did,
mere,
bro.
the mere fact that you concede that objective truths exist prove an objective mind or an objective intelligence exists. But you're now trying to deny that because that's what you realize. That's what they mean by
They're
God.
mind dependent. They're mind dependent.
right. So if they're mind dependent, whose mind are they dependent on?
So objective truths are mind
Who-
dependent. I
whose
got it.
whose mind are they dependent on?
God's mind is still mind dependent.
Yes, so you're no longer
Okay,
an
but
atheist.
now
Congratulations.
atheism's
Invariant
impossible.
material?
I don't really think that conclusion is satisfying to me. It doesn't actually be able. It doesn't actually have
Doesn't
anything. to
have
make
to.
that
It's not
claim,
satisfying
but I do
to me.
understand
Who
what you're trying to say.
bro?
Okay,
I
so
do
hold on,
understand
hold
what
on.
you're trying to
So
say.
wait,
That's not a counter,
hold on.
bro.
Circa. So what you're saying is that I have no way to refute this. Ultimately, I'm just going to appeal to my incredulity of I'm just incredulous of the fucking conclusion.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you, Matt.
I'm a retard.
No way to
I mean,
prove
it doesn't
this
satisfy me.
besides your vibes and
Just
fifis.
admit you're wrong.
It's the impossibility of the contrary, dude. That's the
Which
proof.
is not a deductive argument, bro. I've already told you this. Now you're doing an abductive argument. Congratulations.
No, impossibility of the contrary would be deductive reasoning.
You're literally with incomplete information going, what is most likely? This is most likely.
No, we're not going what's
abductive
most
now.
likely. We're going, what is the
Do you understand?
condition for this thing to exist?
If you are using the other side, opposition, dialectic,
No.
you are not making the argument from yourself.
We're
You are
saying
doing
that
an
the
abductive
denial, Circa,
Denial
we're
is
saying that
self-refuting.
the denial is self-refuting. That's deductive and not based on limited information. It is, if it's self-defeating, then it's self-defeating, dude.
Do we
No,
also
that's
not,
not what it means.
like, are we glassing over
Yes,
the fact
it
that
is.
you
Made that up
admitted
Because
No, I
already
didn't
gave
make
you a
it
situation
several times?
I didn't
he
make any
where
of this
someone
up.
made a transcendental argument without God, right?
He
I've already given you a
admitted
different
so
one
many
where we can maybe
times he
ground
doesn't
reality
believe
and, like,
it.
consciousness. But you can keep repeating
Yeah,
that.
and
just
you
can't
already
prove it. But I
conceded
do
that
know-
if it's
I
conceptual,
do
it
know
has
that
to be
you
mind
think
dependent, so the
objective truth is
consciousness argument
mind
doesn't work.
Dependent. It's mind dependent, just in God's, which is interesting. I mean,
Right.
Okay. But it's
That's what
not
I've been
just
arguing
true.
to you all night.
It's not true because you just feel that way, dude.
No, it's true because to deny it would be self-defeating.
No, you're
That's why it's true.
presupposing God, and then you like the vibes and feces,
No,
and now it's
do you
true.
understand what it means to say that something's true because to deny it would be self-defeating? Does that even compute to you?
Except you're just
Wait,
feeling
Wait,
like
didn't
it's
you,
true.
Circa?
I don't
didn't
think
you
he
agree
understands
it would
that.
have to be in a universal
I
mind.
mean, I just don't think it's satisfying. That's why. I'm sorry, man. I know it is to you.
Why does it have to
just
be?
So wait,
incredulous.
Circa, didn't you agree that it
Now
would
you're
have to
bringing
be
it
in
back
a
to
universe?
God.
You guys are acting like no one's ever actually talked about transcendental arguments, by the way. As if like the academic world and scholarly people have never even written about this in literature.
Okay.
It's like
All
All right,
you
I just
have
wanna- I
is
just wanna
appealing to
clarify
other
something
people.
real quick. Didn't you
it doesn't
just
satisfy
agree-
most people who talk about this. I hope you know that. It's
Who
just an
gives a
online
shit?
thing.
That has no
Hey,
bearing on
hold
whether
on,
it's
hold
true or
on.
false.
We gotta
Yeah.
appeal
It kinda
hold on, real
does.
quick, Seagar. So we've
You
got
guys
the appeal
are
to
not
authority
idiots,
and
I'm
the
trying to
appeal to
say.
What's
populace.
going on here?
Wait, we've got an
No,
argument
it's not
at
a novel
populum
idea,
and
but
the
you guys
appeal to
are
authority?
like the French in the fucking 70s, like Foucault and them, who just like think they found like gold.
I ain't no
And
French.
bro, you're like years
cowboy.
late, dude.
I'm
Fucking
incre-
French,
easy.
You guys are French.
Seagar,
What?
I'm incredulous to your incredulity. I mean, now where did that get us?
That's fucking great, bro. I don't care.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
go
an
ahead,
argument.
call us
Yeah, I'm
French
fucking
again.
incredulous. That's not an
I
argument.
like the argument. I think it's fun, but
Did
it's
you
weird
not?
to be like so arrogant
Hey,
about
hold
an
up
idea
a
that's not
second.
novel.
Seagar, that's not an argument. Just say it doesn't satisfy.
One
Okay,
sec, still one sec.
okay.
No, my argument was you're
Answer my
acting like it's
question,
novel.
Circa.
It's
Did
like
you not
it's
just
new and like
agree
no one's
with-
ever thought about this.
Circa,
not the
do
position.
not just agree with Teriak that it would have to be in the universal mind.
I did for the sake of argument, right? I don't think there
For the
is an
sake of
objective.
argument.
It's
way
bad
to
faith,
that
Ethan.
must be.
It's bad faith.
We're
Okay.
talking about
On
words like
anything?
thoughts, bro.
Like, but this
Okay.
is what I don't. This is what's like. Are you like taking any position or like?
No.
No, I haven't put forth one that I think
He's
is I'm not
position
confident enough
fluid.
or arrogant enough to claim
then
what these guys
how
are saying.
can you
That's- I'm
argue?
Definitely not.
How can you argue?
I don't.
then?
I can use logical reasoning here to say that you're making an abductive argument.
But
That's
wait, but
Give an
wait,
account for
you
reasoning,
agreed
Circa.
that
I'm
it
done. I'm
has to
challenging your
lead to a,
epistemology.
you agreed that it has to lead to a universal mind. So why are you denying?
I did for the sake of argument, but there is no reason, no objective reason that that's actually true. It's not.
All right.
We pointed out to you the self-defeating.
Eli, let me tackle this for a second.
So if it's not objective, tell us what else it is. That's what like.
It's
Why
not
do you
objective
keep
because
just
you can't
making
make objective
assertions?
claims
Like, you
about
can't-
metaphysical.
That's not how you like do internal critique.
Hold on,
That's
hold on,
not how
hold on,
you
hold on.
debate
Hold
on,
on.
I'm not doing an internal critique.
affirmative
I'm not
or
doing an internal
negative
critique.
position. This isn't how you
I'm not
use
doing an
it.
internal critique.
You just everybody just missed what you just said, but I just fucking caught it. You can't make objective claims about metaphysics.
I already, yeah.
You know that's an
metaphysical
objective claim about
stuff, yeah.
fucking metaphysics.
Exactly.
We already
That's a
did
metaphysical
this.
claim.
We already did this. I alley-ooped you guys with this one earlier.
that
and you guys
clever?
went on a whole different spot.
And I brought it up in the debate
That's a
too.
fucking literal
Wait,
performative
just
How are you
concept.
going to
everyone mute your
objectively make
mics.
claims
Everyone
about
mute your mics and let Easy
supernatural?
cook.
How are you going to make objective claims about supernatural?
I just what I'm asking you is if you're not taking a position on this, what are you refuting with at all? You keep you make an assertion of, oh well, you can't just say that's a universal mind. Then what is it other than the thing that you just agreed it led to? What is that?
Okay, the
Where's
absence
that
of an answer
wrong?
here does not mean automatically that you get to just put one in and presuppose it. I'm sorry. You realize that, right? Like you can't just like, oh, well, no one else thinks they have an answer, so I'm just going to put mine in.
No,
Let me
that's
explain.
not-
So for
I'm
example,
not
if
saying.
easy says, if I say something easy,
concept has to be of the mind. The laws of logic are a concept and they're universal. So a universal concept would have to be of a universal mind.
Laws of
You
logic
agreed
apparently
to
seem
all
like
of
they
it.
are of God's nature, and God isn't limited by them. So are they even mind dependent then? I thought they are external of God. It seems.
His mind would be dependent on his nature.
They're
His
human
mind would be
dependent.
informed
So
by
is
his
that
nature.
separate or what?
They're human mind dependent.
Okay, so now we've
Right?
made it even more narrow, right? So this is what I'm talking about. It's really
No,
hard to make
well-
objective claims about these things, right?
No.
You're not-
It's not objective claims that you're not agreeing to. That's what I'm not understanding. You said you agreed the laws of logic are universal. You agreed that the laws of logic are a concept. You agreed
Okay,
that,
that doesn't
a
mean that
concept
all
has
of a
to come
sudden
from a mind.
invariant, ontological, what else did you say earlier, Linux? Ontological.
You keep saying
invariant.
ontological. I never called it
No, that was-
ontological. It's the
said
ontological
ontological. I
status.
wrote it down,
No, I know. There's the ontological status, and the ontological status follows universal, immaterial, conceptual. Ontological isn't part of the ontological status.
That's great. You said the other stuff though. I was like invariant.
Invariant, immaterial, universal, and absolute.
Universal.
conceptual.
I didn't hear absolute earlier, but absolute is a new one. Okay, so absolute.
There'd be another absolute
how do
and
you
invariant,
actually
very similar.
prove those things without just presupposing?
Because if
The
you try to
impossibility
deny
of
any
the
part of it,
contrary.
it's self-refuting.
That's what impossibility of the contrary means.
Either
Circa.
self-refuting or it
You're
leads
just
to incoherence and
presupposing
contradiction.
that these ideas are objective, as in like the absolute idea of a thought must be in a mind.
If you
How?
deny any of the laws of logic, it's a self-refuting proposition. Like for
What is
example, here's an
self-refuting
example. Hold on,
about
real
this?
quick.
What
Real
is
quick,
a
I'll give you an
thought?
example.
Define a thought,
in a
Circa.
mind.
Hold on, I'll give you an example.
What,
Circa.
what is
Hold on,
self-defeating
real quick.
about?
Hold on. I'll
not
give you an
grounding the
example.
thought
I'm
in the
gonna
mind?
explain what I mean. When I say it's self-refuting, I mean like here's an example of a self-refuting statement. Nobody has any knowledge. That's a self-refuting
probably.
statement, right?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, or it is.
I'm saying yes.
Okay. Can A ever equal not A?
Actually, yeah, but I'll say no for this.
Yes. You just said wait. Yes, it can as well.
I'm thinking of variables and stuff, but it doesn't matter. Just no.
Okay.
Not in this.
no,
not in
no,
this sense,
stillborn,
not the way
stillborn.
it is.
Okay, one sec. Let me ask you, Searka, can something both be and not be at the same time?
Not in this case. No.
Can this
cannot,
Sharpie be itself?
No,
and anything else at the
One
same time?
sec. Not in this case. In all cases.
Yeah. No, it can.
Yeah, so that's a universal concept.
Universal, immaterial, and absolute.
Well, shut the. That's a universal concept.
Logic is a thought governed by the laws of logic.
That's a universal concept.
Yeah.
In all cases,
Answer the
something
question.
cannot
Is a
both
thought
be
governed
and
by
not
the
be
laws
at the
of
same
logic?
time.
Yes.
Can a thought be more than one thing at the same time?
No, you can't think.
No.
Are you sure?
You
Yeah.
can't have a thought and not have the thought at the same time.
A thought can mean two different things to two different people.
That's great. That's just
Whatever thought they're having,
What the fuck does that
Okay.
you
do?
can both
anything?
not
No,
have that
that's
thought
important.
and
That's
not
important.
that thought at the same time.
I can explain that because particular minds have particular thoughts. So that's why it would mean this is something that people bring up. They go, well, wait a minute. What about J.K. Rowling writing Harry Potter? Everybody who understands Harry Potter, that's a universal concept that came from J.K. Rowling, right? I say no. She had a particular concept for a particular idea. And with art and anything creative, everybody's going to view Harry Potter differently than the next person. You're going to see yourself in them. You're going to see your loved ones.
Objectively, all think logically about thoughts.
We
What
all
they
have
mean?
we produce
No,
our
no.
particular minds produce particular thoughts. We engage with universal concepts, which were originally thoughts in the mind of God at the
not
creation of the
material
world.
things.
That's not what he's asking.
thoughts
Hold on. What is
material
Circa?
things.
I think I can answer the question you're asking. Circa, are you asking, are all thoughts that people have logical? Is that the question that
Yeah,
you're
kind of.
asking? Okay.
Yeah.
No, not everybody's thoughts are logical, but everybody's thoughts are bound by the
Because-
laws of logic. As in, you can't have a thought and not have a thought at the exact same time. You can't have a thought and have that thought be not itself. So your thoughts are subject to the laws.
What
of
if it's like a false memory?
Right. Falseness implies the law of non-contradiction.
No, one sec. Let me just work through this, guys. Just give me two minutes to work through this. You cannot both you have a false memory and not have a false memory at the same time, correct?
I actually think people can switch in and out, but probably not at the same time.
Yeah, so you both cannot be and not be at the same time. That is a universal principle, correct?
Can the memory be true and false at the same time?
Steelborn, for fuck's sake. Is that a universal concept?
I feel like to me it sounds like it is.
Yeah, and concepts exist in the mind, correct?
Maybe.
Again,
Maybe.
Here we go. Can you define
Did you see the way that's bad faith?
What if they exist in consciousness?
All right, guys, I gotta out for the night. You guys have a great night. Eli, good job. Circa, you're a fucking equivocating non sequitur fallacy piece of shit.
No, I
appreciate you, Steelborn.
Panopia, but goodbye, you.
Thanks for coming up, Steelborn.
You guys have
appreciate you, man.
He is stillborn.
Can you define a thought for me, Circa?
No, I don't really want to.
Of
Panopia, okay. Yeah, I know. Go fuck.
Wait,
yourself.
why are you ignoring my question? Don't you not like when people don't answer your question?
I don't fucking care about you.
See the
Goodbye.
passive
Right.
aggressive.
Oh, because they refer.
Okay.
No. I need you to define a thought, please.
That, like, matter can prove consciousness, or panspermia, what the fuck it is?
I need you to define thought, please.
I don't, dude. I'm not gonna answer you. I don't care who you are.
You
Sorry.
couldn't even define word,
because it refutes your position. That's why.
No,
this is so obvious. Why are you scared to answer that question? Why are you scared to answer that question?
Because I don't care. I'm just tired of it.
Because it refutes your position.
No, I don't fucking care who you are.
Ding,
bro.
ding, ding,
You're
ding,
making
ding.
claims about thoughts, and then you refuse to define the word thought. You think that that's good for your position?
That's not what I'm doing. No, I'm looking.
That's literally what you're doing.
Your theory about like matter and fucking consciousness, where the fuck it is?
No,
Eli, what exactly what he's doing is he's basically saying like, yeah, like I have nothing to actually dispute what you're saying, Eli, and I've nothing to actually counter it with. But
no, I didn't
could be
listen
wrong.
to him. Actually, you fucking weirdo. Why don't you go chase that fucking pot at the
You
end of the
fucking
rainbow?
weirdo. You're such a weirdo.
If you think that thoughts can come from anything other than minds,
weirdo.
if you claim that thoughts can come from something other than a mind, it's totally fair to ask you how you define what a thought is.
Sure, I just don't really care to talk to you right now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember the goddamn theory of like it's newer about how matter informed consciousness. I guess.
Broke him.
Tag debunks atheism.
I'm not really saying it's like fucking obviously true. I'm just trying to bring up something that is a theory that would answer this question differently than this.
Well, no, but I just really want to know
because you just want to be stuck here asking the same thing over and over again. Ask me to fucking define the.
I've not asked you once tonight what a thought
that
is. That
theory you're gonna go into would go to consciousness, which would lead. Where does consciousness come from? You would say
it's outside of the mind, though. It's outside of the mind. At least that's what it proposes.
No, but again, you claimed that these are universal immaterial, or you agreed rather that these are universal immaterial concepts, and I'm wanting to know
the argument. Maybe you weren't listening, but
okay. Well, you refused to give your actual position.
Okay, you said okay, so we can stop talking. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, no. You did the whole thing of like granting. Just let me explain to the audience as well. Like the whole thing of like granting a position is that like you'll grant them so they can get the argument out, but then you'll point to the contradiction.
Holy fuck,
or
that
you'll point
took
to the
forever.
refutation.
Panpsychism. It's called
But our boy,
panpsychism.
but our little darling here, Circa, unfortunately does
Are you
not
still
have a
talking? Why are you still
refutation,
talking?
which means he cannot actually counter Eli. So now he's just kind of saying, yeah, but you could be wrong. That's all Circa's saying. He's like, oh, you could be wrong.
He's
but
just
you
literally avoiding
you can't
me like the
explain
plague.
how he's wrong.
He does
Meaning
this
Eli
great.
won the
You guys get a
debate,
room?
and Circa's
You guys can get
basically
a room,
admitting
right?
now
You don't
that
go fuck each other or something. I don't fucking care. Like,
No, we're
Congratulations,
in a
Eli.
room
It was
with
no
you,
performance.
pinning you down on the shit you're saying, and you're refusing to engage with it.
bro, you got insecure from me literally grabbing a fucking book. What is wrong with you?
I didn't get insecure. I just think
Yes,
that
you
people
did.
like
It
you
literally
like to
made you
feign.
insecure, bro. That
It
was
didn't make
weird.
me insecure. I just think it's cringe when people feign intelligence.
Yep.
When I put annotations in my book,
Well,
that's
I
a
call
you
myself-
problem.
No, but whenever you have to
Why does that
open up
hurt
the
you?
book so the whole audience can see your
Why does
excessive
that hurt you,
annotations.
bro? I'm so confused. How did that hurt you?
It doesn't hurt me.
It hurt you, bro.
I guess
That's
it's
weird.
uncomfortable because I
He's just
cringe and I
he's just
go,
calling out your pretentious
man,
behavior.
this
So
guy
uncomfortable
really
means
cares that we
insecure.
think he's smart,
That
and it's
means
cringe.
insecure.
I was like that in high school, and then
You
I
also
grew out
the
of
entire
it.
time
You
of the day said,
haven't, and it makes me
You,
cringe.
you pretty much said that, I'm not a genius and all these weird fucking things like that. It's insecurity.
My mom took
Stop doing
Tylenol.
that.
Yeah.
No, it's not an insecurity
strength
thing.
It is
It's that
insecurity, bro.
pretentiousness is cringe.
No,
Pretentiousness
that's
is
you
cringe.
feeling that way when all I did was literally grab a book, open.
Well,
it
no,
to my
yes, I
annotations.
feel
Yeah.
that witnessing
Well,
someone
who's
being
fucking
pretentious
That's
is
called an
cringe.
insecurity, bro. You need to get over
I think
that.
you're the one that's insecure because I
bro.
called you out on something
Yeah,
and now you're
Eli,
projecting it on
He's trying to do the emotional thing. He's literally doing the Mean
You're
Girls thing.
projecting the fact
He's
that I'm
literally doing the Mean
uncomfortable.
Girls.
No,
thing.
yeah,
He's
you're-
saying, oh, you're
Yeah.
insecure. He's like
Here,
talking
you're-
all emotions.
Me
and all
calling
that
out
shit,
your
bro.
pretentiousness made you insecure, so now you're
Except
doing
you're
a
exactly
Carl
uncomfortable, right? Why
Jungian
were you
projection to
uncomfortable?
call
There
me
you go,
insecure.
Eli.
No,
Keep
why were you
swinging. Keep
uncomfortable,
punching
though?
him.
Why were you uncomfortable?
I'm not I'm a little uncomfortable when I
were.
cringe.
I'm-
Well, when I
Yeah.
see someone being
Calling
cringe,
out
it
your
makes me
pretentiousness
uncomfortable.
is- yeah.
Because
exactly.
you're insecure.
That's
It's a
called
statement of
cringing.
fact.
It's going, ooh, he's acting like
Yeah.
a high schooler and he's like
Grabbing a
probably
book.
in his
He's
30s.
makes
stating a
you
fact,
cringe?
Circa.
No,
He's not-
showing
there's
the
no
audience
emotional state
your
about it. This is
in-depth
facts, not
notes.
feelings.
It's like
annotation.
it's just a cringe. Yeah, to have to like guys.
Made you
Everybody
feel
look. Here's
uncomfortable,
my
you know.
here's my
Oh my
annotations,
God.
guys.
Is that
I'm
what all
very
those comments of
studious.
you- Those comments of you
Here's
going like,
my
I'm not some
encyclopedia.
genius like you know. So I'm like, that's weird, bro. That's insecurity.
No, I'm not a genius, bro. My mom took Tylenol,
That's
extra strength
exactly
and
what
all.
that is, dude.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, grow
I'm a
up.
complete retard. But like even
Grow up.
even me being a retard, like I know when I see another retard, and trust me, bro, you went full retard.
Yeah.
That's great. But yeah,
Projection.
that just grow up, man. That's all I got to say to that.
Well, no,
you-
I'm saying
like,
you
grow
need to
up?
grow
Stop
out
doing
of the high school.
You're doing the whole
that.
Mean Girls routine, and you're telling me to grow up.
I'm not doing a mean girls routine, bro.
Golly.
He literally during the
doesn't even
debate said
go
this like
here.
5 times. That's the only reason why.
Look, I'm
what is
well
your
within my
point of
rights
view?
to think that you're being
We're
pretentious
all
and express
wondering.
that opinion. You're the one that's butthurt about it.
I think you just felt that way because you're just insecure.
Yeah, no,
You
no,
need
And
to-
I think that that's a
again-
projection.
No,
It's not. I'm not
technically,
insecure that way.
it's deflection. Like the reason why
Sorry.
he's bringing up the emotional.
I know.
argument
Well,
and all this kind of
you
shit,
really
Eli.
feel the need to
If
let
you
us
grab
know
the
how
book-
not
if you
insecure you
grab
are,
the
which is a
book-
sign
Eli,
of
the
insecurity.
reason why he's talking
You
about the whole
went, wow, let me
insecure
grab a
thing is
book.
to get
I
us
wouldn't
off
have
the
been
whole
like, why
universal
did that
concept
affect me?
being a
Oh my
No,
God.
universal
you
mind.
opened
It's like
up
a
the book
necessity.
and you were like
That doesn't affect me. It doesn't.
Yeah, man.
It doesn't make me uncomfortable if you just grab the book.
You seem
Why does it
very
make you
uncomfortable that I called this out, though. That's the ironic part. Is you seem extremely
that's
uncomfortable that I
cringe.
called this
That is
out.
what's cringe to be.
Okay,
so fucking
here's the
insecure.
cringe
Well,
part
why
is
is
it was
that
actually
so
just
bad?
I was just fucking with you, like it was just rhetoric in a debate, but
Oh,
you've
the
taken it
uncomfortability
so
was fucking with me.
seriously.
Got it. I mean,
Yeah,
you don't have
it-
to lie, bro.
No, I'm being serious. It was rhetoric for the sake of debate, but you're very much
seriously being
stuck on it.
uncomfortable?
So I'm
what you're
realizing,
doing?
oh, this is something he's sensitive with, and now I can pick away at
You
it.
were seriously uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's what you were.
No,
But
I
what
was
he's really upset
seriously
about,
uncomfortable.
Eli-
I was cringing because you were acting like a pretentious fool.
But
But you
Eli,
were
what he's
uncomfortable
really,
before
what he's
that,
really
seriously.
upset or like upset about was the fact that it's like he literally doesn't have an answer. Like he's literally called out in simple terms, like what he's doing to avoid actually engaging.
Yeah, I
with
just
the
think
whole
it's funny that
universal
I'm
concept,
wanting. Right.
because that's
I'm wanting.
universal mind, you know.
Well, and I'm wanting to engage with this further and get his definition of a thought. And he goes, "Oh, I don't care. I'm not going to talk
Is
to you."
that
So I
what you
mean,
did? I don't
concession
think
right
you
there.
did that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry that's what you think, but it's what happened.
No, I just listened to you, and it's gonna be fun
I don't
when I
think
clip
you've
this
been
later
listening.
because I won't have to say anything. It'll just be in the actual evidence, like the video. So it'll be fun.
Great.
I'm thinking of a good title right now. Actually,
So wait, are you just I'm like basically translation? I'm totally gonna have a
Yeah,
cope stream
books
about this
make
later,
people
bro.
insecure. Very weird.
Again, showing your copy. You can show that you have a book. I can go, look, I've got it in the book right here. I'm going to look it up. That's fine. But going, look, here's the book. And if you notice, I annotated every page because I sure love to read a lot. Again, I was fucking with you. I wasn't even that serious, but you've made it serious. So look at him, Darth there.
I'm sorry, back. Were you talking more insecurities or what?
I totally
I'm,
didn't even.
I'm
hear you,
perfectly
Eli.
fine.
I stormed
I
off
have
the
no
camera
issue.
for dramatic
grab a
pause,
book
and
that
so
was
I
relevant
completely
to
didn't
the
hear you.
debate, right?
Why are you so hung up on this? Like, why is this bothering you so bad? I was just fucking with you, dude.
Maybe
I'm fucking with you now. I'm fucking with you now, and you're taking it
off the camera
serious.
again. Off the camera, and like when he's off the camera, he's there punching at go. He's like, "Fuck this Eli cunt."
For the 9th time, can I ask an honest question?
Go ahead, Darth.
Circa, what is your worldview? Because I cannot figure it out based on anything you've said. You contradicted yourself this entire time. What is your worldview? And I won't say shit.
How?
He said he's
You
slightly
said I contradicted
agnostic.
myself. I'm not going to answer it until you say how. Do you know?
Well,
You got anything or what? What the fuck's going on, dude?
You necessitated universal concepts and denied a universal mind, so that's a contradiction.
Just move on from that. Like, why? Like, why are we gonna? Like, why you get hung up on these? Circa, you literally walked through the argument of yes, universal claim or universal concept has to come from a universal mind. And then said, but I was just granting, but that's not true because actually maybe there's something like you've contradicted things. I just want to know.
No, I played devil's advocate a bunch of times.
What your worldview is? Who cares?
Literally, I told you I was going to do devil's advocate. I just don't presuppose that what he's presenting is just objectively true.
I'm not answering.
Devil's advocate isn't agreeing with me.
It's not devil's advocate if someone's asking.
Yes,
what
I took a position I don't agree with. Yes.
So you don't you
That's
don't
what devil's advocate
agree.
means. You don't agree with the position, but you play the position anyway. Are you what?
So in what position?
Be clear, Circa. You don't agree that the laws of logic are universal.
No, that one I think is more compelling, like we were talking about. Obviously, the one I don't agree with is ultimately when we tie the immaterial concepts and immaterial thoughts, if I'm not mistaken, or ideas. Sorry, is what you said. And then objectively just tying that to God's dependent mind. There's a big jump there that's not provable.
What it was tied to was a universal mind. That
which becomes God's mind.
You can go to why it's the Christian God after this, but like do you agree it comes to a universal mind?
No, I don't think we can just tie these words to that. No, I'm sorry.
Well, that's why I asked for your definition of the word.
And that's why, and that's why he was saying if it doesn't tie to a universal mind, what else could you link a universal concept to? Like, what could be the foundation of it?
Again, so like when I brought up Kant, and it's your favorite guys now. Why are you shaking your head? This is an argument. Like that just signals right away. How is that good faith?
Come on, Circa. He's a grown man in his own house shaking his head. He can do whatever he wants with his head. Just come on.
And you call me the sensitive one.
And he fucking starts freaking out.
He won't stop talking about this, and I'm the insecure one. This is hilarious. And he thinks he's going to clip farm.
I don't really
it's
think you're
going to
going to
embarrass
engage in an
him.
argument well at all if you're immediately shaking your head when I bring up Kant.
Because I don't think you understand Kant.
Eli,
I know I don't understand Kant. I know you don't understand
Circa the stage. And Eli, don't you fucking even think about moving that head. Okay?
I won't
How dare
think
you?
about it.
Okay,
I
Circa,
promise
you
I
have the
won't
stage,
think.
sir.
You really don't understand Kant. I know that, but like you won't even hear the argument first.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to think about it.
How dare you, Eli? How dare you?
What is the why
That's against YouTube TOS. You're not allowed to shake your head on screen.
Kant brings up.
Why are we doing the talking about talking thing?
Or something like that. PNO.
Just get back to
I'm not even saying anything, and I'm pissing this guy off.
Just listen. Let's go back to where we were. Universal mind doesn't have to be what we tie a universal concept to. So what could we tie a universal concept to other than a universal mind?
Again, so with Kant, he ties this to the pneumonia and one second. I can't remember the fucking terms for it.
Pneumonia.
There's like two categories of where objects can exist. So it's like PON.
What is the pneumonia?
He's rattled.
I'm definitely not saying it right, obviously. I mean, if you want a serious answer, I can give you serious answers, but that's not really happening right now.
I've been waiting for like 4 fucking
There's a pneumonon. No, you aren't. What the fuck? There's like the pneumonon or whatever. It's N-O-U-M-E in Greek.
We probably don't know that word, so just explain what it is.
I know. I can't fucking say this word. There's two of them. So he categorizes objects in the noumena and then the phenomena. There we go. So there's like observable manifestations of objects of inquiry. And then there's the other one. I'm just going to go read what it says next to it because I can't remember. Describe concept one. When one employs a concept to describe or categorize a pneumonia, objects of inquiry, investigation, analysis of workings of the world, and also employing a way of describing, categorizing phenomena. So observable manifestations of those objects in inquiry. And then this kind of posits in the manifold when the templates are there, right? So you can make a judgment on it, I guess, but ultimately they don't exist in the mind itself, right? The innate ideas don't. So I guess that would be an argument, like you're saying, right? Or no?
Okay, so where do they exist?
Again, like space and time exist literally independently of your mind, for Kant. So it's just, I guess, something that is there to exist for us to interpret, but they do exist outside of the mind.
And you don't think that that's
so they're found prior to the experience in the mind, I guess you could say, is what he says.
Okay, but so we asked you a question and your answer was Kant doesn't think it's grounded in a mind. That doesn't answer our question.
This is his argument for it. He thinks you can
I asked you where
not in the mind. He says this is mind independent.
Okay, so your answer
Circa,
to
but like what we're asking you is what you think you could, what else you could do it. Like if it's not a universal mind that it's grounded in, what else could it be grounded in? Just
this is circular. We're asking him what can you ground it in that's not a mind, and he's going something Kant, not a mind. So you're saying you ground things not
but your own vibes, bro. That's what you're doing. You literally
you're making a circular argument.
Opinion.
No, dude, this is what's happening. We're asking you if it's not a mind, then what is it? And your answer is not a mind because Kant says
because that's your worldview, bro.
No, we're saying it's the entailment due to the impossibility of the contrary.
We have a worldview.
It's not only our worldview. It's your. You agreed. You agreed that a concept.
I did not agree. I did devil's advocate, bro. We
just did this all over again.
He's just saying he doesn't know. Yeah. He's saying he doesn't know. He just knows it's not a mind.
I'm fine saying I don't know, by the way. Again, I'm fine doing that. I'm not insecure.
Yeah, I'm totally not insecure, guys.
But look, the problem is like what you don't.
So wait, now you're saying you don't know if the laws of logic are a universal concept.
No. Sorry, the laws of logic are not the same as when you guys are positing, okay, a thought.
Stop. I'm asking you a yes or no question, Circa. Are the laws of logic a universal concept?
For this, I'm going to say yes.
Not for this. Your view. What do you believe about the laws of logic?
That is my view. That is my view, yes.
Okay, so the laws of logic are universal concepts. Does a concept have to come from a mind?
Is there a law on that one? How can you objectively say that?
It's in the definition of the word concept. If it's not coming from a mind, it's no longer a concept.
Specifically,
impossibility of the contrary.
How do you objectively prove that your definition of this is how it's going to work?
Oh, we're talking about definitions? You mean that question you wouldn't fucking answer, you dishonest prick?
You didn't.
What's your definition of a concept? What's your definition of a thought?
It's not the same as yours, apparently.
Well, I want to know what yours is, apparently.
Define anything of your own opinion.
Okay, so you don't know. You're just saying it's not grounded in a mind, but I don't even know what it is or how to define it, but I know it's not grounded in a mind. You're done. You're cooked.
Except logically, you can't objectively
So let me just give you a definition. Let's see if you agree with it.
Beyond doubt.
Let's see if you agree with this definition, Circa. A concept is a mental representation of an abstract idea that you use to reason about things.
Okay. Sounds fine to me.
You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so it comes from the mind?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's something that would come from the mind, yeah.
Okay, so can a universal concept come from a human mind?
A universal concept come from a human mind?
Yeah, can it be grounded in a human mind?
Not in the way you guys are saying, yeah. Probably not.
So it would it have to be a universal mind, or can it be something else?
Well, there's no way to make the claim now, the jump there, that it needs to be a mind-dependent God's mind. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Stop going to God. Stop going right to God. Right? That part comes after. A lot of people do. I think this is where you're getting the hang up. You keep trying to go to the Christian God. The Christian God part comes after. Why that universal mind has to be the Christian God, that part comes after. but
Right.
we
This
need you
argument,
to
okay,
agree
about
or
the impossibility
not.
of the contrary.
Just Circa,
Van
wait.
Til
Just agree or
and
not that
Frame
it has to
have
come
argued
from
this a
a
lot.
universal mind.
So again, the way you guys get there, this argument, the transcendental one, I know the argument. I know
No,
what you're
Circa,
doing.
you
I'm not
don't,
trying to
because you're going straight to the Christian God, and I told you that part comes after. We tell you why it
let's do
has
the
to be
next
the
part.
Christian
Let's
God
do the next
after
part. Let's do the
this.
next
Can you
part.
please start with this first part? Does it have
Let's do
to
the
be
next
a
part.
universal mind?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
There we go. Now move from here.
To God.
See,
right?
and don't go back and say it doesn't have to be universal mind, because you just agreed for that. So now
You agree-
now
you
go to
You're
basically-
why-
missing part of this formula. You're missing part of
Circa,
this
you
formula.
just
What is the
agreed.
part of the formula?
Circa, what you just
Yeah,
agreed
God.
to is that
Shut
a
up.
universal mind exists.
Bro, shut up.
Welcome
So
to theism.
for this, it's Van Til and Frame.
Welcome to the club,
This is
man.
where
You
this
don't
comes
need to
from.
be
That's where-
afraid.
That's the language for this.
He didn't believe
So
it.
the
He
idea of
said
the
it's
reductio of the
absolute
contrary in
bullshit.
Bonson's logic, okay, his famous apologetic fucking impossibility of the contrary, is what you need to get there, right?
Mhm.
Correct, Eli?
Yep. Yes.
Why is that?
Because the impossibility of the contrary demonstrates that this is the case. It demonstrates the truth of the matter, because to deny it would be self-refuting.
It would go
Okay.
against the laws of logic.
Are you aware that like this is not? It's highly contested, and it doesn't. There's the main
That's
argument.
that's
is
a
that it doesn't
fallacy,
actually have-
dude.
It's not. The main argument is
It
that you don't have
is.
enough evidence to make the jump here.
Okay,
It's an
if
abductive
you
reason.
being a
said that a
biological
million times.
male was wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Reasoning.
Let me ask you a
It's an
question.
abductive
If
one.
let me ask you a
Abductive.
question. Let me ask you a question. If you
need
being
to
a
overcome
biological
that.
male was highly contested amongst all scholars and amongst the majority of the population of everyone relevant in the field, would that make it
No,
true?
I just told you the argument that you're making an abductive.
So you
one.
you just appealed to a fallacy.
No,
Yeah.
you made an abductive argument then. That's
No,
the
I didn't.
problem. Yes,
No, I
you
didn't.
did. By definition.
No, it's not the
Again-
best
against-
guess. If the
That
if
is
the
the
contrary,
argument against
it's
the
not
contrary
the
claim.
best. No, it's not. It's not a best guess if the opposite is self-defeating. That's no longer best guess territory. We can
Exactly.
deductively
Defeating
reason
by what
that
metric?
if you deny what we're saying, that it's self-refuting.
It's
So
meaningless.
admit that you're wrong. That's not abductive.
Do you have certainty here? You have literally certainty, absolute proof from this.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes. Logical
It's,
proof.
to the limitations of my own finite mind. Absolutely.
That's not absolute.
That the
then.
contrary would be the contrary is
Okay, but
literally
again-
illogical.
I
Right.
feel like you guys have never read anything against this position. Are you serious?
Well, I've debated
it's
plenty of
it's okay to
people
listen to
much
Jay
smarter
Dyer,
than
bro,
you.
but, like, you should go
I've
read Van Til and Bronson.
Yeah,
and
we
Frame.
don't. I don't read the words of
Understand
another man and spew a fucking script on a screen to try and
using
get
his
fans
argument.
online.
You're
I
using
use
his
a thing
argument.
called
Look,
logic
look.
that comes
So,
from
Circa,
that comes from an objective, universal mind, which
I'm
you
not gonna
just
use the
agreed
words
to.
of that man while I use
Circa,
literally his
hold on.
exact argument plagiarized.
Circa,
What?
Circa. I can agree with you that I should read some more Van Til, but that doesn't address my argument
you
that I'm
definitely act
making
very
in real
confident about doing
time,
that. That's
live on
fucking
this.
true.
Well, because you and all
Got a
other
lot of
atheists that I
opinions,
deal
and I'm
with
fucking reading it,
cannot
doing it,
answer these
plagiarizing.
questions.
It's
I
really
can
weird.
make the
I
argument
am
competently
answering them.
enough.
You've
No,
never read anything
you
against your
literally,
position ever.
you literally
never
are
read anything
refusing to
against your
define a
position.
word for me. You're not
He's just
answering
doing
shit.
appeal to
You're
authority. He's
quoting,
just doing
which is
appeal to
pathetic.
authority. You guys haven't even read Kant.
That's it.
You guys haven't even read
He's
Kant.
literally appealing
You know
to
what I mean?
these dudes I'm naming, you fucking weird leprechaun.
When have I
can't
named
believe
any of
you
these
didn't
people?
Kant.
I just don't get
When
it.
have I named any of these people?
That is such a.
I'm making an
You're
argument
using
in front of.
their argument.
That's a genetic fallacy. You're just a fallacy
No, you're
machine,
using
dude.
their argument. You're using fucking Jay Dyer's argument. Who gets it from
Drink
Van Til
every
and Frame.
chat. Drink
And
every
Bronson.
time.
gives a
you use
shit?
policy.
Who gives a shit? Deal with the argument. Who
Stop
cares where it's
plagiarizing
from?
them. You don't even know
Who
what they
cares
are.
where it's from, dude?
Can I call this?
Deal
my-
with the
You
argument.
kinda do, don't you?
Not really.
The problem is that you don't even understand that you're using an abductive jump.
Dude, that's an ad
You don't know
hominem.
that.
You don't
never
know what
read
I do and
anything.
don't
You just
understand.
act like you know.
I demonstrated
That's
to you
what
it's
you
not
don't know.
abductive.
I am.
I demonstrated to you it's not abductive. If the
You have no idea
if
what
the
they were
contrary
when I told
is
you them earlier. You
impossible,
literally didn't even know.
let me
You
ask
had
you
no
this.
idea
Let me
what
ask
they
you
were.
this. Let me ask you
Didn't even
this.
know what they were.
Yeah, I learned
I
it
feel
tonight.
like-
So what?
This is what I feel like's going on right now. Look.
Bro, you literally
up.
said yes when I said abductive.
This is what I feel like's going
Yeah,
on.
I know.
right now.
I
Hold
told you that was a misstep.
Yeah, I know, bro. I know. Bro.
And this is your ID.
Yep.
I found this ID in this wallet. And if that's the case, this must be your wallet.
That makes sense to me.
Then take it.
It's not my wallet.
Oh, you didn't take back your wallet.
That's literally
It's not my
him.
wallet.
That's what
That's
I feel
him
like's
personified.
happening. Circa, you literally just agreed that was in an objective mind. If you can't come to a different conclusion, it's not abductive anymore, is it?
No, you remember to make the jump. Speakeasy, he said you have to do the contrary. You have to do the impossibility of the contrary. You're missing a step. Correct?
You're asking me how I know that it's the case deductively,
No.
and that's from the
Speakeasy
impossibility
made
of
the
the
jump, but
contrary.
I'm reminding him that there's a way that you make the jump, and it's with Van Til's argument from the contrary, impossibility of the contrary. That's how you get there.
Can I challenge this motherfucker for real tomorrow?
Go ahead, Darth.
Dude, this is, I mean, it's again, if there's a contrary
true?
that
Wait,
isn't
wait.
impossible,
Wait, Eli,
then you
let
should
Darth take
present
a
it.
shot.
What?
Sucker, I just started
What?
a YouTube channel. I got this cool ass room, right?
But you don't have a piano behind you.
That you know of.
What are you guys trying to do?
Where's
What
your
are you-
books?
No, I want you to prove
You don't
your
have-
point. I want you to prove your worldview because you have none, which means your arguments are nil. Which means
His argument was atheism is impossible.
yeah, it's
right?
stupid.
Yeah, no. We're asking
So
your
why are
worldview.
you expecting me
What
to do
is
something
your
that's not
worldview,
asked of
Circa?
me?
I've asked
Like,
you
it's
that.
literally not happening.
Mike.
What is your
Well,
worldview, Circa?
That's not
You know, words have
necessarily
meaning,
true.
right? Like, it is true, literally.
What does it
Well,
mean?
no, you're defending the proposition that atheism is possible, and that's a worldview. That's determined by a worldview.
And
But
you
he
made
doesn't
no,
believe it.
literally no way prove
He
that it's
said he
impossible. By
doesn't
the way,
believe
just
I can.
you did not.
What
not
is
even
your
close.
worldview,
I did though.
Circa?
Because
What is your
sincere
worldview?
non-believers who are non-resistant exist.
So stupid.
Why won't you answer the question? What
I
is
know
your
it's
worldview?
stupid because it's
I've ever heard.
logical.
Dude,
That's
I'll
funny.
set up the YouTube. Like, I'll give you a StreamYard link.
That whole argument is just God doesn't do things I think God should do, therefore God doesn't exist. That's like it's so
That's
low
nothing.
tier and retarded.
Yeah.
But answer the
it's very low
question.
tier.
What is
Almost
your
like
worldview, Circa?
injecting God as the necessary condition for rational thought.
Why won't you answer the
I
question?
demonstrated it, and you can't refute it.
You just injected it. That's what you did.
No,
Hold on.
we gave
Is it-
Yes, you did.
demonstrations, copious
You-
demonstrations.
10:30.
That you
It's
agreed
definitely
with, by the way.
injected in there. It's just
Copious
uses
demonstrations that
sensitive
you
indicators.
agreed with.
I mean, it's just like it's not that strong of an argument, man. I'm
It
sorry.
is. It defeats
It might be to
atheism.
you because you subscribe to it because you're
No.
invested in it and you're biased to it.
No, the
But,
one thing I'll admit is I think that
I
you
know it
need
probably
other
feels
argumentation.
good, though.
You need
Yeah,
other
it feels good.
argumentation to get all the way to orthodox theology, like what Speakeasy said. But it's absolutely a kill shot for the atheist position.
But you said you've never read anything about this. How would you know the positions?
Because I can make the argument competently.
You did it in your
For
head.
reason.
You thought of
Yeah,
everyone
for
else's
reason.
That's the
positions in
thing
your own
about
head.
using the transcendental argument.
No, you're the only one trying to think of everybody's positions in your head. I just have my position, and I
do
That's
debated
the
with
thing
you.
when we
Yeah,
use the
true.
transcendental argument, Eli, is that a lot of the times, before you can get them even to agree to a universal mind,
Yeah,
they want to jump straight to the Christian God.
exactly.
And there is the lead up to the Christian God as well, but you have to
Yeah,
get to
and
the
it-
universal mind
You
part
have to use
first.
the contrary. You have to use impossibility
You
of
don't
the
have
contrary.
to. No, look, atheism could have never existed. No, look,
That's something
atheism could have
whataboutism.
never
What does that have to do
existed
with what we were talking about? Why are we talking about atheism?
because you're saying you have to use the contrary. We have a positive claim, and it's enforced by the impossibility
contrary.
of the contrary, but it's not
Exactly.
It's not strictly depend. It's not
pretty
like people make
dependent
this.
on it, bro.
Well, no, people make this mistake all the time. They think that atheism has to exist to make tag work, and that's not true at all. You can come to all the same conclusions
hell
without
thinks that?
atheism. There's really
hell
dumb
thinks
people
that?
on TikTok.
Atheism has to exist to make tag work?
Sorry,
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it.
Yeah,
Actually,
so like the reason why your quote unquote thing, I'm just quoting this, that makes no sense is because like there is only two options. The reason why you're saying it's like, oh, they're like sometimes this is false is because in the instance that it's false is that it's like there's more than two options. That's the reason why
Okay,
it's
so
false.
like Here, how about
So
this then?
the reason why we say the impossibility of the contrary is that it can either be objective or it can be a subjective mind, and the contrary is the subjective mind, which would not make the concept objective or universal. Ergo, the only option left is a universal mind.
Are you done? Yeah, we're done.
Can you define thought
what is
for
the
me?
first development of Frame's argument for this very idea that you guys are using?
I want to talk about my argument that I'm presenting to you.
Dude, you're using Frame.
You want to deal with
using Frames.
I am using my own argument.
I guess it just looks very much like Frames.
Sure. Yeah, and that's irrelevant to the conversation. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Okay, so heuristics is how you learn everything, I guess.
He signed his death warrant and now he's trying to walk away.
Like
from it.
all
He
you've
already
done
admitted
all
the
night
universal
long
mind.
is
I'm
trying to
literally just
pretend
asking
like
you
you're
to
more
repeat.
informed in these positions, and
I'm not
yet you
pretending,
can't
bro.
demonstrate
You literally are
anything.
just fucking acting like you know these things.
You haven't demonstrated that I don't.
That's not my interest right now. This is actually just a question to see if you understand.
So you
what
just
Frame's
make
argument
claims and
is.
don't back them up like you do all night.
I'm
I didn't
not
make a claim.
interested.
I asked you a question about Frame's
Yeah, we're not
argument.
interested. Yeah, we're not interested in your argument. Answer his question.
It's not my argument. It's literally the dude who came up with the one.
Yeah,
you
we're
are
not
using.
interested in that. We're not interested in that. Answer his question.
Okay.
Do you think that like our arguments are like trademarked and I have to like I can present an argument to you and you can deal with the argument. It's called. Do you know what a genetic fallacy is?
Why are we doing
No,
this?
can you explain to me what a genetic fallacy is?
I know what a genetic fallacy is. You're not. It's not happening right now.
So explain
You're
what it
using
is.
an argument. You even use the reductio of the contrary by name. How do you not know that you are using his argument?
Who gives a shit whose argument I'm using? Just deal with it.
Underlying normative God's
Address the argument.
The existential perspective comes from Frame.
Who gives a shit? Deal with what I'm saying.
I am dealing
Who
with it.
gives
You
a shit?
Can't engage because you haven't done anything.
No,
yet.
I
You
don't
haven't
want to
read
talk
anything.
about the history of the argument. I want to talk about the argument. You want to
just don't
talk
wanna
about
know
the
how it could be
history of the
wrong.
argument.
You just don't know how it could be wrong because you're not.
I'm asking you how it could be wrong, and you're quizzing me about its origins.
This is where we're getting
Because
confused.
in order to know
You're
how it could be
being,
wrong,
like,
you need to know the
pedantic
argument. You need to know the presentation.
Circa, if it was abductive, right, you would be able to give us some other competing, competing alternative. God is the necessity, and that's what he's saying.
Abductive
You
here
could make
means
it
that
sound
we don't have
abductive
complete
right now if
information.
you give some type of competition. If there's no
Abductive
competitors,
means
that's
you know all the
no
information.
longer
That's all it means.
objective reasoning, right?
No, it's not deductive. It's abductive because you're making an inference, a best guess. Now,
No, there's not possible. There's not multiple possible explanations.
you
there's only
are.
one.
There's not. There's only two: objective or subjective.
And
no,
look, we have.
there's not even. There's only one. Give us another one. That's why he's asking this. That's why this seems like such a thing you don't want to answer because there is no
I gave you
answer
one
to
with
this.
Kant.
That's what
You
makes
guys just
it
don't like his name?
deductive, not abductive.
I mean, he laughs because he knows he can't engage with it. But
No,
I
it's
gave you
because
Kant.
it's circular. You
This is
say I
very-
get.
It's
He
circular.
says he gives.
Tell
No,
him
here's
when
what happens.
when you don't engage with something to say someone else is not engaging with something. Come on, Circa.
No,
I
no,
engaged. I said Kant's transcendental argument. That's literally a transcendental
no,
argument.
it doesn't. Here's the
No,
problem.
It has
Here-
nothing to do with no.
Here's the problem. We're asking you if it's not grounded in a mind, what is it grounded in? And you just say Kant
Outside.
says it's not grounded in a mind. Yeah, not in a mind.
He says
That's circular.
innate ideas are not. He
That's
says
circular
innate ideas are not.
reasoning. When we ask
Okay,
you,
my argument is back
That's
to that.
still
Kant,
something to the
Kant-
contrary.
Kant
You just
said it
need it to
is.
fit your version.
My
You are
argument is
presupposing
Kant
what you
said it
need.
is.
You are filling in these numbers you need.
No, you're being circular.
No, stop, Eli, stop. His argument is that Kant said it can be something other than a God. I just said my argument is Kant said it can't be anything other than a God. Now what? Now where we go from here, Circa?
I mean, Kant didn't argue that,
Yeah, he did.
but I did actually do this with the pan.
No,
panpsychia
Kant
thing.
said that has to be in a God.
Exactly. How do you
Engage
prove him
with
wrong?
that.
How do you prove him wrong?
No, he said it has to be in God. Right. How do you prove him wrong? That's right. How do you prove him wrong?
No,
That it has
that's
to be
just your
God.
argument. Not you guys are just saying your argument. Now I think about it, you're just saying your argument. It has to
Nope.
be in God, mind dependent,
Nope.
right?
No, I'm saying
That's
no.
the-
I'm saying Kant said.
Are you saying my argument is that? My argument is that.
I'm saying no. My argument right now is that Kant said that the laws of logic are grounded in God.
Laws of logic are the same as thoughts and concepts.
Yes, they are universal.
No, they're not.
They're
Or else there would be the
universal
laws
concepts,
of concepts
yep.
and thoughts.
Yep,
Or else there'd
Kant
be
said
laws
it.
of concepts and thoughts.
Kant said that they are universal concepts in a universal mind. Therefore, God.
And I would disagree with him then.
Okay, so why?
You can't make the claim.
Why would you
Can't make
disagree
the
with
claim.
him?
Because it's subjectively not something he can do.
No, that's an assertion.
It is an
Wait,
assertion.
asserting
Yeah, I
that
know.
can't
Did you
do
just
something I
did you
just
just
did it,
use
though.
logic to do
I
that?
did it.
He just made a claim.
I know, yeah.
He asserted a
Yeah,
claim.
Did you use it with your thoughts?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess that means God.
Yeah, because Kant said it.
Quite a big jump. Quite a big jump.
Well, you
Again, I advise you to
appealed to
read
Kant,
something against your
and
position.
Kant said that it
It
has
may
to
have
come from
helped us
God.
easier. You may not have agreed to saying, "Oh yeah, it's abductive," when I told you it was abductive. Just for next time.
Kant said it's deductive.
But thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the time. Speak easy. It's getting kind of late, so I'm gonna head up.
All right, thanks for
Later.
coming up.
Find God, Circa.
Yeah, do you love how he literally wouldn't define a thought because that was the whole that was the kill shot right there. He's like, no, thoughts can be grounded in something other than a mind. Define a thought. I'm not engaging with you anymore. That's fucking insane. And the circularity I wanted to point out is that what we're asking is a step further than saying it's not grounded in a mind. We already understand that he says that these universal concepts can be grounded in something other than a mind. So we say, okay, like what? And he says, Kant says they can't be grounded in a mind, or they're not. That's circular. He's just saying, I know that they're not grounded in a mind because Kant says they're not grounded in a mind. It doesn't actually tell us what other thing are you grounding them in. It's totally viciously circular and doesn't answer the question.
What I just did there too at the end was to show that he's not actually coming to engage.
Right.
That was this was probably the most bad faith I've seen him, to be honest, out of all of them, because he just refused to actually take any stance, engage with any questioning, and that's why I did that at the end, because he just kept saying Kant said this. So if I use the argument, well, Kant didn't say that. Now where do we go? He leaves.
Yeah, exactly. And one way I something I wish I'd done different is I didn't even want to mention tag in the opening. I wanted to just kind of go for it, because what they always do is, rather than just accepting that it is a valid argument and the soundness is what's being debated, so I need to engage with the content of what's being said, they try to find a structural technicality to make them not have to answer the question. That's what I've dealt with bajillions of these people, and that's what it always comes down to 9 times out of 10 is, how can I get around answering what's being asked of me? Every time.
Yeah, how can I win? It's a perfect demonstration of how can I win rather than how can I pursue truth.
Well, yeah, because they see the conclusion, and I'm just waiting for one atheist to come up and say, actually, this is why the conclusion you're not jumping, but finding isn't right, and this is actually the conclusion we go when we're talking about grounding and giving an account for these things. But instead they go, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's why, what you just said. That's why I brought up the SpongeBob clip, because that's what it reminded me of. He was agreeing, yes, and then that final thing that makes him realize he has to agree to what you're saying. He's like, nope,
that's not my wallet, bro.
yeah.
It's like that. Yeah, that's my ID. Oh, makes sense to me. Oh, actually,
he personifies that meme. He personifies that meme, dude. That was perfect.
What it really reminds me of is if you ever play League of Legends, sometimes you'll have a mid laner who just constantly feeds all the time. And then they'll just blame everybody else for him dying over and over again.
Yeah,
and they'll get mad and they'll start spurging out.
It'd be Elder Line, you're actually doing well in the game and all this kind of shit, but for some reason, they're at your base and all this kind of shit. What the fuck happened? And you look at the mid laners 0 and 12, and then you look at the chat and it's just him commentating on the bot lane the whole fucking game. You know what I mean? Criticizing the bot lane. And it's bro, you're 0-15. They're at our fucking nexus. It's clearly your fucking fault, bro.
Yeah. And what's funny is He does these things where he's citing Van Til, he's citing Kant. And, you know, do I believe he owns the book and maybe he's read it? Sure. But if you read it and you can't give an account for the content of what's in there, if you notice through the debate, I'm like, okay, so actually demonstrate Kant's argument. He's like, well, I mean, I'd have to read it and like look into it and I could get you back in an email. It's like, okay, so you have a book, you have annotations, but you can't actually give a report like you do in 7th grade about the contents of the shit you're reading. So
Yeah,
you're just
dude,
doing it to feign
if I didn't read Kant recently, I wouldn't have been able to fucking give you that. I would have had to go back and refer to what he fucking said for sure, because that's not, you can't remember. Nobody's got a mind that they can just fucking remember all fucking information. I mean, unless you're Rob. But
yeah, but even still, that's why it's like he keeps going back to like the historicity of the art. He's like, well, have you even read this? It's like, forget about it. Who cares who wrote it? Let's say it all burned in a fire. We can't access it. I have presented in front of your feet an argument. I would like you to deal with it. And he wants to do a quiz, a pop quiz on the history lesson of how this argument has been made throughout history. And it's like, how does that have anything to do with the refutation of the fucking argument in question?
Can I show him a little bit of grace?
Sure.
I really think he wants to believe because he wasn't able to refute anything. I think he's coming to terms with that. And maybe this was a way of doing it. I mean, maybe not.
Yeah, like a lot of people, I find this happens with tag a lot. A lot of the tag debates I've watched, the abduction thing, like the example of an abduction, it would be like, okay, I got you a good one. You go outside, the ground is wet. Okay. Possible explanation: sprinkler, kids were having a water gun fight, it rained. Who knows? You conclude it probably rained. That's abduction. It's not a certainty. When you're asking questions about what's the explanation other than God, and you eliminate every other competitor, that is no longer an abduction. It is a necessity argument. And this is what a lot of people that debate against tag don't understand. Correct. And I even used to have this problem as I was understanding tag. Like, because like I didn't just know this shit, you know?
Right. Exactly. No, you're 100% right.
That's the difference between an abductive argument or an abductive conclusion and a deductive conclusion.
So wait, what would be, and I'm just trying to, because again, it's funny how he said I was insecure, and I literally come up here in front of everybody and go, that's a new word, I need the definition. Like, I don't care, I learn shit all the time. But with induction, what would be the difference between abduction and inductive then? Because isn't induction also applying a gray area of uncertainty? I know Steelborn would be able to answer that pretty well.
Yeah, Steelborn's really good at this shit, actually. There's actually been things that I've heard him say that I'm like, shit, I got to go search up what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, so like induction would be like
so we've got
okay, so something that's like, it's not guaranteed, but it's strongly expected. So you you see the sun come up every morning, right? So you expect that next morning the sun's gonna rise, right? That's an induction. Like, that's not a guarantee. We don't know if fucking asteroid hits the fucking sun and we don't got a sun no more, right? Or some shit. I don't know, right? But like, we don't know. It's not guaranteed. But based off like the reasoning of our specific observations, that is what we use to come to the conclusion. Or even like your car. It's not guaranteed your car is going to start in the morning, but you have you strongly expect your car to start when you get up and go to work.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, those are inductive.
And what I'm reading here is that inductive reasoning applies to like a generality about something, whereas abductive reasoning leads you to an explanation that is just the best guess. So abduction, your conclusion will be like a specific explanation for a thing, whereas with induction, you're talking about the general likelihood of a thing.
Yeah. Like when you say like all cats meow, that's based off the pattern you've seen.
Right.
But it could be wrong.
But your rain
and
sprinkler
now that we
thing,
know cats in the wild, they don't meow.
yeah. But yeah, and the rain sprinkler thing is an explanation for an event that is most likely.
Right. The
Got it.
Occam's
Okay.
razor type shit.
Right. Okay.
It almost
cool.
be an assumption.
Yeah, I would think so.
Pretty much be an assumption.
Yeah, that was fun. I wish somebody would actually engage. That's why, like, I almost want to. You gotta smuggle that you're making the transcendental argument in, like, let them like assume it, because once you start saying this, it's all about finding a way out of answering the questions. That's just what I've found across the board, and it's super frustrating because they don't. They spend the entire time never actually answering from the position that they're defending.
The famous "I remain unconvinced."
Yeah, Matt Dillon, right?
He actually almost said those words too. I was like, "Oh shit!" He almost said those exact words.
He said, "I don't find it convincing." I'm pretty sure is exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Like,
where I don't find it, like, I'm not satisfied. Something like this. I was like, "Oh shit!" He's almost doing the famous Matt Dillahunty line.
Yeah, and I mean, that in itself is fallacious because that's just a psychological report. That's just saying how you feel. That has no bearing on the truth or falsity. Again, not actually engaging with the argument.
Right.
Like would he ever accept, like, an atheist? If an atheist were trying to convince me that God isn't real, and I just said, I'm not convinced God's real, is that like... it's not an argument or an answer to any question whatsoever. It's just an irrelevant. It's like tweeting. It's like I feel full this morning because I had a big breakfast. It's like, okay, that's how you feel about a thing. It has nothing to do with the content of what's being brought to the table.
I think people claim atheists, but they're really agnostic and just don't give a shit enough to be able to explain their point of view.
Yeah,
that's why I'm calling him agnostic, because he's not an atheist. An atheist is just as much as theist, right?
Yeah. Well, anytime
but there
they
is
ask
some.
about...
I don't want you to ever give up though on that type of thing, because there is some people that I've had this same conversation with, and I remember specifically this woman that I was having this conversation with, and she went from like completely not believing there's a God at all to me running through her with the argument of tag, and at the end of it, she came to the conclusion that I'm probably right, a God does exist, but she's just not going to honor him. And I was like, listen, you're halfway there, all right?
Exactly.
Go to church, yeah. But like, at least she was like willing to be honest with where her fucking reasoning brought her. Because I just walked her through it, just like you were trying to do. Mm-hmm. But she engaged very heavily with what I was saying. So
true.
That is part of it.
I would definitely like to take the negative in the future, like get an atheist who will say God's not real, and just kind of have that switch. So I'm a bit more on the cross-exam side. Not that I've done pretty much all of my debates. I've been taking the affirmative. So it's not like I'm scared to thing. It's just, I think that can land points better with that position. And, in the future, and Steelborn actually warned me about this, and I was like, no, I got it. But my prompt is from my TikTok rage bait prompt. That's how I get people to show up, because it pisses them off. They're like, impossible, what the fuck? But in a formal setting, probably could find a more narrowed down prompt as well. But still, I think that by the end, when everybody chimed in, we essentially got him to admit it. I mean, the conclusion happened. That was glorious, actually.
But Eli, I think that the best way to phrase it is atheism is dangerous.
Oh, well, Yeah, that
because that's the charged language that the left like to use. Like Donald Trump is dangerous. He's the greatest threat to your democracy and all this kind of shit. Say that it's dangerous. Because if you erode that higher power, that's why they all say everyone's
get
equal.
into like specific like you could be specific and say like simple. The laws of logic cannot exist without a universal mind, right? Or they would take the positive, like universal laws of logic can exist without a universal mind, right? And then we get into that, like, and then
that would be a good one. Yeah.
Then they can't like get away from the universal mind part, right? Like they're gonna have to give you something other than a universal mind. And then you can show why that's not a competitor.
That's a great example, actually. That's a great idea. And on Friday, I'm debating T-Jump on freaking Mega Bloodbath again.
Okay.
And, that one's
nice.
Christianity versus atheism. Which worldview justifies knowledge? So
okay.
That'll be.
I was supposed to have a debate there soon enough on Christianity is rational or something. I forget exactly. It's a rational belief, though. It's something about it being a rational belief.
Yeah.
So, I'm just waiting for him to tell me when.
Oh man, I'll be in the chat for that one for sure. And yeah.
Yeah, I've watched probably like the tag argument is probably one of the most viewed and besides like the Islam versus Christianity debates, like those I watch them a lot. Like even ones I've watched before, I rewatch them. Sorry, Aldeline, I cut you off there. What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I think my favorite part of this whole conversation is specifically when he was trying to bring up the noumena.
Yeah.
And then he looked up the definition of the word and then he just immediately dropped it.
Yeah, noumena nomina distinction. I'm not going to pretend to know everything about it, but I've heard that come up several times. More stuff to brush up on, you know. But again, that's why like I try to only bring up that which I know I can competently defend. Again, I don't have to be a Van Tillian scholar. I don't have to be a Kantian scholar to make an argument if the form is valid and the premises are true, you know. But that's not, I mean, I'd need to definitely dedicate some time. It's just I barely have time to get this stuff done, so.
And especially if like someone's going to use a Kant argument, they can just use the argument instead of saying, do you know Kant, right?
Yeah,
like, that's one thing I would have to, like, you know, give a critique for Circa for sure is, like, you can't do that, right? Like, you can't just say, well, don't you know this or Google this and just use that argument, right? There's nothing wrong with using an argument that you've got from doing your research on other people. Like, it's...
There was one point where Eli, where he challenged you on the fact that you he kind of said you embedded a deductive argument inside a tag argument, and I thought you handled it really well. Like he was kind of saying, "Oh, hang on, you were saying you were going with tag, and now you've gone with deduction," and you were kind of saying, "Yeah, I'm using deduction within the argument, bro."
Right. Well, so here's the thing. It's like this much I know is that when you say a transcendental argument, forget that it's even for God. It has a form, a specific form. You know, the X is a necessary precondition for Y, yada, yada, yada. Now, that's the form, and that's valid on its own. But then I have to make arguments for Y, and then how we get to X. And so when I'm talking about Y and I'm talking about that ontological status and I'm making a claim that it's universal, immaterial, and conceptual, I'm now making a different argument. I'm not doing the transcendental argument anymore. I'm making an argument for why I'm claiming the ontological status of this thing is a certain way. So that's going to be deductive. So that's an argument within the broader form of the transcendental argument.
Something that struck me, like I'm no fucking expert, right? But something that caught my attention was, I thought it seemed he was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, he was treating the transcendental argument like a deductive, because he said once you say the precondition.
Did you call him Sandy?
Sorry, no.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
No.
keep going. Sorry, I thought you said Sandy was saying. I was like, what?
No. Oh, sorry, no. Circa,
I mean, it's
Circa.
fine. I realize you were referencing, and it makes sense. I would say Sandy's probably better now.
I think he was. I'm trying to kind of figure this out. He had a point which was like, if you're making the transcendental argument, you still got to justify that the premise that God exists is true. So he's kind of shifting to a deductive argument. Like it's like, does that make sense? Like I could.
Yeah, he's breaking apart the form. Then at that point, then it's no longer X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X, because that form by itself. If you assume that the X and Y integers, whatever they are in fact, like you go to the cow and steak, you have that form follows and is valid if the conditions are true. So like you're absolutely correct, him going and saying, I now need to give premises for X. It's like, wait a minute, I'm already doing that in this transcendental argument. You're just not dealing with it.
Okay, I'm trying to think this through. So if X is a prerequisite for Y, how do you define the qualities of X? Like, what's the how do you make, well, in a sense, how do you make that sound? How do you make X?
Well,
true?
So let's go. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's good. That's good.
Well, we go back to the like cow and steak thing. Like, you could take someone who's never even heard of or seen or had knowledge of a cow. Let's say they're like locked in a room or something, and they're just fed steak on a plate. I use this with Peterson in one of my debates. You could come and you could say, okay, we have, because that's what we at least agree on between the theist and the atheist, is that logic and truth exist. Again, if they deny it, it's self-refuting. So they agree that Y exists. And you go, let's examine Y for what the preconditions for it would be. So in the case with the cow and the steak, you have a steak. Well, look, the steak has tendons, pieces of tendon, and this is a meat, and meat and protein come from life, which has energy, and it gives you energy, so it must come from another life. So there's and it's a piece, it's a select piece, which means that you can see the cut marks, so it came from a greater piece, and you end up describing X by analyzing Y. And you're pointing out that Y doesn't just get here on its own; it has preconditions. So, and within the worldview, God being the ultimate epistemic foundation wouldn't have That's why it's such a fundamental paradigmatic level thing. Whenever you're plugging in God and the transcendental categories, because in the atheist classical foundationalist worldview, those transcendental categories are their starting point. That's what they mean when they say axioms and presuppositions. They're going, I'm starting with this universal law, and then all my knowledge comes forth from this. There would need to be some type of demonstration. This is what Jay Dyer and Father Deacon Ananias talk about, is how do you know that that is the ultimate foundational starting point? And I guess what you're asking is what happens when someone asks the same thing about God. But that's why you take in the whole worldview. If God is the creator of the universe and is the ultimate eternal uncreated, then by necessity it would not have anything further.
There is a paradox in there, I think. This is me just thinking out loud. There does seem to be a paradox. If you or I, being a limited being, are discussing our opinion of the infinite, like, say, for example, of God, how can we be sure that our limitations aren't restricting our ability to accurately describe?
Right. So this is one thing that I like to point out with this is you have Descartes' demon or brain in a vat, right? This is something that has been used against me as a theist, but you can actually turn it back on the atheist because it's much more detrimental for their position. So, if you notice things like Circa says and what any empiricist has to say is that this is the way reality appears to be to me. And you say, to your question, we're a finite being, we're only going off of, what we have. Where are you getting the certainty from? if this is the way it appears to be, and let's say you're being manipulated by an all-powerful demon and everything's illusory, or let's say you're a brain in a vat and all your experience and all your sense data is completely illusory, illusory and deception implies that there is still a truth to the matter. You can't have deception or something being incorrect or false without necessitating truth. So I say, when it's turned on me, brain in a vat, Descartes' demon, how do you know your senses are even reliable? How do you know it's not all an illusion? Well, deception implies that there's still an ultimate truth, so it's even more foundational. That ultimate truth is what's in question, and you can't escape that just by positing that maybe we're wrong about everything. So
I could accept that. I could accept that, but the point I'm getting at more is the question would be, can the part understand the whole? Okay, so can the steak understand the cow, for example? Like, that sounds stupid, but that's kind of what I'm getting at.
I get right, and that's why one of the stakes, if you take the analogy, when we're talking about why in transcendental categories, one of those is the self. Okay, and this is something that's totally, I didn't even get into it in this, and this is where I'm trying to get better about utilizing the entire toolkit. But all of these things, Descartes' cogito, I think, therefore I am. You're presupposing this notion of a self that's doing the evaluating, and there's nothing within an atheist worldview that makes a concept of a self possible if it's not made in the image of the ultimate self, the ultimate being. So
actually, somebody, one of my chatters on my stream last night pointed out that they made the claim that Descartes had it backwards. It's not I think, therefore I am. It's I am, therefore I think. I said, shit. I hadn't thought about that.
I am, therefore I think. I mean,
yeah.
The problem with Descartes' thing is that there's so much metaphysical baggage going into this. Like, to have an if-then type of therefore statement, you're assuming the passage of time. So now time is in the equation. Like, because Descartes' objective was to have what is the most reduced starting point I can have, and everything else comes after this. But within that statement, you still have passage of time. You have a self, which takes up like space. So now you have time and space. You have a whole bunch of other presupposed things. You have a mind that's doing the thinking. So, it's not actually as reduced as people like to believe it is. It's not actually as fundamental. There's more things that are even more fundamental to make I think, therefore I am, or I am, therefore I think even possible.
Yeah, but even the I think, therefore I am, even the am part, of the becoming, that we are beings of becoming. It denotes that, like you said, motion, that there is change.
Yeah. Right.
And once there is change is constant. There's structure to the universe. What explains that? There has to be a universal structure at play, a universal intellect or mind. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And that's what it's all about. It's all about epistemic starting points. Like I said with the classical foundationalist view, if you just start with the transcendental categories and you call, this is why, the way Jay Dyer does it and other people, I reject self-evidence. I reject the notion of something being axiomatic. It's actually just kind of an escape card to not have to deal with, the fact that God actually exists. Because when you say something is self-evident, that means that nothing else can come before this. It's just on its own, revelatory. But if a person is able to make a distinction between what is self-evident and what is not self-evident, and they're appealing to something in between those two things, like a distinction marker between the self-evident and the non-self-evident, then that distinction marker is actually more fundamental than the thing that's supposedly self-evident. So now it's no longer self-evident, it's relying on a distinction marker.
Oh shit. I just seen half hoods here too. But I was just actually about to wrap this up. There's no good time ever to do this, but I gotta wrap up today. I was supposed to wrap up about 15 minutes ago. So, does anyone have anything they want to say to the chat before they go?
I really appreciate it if people came and saw me for that debate on Mega Bloodbath. The chat's always, super fiery in there, so it'd be good to see some support. And if you haven't already, like, share, and subscribe to Speakeasy. This place is awesome. Thanks so much for hosting these and having me on, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for coming, man.
Awesome. All right, take it easy, everyone.
Take it easy, Alan. Great job tonight.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I just have one very surprising thing to say, actually, Easy. Do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
I didn't expect that.
Really? You didn't expect that? Come on, bro.
Halfhood gave us an Irish goodbye too.
Oh my God, these people.
What assholes, Kieran?
I know, right? Look, speak. How the hell do you put up with Circa? I'm not going to lie, bro. I saw you, the most animated moderator tonight I've ever seen. That was crazy, brother.
Listen, I know, like, that's why I was like, shit, did I step in too much? But the thing is, like, there's sometimes, like, if someone's in a debate and they're like refusing to engage with a numerous amount of things, you gotta, like, the moderator, this is times when the moderator has to step in and say, like, dude, answer the question. Like, you gotta engage with what's going on here, right? You know what I mean?
Well,
and then he would like try to debate me. That's the thing. Like, I'm like, no, I'm not debating you.
Well, the moderator does have a job, right? The job is to be on call. Like, just be ready to step in when you have to. Most of the time, you don't have to. But damn, that was, bro. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, after the Andrew Wilson one with Circa, and this one, I go, bro, is he intelligent? Is he stupid? Is he bad faith? He's a fucking enigma. I've got no idea what this guy's fucking doing, bro.
Yeah, see, well, the thing is, so, like, he's he's respectful to me, okay? And like, in the sense of, like, he's not like being nefarious or like trying to like do some fuck shit to me or anything like this. He's like, he respects me, he always thanks me for coming on, all of this. If I was to give my honest opinion of what I think, like, I think Circa is a little bit lost with his worldview, and I think he's I think if he engages with more intelligent people, right? I don't think he's dumb. Like, I don't think he's dumb. I think he has a pride that gets in the way of his learning. That's the point that caught me.
The point that caught me was you asked him something about his worldview in terms of morality, and he actually said, like, I'm not sure. I kind of feel like I'm a moral objectivist, like there is objective morality. Yeah, that was cool. That was when he was like being real, bro. He was
that's what I mean. When he says things like that, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if it's that he's dumb. I think it's more that he wants to learn, but there's also a pride that gets in the way of his learning.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I would look at it.
Yeah, but also,
like, I don't hate the guy, and like, if he wants more debates, I'll schedule him more debates. You know. So,
no, sounds good, but he'll ask a question, let the other guy say 5 words, and then cut him off. That it's tiring. That's tiring, bro.
I get it. It's gonna take the right person to deal with him. That's for sure. You have to be a little bit more aggressive. You know, like, see how I am with it. I just don't let it go nowhere else. I repeat myself over and over. You know, like, you gotta be firm with people like that. You know, but in a way that they're not gonna also, because, like, he's not the type of person I think he would engage with any of the, like, shut the fuck up, you're fucking retarded. Like, he's just that. I think he's one of those types that will turn off to this. And I hope Circa doesn't think I'm like talking shit about him right now or anything. I'm just being like my honest critique of him, and I would say this to him, you know. Like I said, I don't hate the guy.
No, we're both saying his name. So, you know, like, it's not like we're ragging on him. We're just making an honest critique or an honest observation. Yeah. That's it. I'm like, you and I are both more than happy for people to make an honest critique of ourselves. So, you know.
Facts.
we can give and take. Okay, speak. Thanks for the great show again. It's just me now. The other guy nicked off.
Yeah, he
What
left.
happened?
He's like, these guys are talking too much.
Great show, man. You're doing good work. God bless.
God bless. Thank you. He needs some humility. That's right. Yeah, I think that would, that would help a little bit, and he could disagree with me on this as well. Like I said, I'm not talking shit about him. I'm giving honest critique, and like I said, I don't mind him. He's more than welcome to have more debates. Okay. Yeah. I want to say thank you all for coming and joining tonight. It's been a great show. We had a great amount of views in here to do as well. Or to do. A great amount of views in here as well. I don't know why I said to do. I don't know where that came from. But I'm pretty sure. Let me make sure. Teriak's streaming. I'm going to be sending you guys over to Teriak's. I still got the SpongeBob clip open. All right, yep. I'm going to send you guys over to Teriak's. Make sure you guys go show some love. Hit the like. Even if you're not going to stay and watch, just hit the like and sub up just because, he's almost at, I think he's almost at 2,000. Did he already hit it? Let me see. Almost there. He's like 80 subs away from 2,000. Let's help him get up to 2,000, huh? And if you're not subbed here yet, I don't know what the fuck you doing, all right? Because we're almost at 10,000, all right? We're almost there. We're getting closer. I think he's doing Spin the Wheel. All right, that's what's up. He's doing Wheel of Madness. So you guys got to go up, get on the panel, and talk some shit. You know what I mean? But listen, like I always say, guys, there can be 30 of you here. There can be 2,000 of you in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. Look at that. You almost smoked the goal, too. We were so close. Close, but no dice. It's all right, though. It's all right. Next time, all right? You guys will hit it tomorrow, all right? You guys will hit it tomorrow. I want to get a Nora prep for tomorrow, but unfortunately, the person we were supposed to have for this week is going to need one more week. I don't know. This is going to happen, guys. This is going to happen. If you are interested in doing a Nora prep debate and you are ready and you're not going to pull out on the day of or anything, hit me up. All right, hit me up. We'll get you scheduled in for a Nora prep. We'll see though. I might be able to pull something together for tomorrow and still get a Nora prep. I'm gonna let Rob know that give me until later in the afternoon tomorrow to make it solid. It's a Nora prep anyway, so it's not like Rob has to prep for anything. So it's it's the beauty about the show. What else did I got to announce? Monday we are going to be doing Teriak versus Lethe Water Kai. That is one of the debates already scheduled, locked in. I don't know if you've heard yet, Teriak, but if you're listening, it's locked in Monday. And that'll be good because Lethe will be able to stick on the open panel for that one too. So we got a good one on Monday. If you guys are, like I said, bump yourselves up on the list in my Discord messages. There's people there. I'm not fucking answering their messages ever in life. And, you need to bump yourselves ahead of them. All right. And sometimes it might you message me, I click on it, but don't look at it by accident. And then I click on something else. And then now your little dot's not there. And then I don't go, no, you have a message there. So if you want to debate, scheduled in a specific topic, let me know. If not, I'm going to be hitting you guys up in the next week anyways, so I can get you guys scheduled in. Thank you all for being here. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, night, evening, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?